Futures trying to hold on to basically break even at this point. We are slightly lower to start this morning on what is to be a very exciting day for the overall market. Welcome to Fed Day. Coming up at 2 p.m. this afternoon, we'll get the latest decision from Jerome Powell. We'll get the statement, and then probably the most exciting part will be the press conference that will follow coming up at 2:30 p.m., where Jerome Powell will deliver the statement and then answer some questions from the press, where we'll be hoping to get any kind of indication as far as what their plan is going forward into 2023. Still looking like 50 basis points will be what we'll get as far as the increase is concerned. Remember, after the CPI print yesterday, the market was pricing in less than 100 basis points to go to get to the ultimate rate as to what the Fed will need to get to. A number of individual movers to talk about once again this morning. We'll have a look at Tesla. Yeah, the slide continues. Another 1% here in the pre-market, below 160 for Tesla. Unbelievable move back to the downside. Big tech going to be in play as well. With the Fed to come, the overall market should be in play. Going to be an exciting one. It's Wednesday, December 14th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. We got a import prices number there at 8:30. Didn't really move the market, but in line with expectations. Nevertheless, negative 0.3 versus negative 0.3 expected. In line again, month over month. It was negative 0.4 the prior. There we go. That's the lay of the land currently. 0.12, 0.11, 0.14 for all three U.S. markets there in the red, as I said. Trying to get back to break even at least. Brazil having a tough day, down 1.3. Some positivity down here, though. 0.8 across the board for crude, Bitcoin, and Ethereum. Trying to hold on to some gains that we saw yesterday as we kick off Fed Day, guys. Good morning. Going to be interesting. This morning could be a little bit quiet, let's be honest, ahead of what is to come this afternoon. There are some interesting names, though, floating around here so far this morning.
What? Quiet? How could it be quiet when Mullen's up 7.5%? No, it's never quiet. It's never really quiet. There's always something moving. That's why we're here to trade the markets. It's Fed Day. You guys know the drill. If you've traded it before, if you have not, 2 p.m. we get Powell. 2 p.m. we get the rate decision, and then the transcript, and then 2:30 it's all about the podium. Like what's he gonna say? Is he gonna be as hawkish as I think a lot of people are projecting? Some people have talked about a bit of a language change that could come in with the whole notion of right now rates hikes have been ongoing. Will that be backed off? If they were to back off that language, I think that could be bullish. But when people are expecting this too much, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like the risk can end up being to that downside. But the two times that 2 and 2:30, a host of names looking at this morning. A couple of penny stocks are in there. Yes, one of them is Mullen. It is actually moving today. And going to be watching some Moderna. Man moves Moderna. Unreal in its movements in yesterday's trade. And then Delta had some strong guidance. That should be worthy to be on watch here today. So plenty to watch, plenty to look at, plenty to trade as usual. But I know everyone's excited for 2 o'clock.
Yeah, it should be a good day. I mean, if it comes out as expected, we have the Fed rate right here. It's 80%, so 80-20 right now. If we get 75, that's really when the fireworks start. I mean, I can't even imagine if we get 75 what this market could do. I mean, I could actually see it go both ways, which is part of the problem. I think if we do get 75, though, we probably head pretty hard southbound for a bit. Or is that the last Band-Aid rip, you know? It could go both, but we're going to be here at 145. It's going to be a fun day. There are many levels that have been set up here today. So I think we'll watch the imbalance locator. This is from yesterday, the TQs. You can see we're down today on the NASDAQ. But yeah, Microsoft setting up for a couple good bumps today to 258. That's already coming through right now. Apple's at some good levels. Meta's at that 120 again. SoFi with some news. Neil mentioned Mullen. We're really excited again today. Yeah, let's rock and roll, man. It's 8:35 and we're going. Sharif's at the big desk as well with Brendan today. So learning those ropes, Brendo.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, a number of interesting things to discuss here. There's Sharif. As we head into the morning, here's a couple of headlines to digest. You guys mentioned Mullen. There's the note, if anyone's looking for it, teaming up with this Loop on EV charging solutions. So Mullen getting a nice bump off of that. But this is the main focus, obviously, coming off of what happened yesterday with the CPI print. Remember, Softer than expected, cooler than expected number for November. Going to be the final data point that Fed Chair Powell will consider, anyways, ahead of what is to come this afternoon. If I open this up, it's tough to see, but this gives you an indication of forecast going out. So it's hovering around the 50 basis point right now, anyways, on the forecast. So 50.75 is what this is showing for December 14th as far as what could come this afternoon for the basis point increase. I think it's going to be more, though, guys, about what is said in the Q&A, as it typically has been over the past couple of Fed decisions. How hawkish will they talk? Remember, we have 2 months now to get through until the next Fed meeting, until the next time we get this circus back in action once again. So I think it's a lot of time for what has already happened to kind of work its way through the system. But how the comments will play out will be interesting.
Yeah, that's usually where we get our I want to say like afternoon direction from, right? Like you typically see like your whipsaw action at 2 o'clock, which will, you'll be a break in one direction or another. How big it ends up being, who knows? And then at 2:30, you tend to get a bit of a trend. What's interesting about going into this is it's not every time that you get a Fed rate decision coming off a major economic number like CPI that moved the markets as it did yesterday. So what we end up having here is a bit of an expanded range based on what we saw yesterday. This is a SPY, by the way, just looking at the SPY here, breaking out. Huge rally. At one point, I mean, the NASDAQ was up 4.2% before there was a bit of a stall out in the NASDAQ futures, but the SPY making a $10 move and then giving it all back, and we're essentially in the exact same range. It's as if the CPI never happened. This does give us an expanded bit of a range if we do get some kind of a trend. And I'm talking in either direction here, because if he does come out, let's just say, for whatever reason, not as hawkish as possible, and maybe hints that 5% terminal rate is somehow more firm. I don't expect any of that to be true, but if that were to happen, I think you could see another retest of some of those highs. We lose resistance at 410 on the SPY, and that's where we already put in that some of those CPI highs. So there's a bit of a wide range for us to be able to navigate if we get there in the afternoon. What I'm not expecting to happen, and you want to be prepared for all eventualities, but what I'm not expecting is any kind of major push to yesterday's highs, or even getting back to last week's bottoms in the opening session. I'd be a little bit surprised if the market was able to do that. There are individual names I think can move, and we'll be focused on some of those, but I think we could have a little bit of sideways action in more of the afternoon range that we saw yesterday before we get to 2 o'clock. I think it'd be very important that you're trading the right names at 9:30 into 10 o'clock, as opposed to just trying to figure a massive market move there. And then after 10 o'clock, you want to be very careful about how many positions you're putting on. A lot of times we do head sideways going into the Fed rate decision, and you don't want to be over trading. I'm usually flat going into the number. I'm expecting, that means no positions. I'm expecting it'll be the same thing for me. If I'm in something at 1:30, 2 o'clock, it's usually because it's been drifting in the money and I've got a trailing stop on it. But I'm not looking to put anything new on between 1 and 2 o'clock, very rarely. Sometimes a small cap here and there, though.
Yeah, just reading some stuff on Twitter here. I'm going to be looking at Tesla today. Tesla's been a big, huge disappointment the last little while. It just keeps going to the downside and just doot. Yesterday we traded it. Pretty good. Unfortunately, we let it go way. We took a couple bucks there, and then it dropped 10. So we'll see if Tesla has something like that in it again today. And then we battled the short at the end of the day. You guys saw that. That was good. And then look what happens once the market closes. Then we start to go down. We waited all afternoon for a move to the downside before finally breaking there once the market closed. So let's see about that 157 again today. And more importantly, I'm getting ready to short 158 here for Tesla, ready to do that almost ASAP right now as the market's still down 0.16. Microsoft, I was looking for a break on this one, so kind of the opposite on Microsoft. I want to go long Microsoft and Meta. I want to go short Tesla. There's just lots of opportunity today. I don't think the futures will be super exciting. We had issues with Arun yesterday. Hopefully he'll come back on today, and we'll be able to get some levels from him for the ES. But I just feel like you want to trade the equity today. Look for a couple big moves, maybe early, and then it'll probably settle down for the rest of the afternoon. And then, like Neil mentioned there, 2 o'clock, there should be some fireworks. I think being flat is probably the best thing to do when it's interest rate movement, because again, it's like you're flipping a coin, even on which way you're going to go. And then what Brandon said is really the most key, and that is that once Powell gets on the podium there at 2:30, that's when the questions start coming through, and we'll find out about the dot plot and where we're looking for moving forward. So yeah, look, it's going to be a good day. We've had Michael Noss on talking about gold for a while. That should move again today, and so should crypto. So I think everything's going to go at 2 p.m. So let's see where we are at that time. But for now, the market's flat, and I think it's going to probably stay that way. Pick your poison with the stocks. I mean, that's what we're going to do. Make sure you're trading the right names today.
Speaking of crypto, I want to show you BTC here in a second. But before we do, first segment of the show, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader, guys. Thousands of traders are. That is not the right one. I'll come back to that in a second. Let's actually look at this first and get an update here, because we just tagged that high from yesterday on 17,960, which was that spike high coming out of the weekend for BTC. Bit of a pullback underway right now, guys, but here we go. Back to the upside already for crypto.
Yeah, buddy.
Crypto's been holding up, I want to say, a little bit better than expected. We did get to 15, and Bitcoin did get to 15,000, so it is sort of worth, mentioning. There was a significant fall when we cracked that 20,000 area, and we are coming back a little bit, but actually rejecting previous support levels. I just have a daily chart up here from Binance, but some rejecting this 18,000 previous support level. And the name that I'm going to be focused on, and I shouldn't, you know what? I usually say the name I'm going to be focused on is going to be Coinbase, but I'd be lying if I said I'm not watching Silvergate, because that's been some fantastic opportunities to short Silvergate lately, because they've had their own problems in addition to what's been going on in crypto land. You had the big breakdown in Coin. Trades aren't really showing up. In the afternoon, I was shorting off of 40 and then off of 39. Probably just going right back into those wells. You are at the all-time lows now, and obviously we closed a little bit off of those right now because we actually bounced off of 38.50 right at the end of the day, closing just a hair above that particular price on Coinbase. But as long as you're in the channel beneath, not yesterday's, but last week's bottom, or I guess it would be Monday's bottom, at 39.5, 40, you're beneath that price. I'm still looking for some shorts. You can always, once you get above 40, there's probably a bit too much of a gap to be filled. At least in terms of the range that it's put in, to want to be hanging around the short for $2 or $3. So that's kind of my first line in the sand, would be that $40 level. And then Silvergate, there hasn't been much of anything to lean on. And I don't know why trades want to show up on the 29th, but they don't show yesterday short. They didn't have anything until this cracked $20 in Silvergate yesterday, and I think I'm looking for the same thing. Around 19.5 was the lower high, so I might take a shot at that if it pops up. But my general play in Silvergate has been, unless there's a big bottom break to be had, just sort of short into whatever strength there is, and then one of these days it's not going to work. Typically speaking, it has been a pretty solid trade. So I'm looking at that 19.5, 20 area for a pop in the morning. The trend speaks for itself, obviously, and since it's been beneath 25, it's was already bad, but since it's beneath 25, you're kind of seeing like a second leg to the downside, and hasn't yet really consolidated since then. So despite the bounce that you're seeing in Bitcoin, there's a bit of a different thing happening with here Silvergate, the crypto bank, and then of course Coinbase, the exchange. Binance came out. Look, the best thing that you can say when Binance was talking about all the redemptions that they've been having, the best thing they could say is it's not as much as when you had the collapse, the Luna collapse. I mean, if that's you putting good news out there, I think there's still some risk to be put on some of these, crypto bank, and then of course the exchange, their Coinbase. So I'm still saying on the short side as a day trader of both of these.
Yeah, I mean, I just, I don't know. I don't know if I'm impressed with how crypto's held up, or I mean, considering all the crap that's been happening in the crypto market, I think that's probably an accurate statement. It's been holding this 16, 17, 18 now is where we touched up to yesterday. We don't trade crypto on the show. Hopefully we get it on our platform in a little more of a tradable situation pretty soon, at which point then, trust me, I'll be trading crypto a lot. But for right now, we don't really look at the individual equity or asset class that is Bitcoin or Ethereum or Cardano or anything like that. But, I just think when you're looking at some of these names, it's been like a slow bleed, right? I mean, it's just, you've had the NASDAQ bounce a little bit now. Obviously the Dow is at back to flat, I believe, for the year, close enough to it. It was anyways last week. The S&P is only down points now, not 30 points. But crypto just continues to sort of bleed downside. We need to get some positive momentum in the space, and I don't know where that's going to come from. So until then, I think you just kind of hold on to your coins and you hope for the best, right? I mean, if you're in for the long run, it has been a rough time. I think you could pick some up, every kind of a major move down 3, 4, 5%, average into them. But again, like I think if you keep with your 5% of your portfolio, something like that in crypto, that is even really risky, to be honest with you. So I don't know, but I mean, equity has been pretty risky as well. And I go over here to Coinbase, and I mean, I say it every day, we don't want to be in this. And as long as you've sort of heeded that advice, then you've stayed away from this name for a very, very long time. I have. This is not a name that I'm ever buying dips on. I don't think it's a zero. I think that when all this settles down, you are going to get some reasonable companies that are going to have to lead the way, and I think Coinbase sticks around. It's just at what valuation do you like it? $40 seems to be a very, very good top there. I like to play support and resistance, so I already have an offer at $39.80. So any kind of pop up, we'll take that short, and we'll see what we can do with Coinbase. I don't want to miss it. It's up 1%. Good enough reason to short for me. Market down, Coinbase up, that means a short. So I like crypto. I think it's fun to look at. I think it's fun to trade. Can't wait till we get it more on our platform. But for now, I think you just trade the exchanges and you look at Coinbase and you look short. That's it. It's pretty simple.
Big numbers coming from Binance yesterday as well, if anyone saw that. $3 billion in outflows in a 24-hour period. Just crazy. Not a good place to be right now, as we were saying. As I was mentioning, first segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use TTV promo code at checkout. Get 10% off, guys, from Surge Trader. Shout out to them. I just saw this Pinduo Duo down more than the rest as far as Chinese names are concerned, down about, 6% right now. Nothing major on PDD, but heads up on some of the Chinese ADRs. Under pressure here. Here's Delta out this morning, increasing their full year 2023 outlook. Nice forecast from them. Not a lot of volume, but we saw all of the airlines getting absolutely crushed yesterday after UAL said they're going to spend $40 billion plus on a whole bunch of Boeing planes coming up over the next decade or so.
Yeah, like UAL, okay, so obviously Delta with a bit, Delta, the guidance was actually really good, and we're going to definitely talk a little bit about them. But I want to say mildly surprised, and by mildly I mean I was pretty surprised at how much UAL was selling off. I know everything kind of spiked up at 8:30 and then faded, but UAL with that big Boeing order, it got shellacked, right? And you had the good numbers coming out of Delta. UAL not really getting too much of a bump here, but this one I said it would be on watch for me again today because where it was at on the daily chart. So in the afternoon, I didn't trade this thing until about right after 2 o'clock, and then again just before 3 o'clock buying some 41s. And the only reason I was bottom picking the stock is because it was trying to bounce off the 200 period moving average on the daily after a pretty harsh rejection. And everything was turning around, but I think this was one of the more violent moves. I think it was down 7% at one point. So that 200 period at $41 is kind of that first line in the sand that I think is worthy of a bit of a defense. You start cracking through there, and this could be under a lot of pressure. I feel like it's only, if it wasn't for the Delta guidance, this would probably be testing that level at the open, which is what I thought would be the case when I sat down, and then maybe there'd be just a short right through it. But unfortunately, I shouldn't say unfortunately, that's the wrong way to look at it. Fortunately for them and fortunately for the space, you had Delta come out with strong numbers, then they're gapping up 4%. It's when I look at the daily chart on Delta, so we just saw UAL get to resistance on the daily and reject it, bounce off its 200 period. Well, Delta is at the 200 period the other way. So it's trying to crack through right at 35, and then it has overhead resistance at 36. The way that UAL reacted, it's so hard for me when that sold off so much yesterday not to be thinking about fading Delta either off that 35 at the open, the 200 period moving average, or just say, hey, let's go to that 36 monster resistance level, and I only want to short it. And if I'm going to be long, it needs to be breaking out and carrying through that 36 and getting into a new price area, or we're just bouncing off of 33, which that feels like it's too far away. So, I'll be on the bid at 33 if we get down there and have a red day. But I'm kind of thinking Delta, I want to take a shot fading this at 35 and 36. Maybe I'm just too pessimistic after what I saw in UAL yesterday, because that was just, there were no buyers on that thing until late in the session, despite the fact, if they're ordering a bunch of new planes, I get it, it's a big expenditure, but at the same time, it's because they believe demand is going to be there and the recovery's been on for these names. And then you got to follow through with that with Delta. It's just the market didn't really believe it yesterday, so I'm questioning how much the market's going to believe this one.
Yeah, yesterday was a fun day because of that huge move in the open. And I just was looking at this thing here, and that's CCL. I was looking at the imbalance locator to see if there was any other names on there, like a Boeing or like something like that, but there's not much on there. So I'm just going to go over to CCL. It was a huge move there, up to 960 on that number, and then faded, just like everything's been doing lately. The ability to go sort of long and short really benefits us here at Day Trade the World. So, we have the ability to sort of get in and out and as fast as we possibly can on a lot of these names. I wanted to look at this 870, 875 bottom for CCL. I think any of the bottoms that were made yesterday could be tested again today, and then I think they can hold. Yesterday was a little bit of a wild day. Obviously, it came back in, and I just look at some of these bottoms, and CCL goes back just 3 days back down here to 870, 850. So we're getting close into those levels. I want to look at this name if we do get to 850. You are now below, and shout out to Daryl if you're in the chat. But you're hovering around the 50 period. I like to look at that, and then here's 850 on CCL. Right? We spent about 2 weeks underneath that. Since then, nothing, just above, right? So let's look at 850 here on CCL. I'm actually going to put a bid there right now and hopefully be able to take that long at 850 if CCL does dip. Remember, we do have that sell imbalance, so it's only 130,000 shares. It's definitely not going to send this down to 850, but if the market reels a little bit here off the open, which maybe it is going to do, I don't know. We do have big moves off the open. I'm not going to show you yesterday's chart. That's going to seem a little bit ridiculous. But there's the number. What? Where's my? Okay, I got to figure out where the rest of it is. But there's the chart up there yesterday, and then there's the fade all day. So I feel like today we're waiting for that 2 o'clock number to come out from the Fed. So we could sort of barcode the rest of the day. Let's make sure we pick up stock at levels that we like, and CCL would be one of those at 850. So for the travel names, I'm going to be on Carnival Cruise. I'm not going to actually be on it. I've never been on a cruise.
Our buddy's on a cruise right now. The commissioner in our fantasy league is actually on a cruise right now. And all I have to say is, you have a good fantasy commissioner when he's still handling business. He's like, make sure all of the matchups are set properly.
Yes.
Ensuring, because last week there was, let's just say there were some lineup issues for a certain person who doesn't always set their lineup, and the commissioner has to step into there. And he's doing so on his vacation. But it's only the one guy. Everyone else sets their lineup. You know who I'm talking about. So
yeah, I'm in the pool.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I don't want to say his name.
You worked for CCL, been on 25 cruises. Yeah, look, those that were, I would. I've never been on one. I don't know, maybe Brendan's been, maybe Sharif has been on a cruise too. Let's go ask those guys at the big desk. Does Sharif have a mic yet is my main question.
I don't know. We'll see. I have not, for the record. Here we go. I want to mention this one real quick, guys. Datadog just popped up on volume back to 83 there. There was an upgrade. I'll show you in a second here. But this one had a pretty good day yesterday. Actually held up decently around this $80 mark. 4% again today. There it is. D-Dog with an Oppenheimer positive note this morning. Price target increase as well. Darden Restaurants on here. Lennar, the home builder. They go back and forth. It's amazing. There was 2 or 3 downgrades on Lennar last week I saw. Now we're back to the upside. There's Tesla. Hey, Goldman. We'll talk about that coming up. Best Buy from Bank of America to the downside, and Caesars on here as well.
Just completely glossing over Penn there.
Tesla.
But I guess no one really cares about Penn.
No.
That's a problem.
Well, I don't know what they're down to. We always look at DraftKings.
I know I pulled it up because I don't usually look at Penn.
Best Buy though.
Penn's actually, Penn's above the 50 period on the daily, but It's actually, if anything, how many stocks today am I going to see with the 200-period moving average on the daily being resistance? Like, if Penn had done better volume, I might be adding this to my list, saying, hey, $35 here. Delta was also $35 for whatever reason. It's just an interesting coincidence. But yeah, I'm looking at these resistance levels a lot of times and saying usually that's a pretty good fade. But yeah, we talk about DraftKings all the time. I don't think Penn's in too different of a story. When you've had these stocks that have made this rebound, like my fear is, going into next year, everyone's sort of looking at potential recession. You still have valuation reset going on in a lot of names. The things that have made these decent bounces have channels that can now suddenly break back to the downside. I think Penn might be falling into that category. Some of these names start creeping back below the 50 period, and I think this time, like if that were to happen, I'm not saying it happens today, it's not doing anything, but if that were to happen, I think this could be under a lot of pressure, to be sure. Maybe there is a chance to play off that 35 level now that I call it up, but 17,000 in pre-market volume kind of says otherwise.
Yeah, I just called up Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY. Nah, we called up Best Buy, BBY. Only 35,000 shares as well, so you do have that little issue. But I don't know, I got to read about that downgrade because down 4% for Best Buy today seems pretty weird. I mean, this is a name that's working right now, working real well. I mean, you're up to, you're not near 52-week highs or anything like that, but you're definitely breaking out. I mean, you're well off the 50 period. You're well ahead of it. This is what happens in the market, guys. The minute these names get too far away from the 50 period, they start to get downgraded so they can come back to the 50 period so they can get bought again. I mean, it's not even like, to me, it's pretty obvious. We talked about this a couple times. I think maybe the last example was Snowflake or something. I can't remember, but like a stock is working and then all of a sudden gets downgraded. So it's like 84, 85 and breaking out, touching 90, stopping there with some resistance. It does want to break higher, but that downgrade now gets this back to 80. Like it was 85, 86 yesterday. Downgrade gets it back down here to 80. They'll see if it can come back into 74, 75 here before I think it gets bought back again and then takes out 90. So again, without reading the note, I think Best Buy works. I mean, I've been buying stuff there all holiday season. I like it. I like the app. I like the stores. You can go right in there. I think the prices, I'm pretty frugal when it comes to shopping, like for sure. Like I look at the gas, I'm like, that's 2 cents less than it was yesterday. Maybe I should put some in. Like that's my mentality. I'm buying things on sale. I think we all are. We all try to, I think. But, Best Buy, to me, is a good name. I think you got to pick it up. And then unbeknownst to a lot, do I have the dividend? I'm using this tracker here from Trade Ideas. But you know what? I got to add in here dividend because
I think I have a more advanced one.
You can do it. Look, you can right click. This is how good it is. You can right click. Shout out to Michael Noss if you're watching, man. Okay, and then you can search, and I can just put in here div. Right. So here's the dividend right here. Show column right now. Okay, so let's see if this works. Now this probably, you watch, it's not going to work. Okay, there's dividend there. I don't need the 5-minute volume, so I'm going to push that over. And then I'm going to say, okay, and then we're going to see, Tesla does not have a dividend. So let me see here, BBY. I think it's 4 to 5%. I really like this name. It just shows, okay, I got to get the dividend percentage. But 88 cents there on $80. Again, that's going to be quarterly, I imagine. But there it is. I really like this program here for all this. It gives you an interesting float. We have the short float on here as well. So I really like this, down 4.34%. I'm just going to make sure I get the dividend percentage if that's available. The yield, that's probably what I have to type in, dividend yield, and we'll find out for that. But there's Best Buy. It also gives a dividend. So I like this name. I just think that they're going to bring it back to that 75 area, and then we buy it. Best Buy on radar.
It's interesting ahead of the holiday season as well that we're getting that. We found Sharif a microphone. Have you been on a cruise?
I haven't. My parents go on constantly, though. They're always on Princess Cruise Lines. That's their thing. They've never been on Carnival. They don't go on Norwegian. Princess is where they love it. You and I were just talking off camera, but the lineups, they don't really complain about it that way. But
I guess once you get to that point in life, you're not really concerned about those things. But anyways, Sharif's going to hang out for the morning as well. I wanted to show this headline, guys, just quickly. There's a few people mentioning this Viasat, VSAT. There was a deal with Microsoft announced this morning. Talking about some technology that they're going to work with. This is a satellite company, so heads up on VSAT. There's absolutely no volume at this point whatsoever, so we'll keep an eye on that. But there's a look at how things in Europe are shaping up so far this morning as expected. A little bit flat to start things off. 0.12 for England, about 0.5% to the downside for Germany. Otherwise, kind of back and forth. Spain holding on to positive territory. All of the markets waiting for what is to come this afternoon. If you're just joining and have been away, yeah, it's Fed Day. Welcome. Let's bring in Arun here. Get a check of what we need to know for North American futures heading towards the open here. On a Fed Day, Arun, typically going to be a little bit quiet. Got to temper your expectations, I guess, for the morning anyways, before things get a little crazy.
Yeah, and we saw that on the last Fed Day too, where it was just drifting in one direction pretty much until the Fed came out at 2 p.m. So I think with yesterday's CPI number and now, having gone up real quick now and then fallen apart in the afternoon, or not even afternoon, it was actually after the open, coming all the way back in and now stabilizing somewhat around these 50s. I think people are just going to be waiting at this point to see what the Fed is going to be doing. But keep in mind, I haven't seen the Fed rate tool just yet. I haven't looked at it yet. But at the same time, with the number coming in lower than expected yesterday, that means the expectation for a 50 basis point move today is extremely high. I would suspect it's higher than that 77% that we saw last time. So anything that is not 50 is not going to be a good sign. So if they go to 75, I can see this market coming off quite a bit here. If we do maintain 50, that could even be shrugged off because now they're focused on what the forward projections are. So it gets real messy when you look at how this market could move, because it's going to be dependent entirely not just on the number and the change of whether it's 50 basis points, but if it is 50, then there's a secondary thing you got to watch out, which is going to be the forward projection. So for now, we're just going to work with some wide levels. Let's see if we get hit before we get to the Fed. The closest one being that 40-35 afternoon, late afternoon bounce. I know the low's around 25 in the afternoon, but 35 seems to be a decent area. So 40-35 to 40-40 should be an area that we can look at for potential support if it's going to bounce before the Fed. For now, it's sitting at 53. To the upside, I've got 4100 and 4130 up top. So pretty wide ranges. I mean, when the market gives you a 150-point range like it did yesterday, I think your levels are going to be fairly wide as well. So it's actually a good thing on a day like today where it can get very whippy very quick. So having the levels far away could actually give you a chance for this market to firm up and decide a direction and then start breaking those levels. So I think we're going to work with the wide levels. 40-40, 40-35 is going to be the closest one. But again, be smart with the volume, because the volume most likely will not be there. If anything, we probably will get a drift going into the Fed in the afternoon.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens with these comments. Thanks, Arun. We'll see what happens with these comments that follow at 2:30 p.m. Remember, there's more to come this week as well with this index change that's happening over on Friday. We get a whole bunch of additions. We get a whole bunch of deletions. We'll get into that more. I saw a few people asking about that coming up before Friday. We'll talk about that. Anyways, that's the link for the watch list, guys. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you hit that link, enter your email address, and then you just get it every day in your inbox. It's free. Why not? Here's Tesla. We'll start things off with today, hovering around this 160 right now. We held the low, so I guess there's a little bit of a positive note, maybe. That low from yesterday didn't even come into play yet in the pre-market. But Goldman this morning with the latest one coming out with a negative note suggesting demand is softening, suggesting inventories are growing. They cut their price target on Tesla. An unbelievable stat I saw yesterday, since April, when Elon Musk filed initially that he was accumulating Twitter shares, Tesla as a company has lost $654 billion in market cap since April.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing 1,000 anytime soon. And I don't know anybody that thought he was spending his time and effort wisely on Twitter as a positive, right? He's a very busy dude, boring, and SpaceX is doing a lot of things, and this is sort of what people have been concerned about. Now, yesterday, very briefly, Tesla, which obviously at one point was a $1 trillion company, crossed the $500 billion market cap, which I did very, very quick napkin math that said 158.34. So if I'm wrong about that, then I don't think it's by much. But that's kind of the area. So you can round that to 158 if you like, but that's the area that I'm looking at for my litmus. And sometimes we get to these psychological type of levels. Apple $3 billion, and then that turns around. Tesla, after this precipitous downfall, bounces off $500 billion yesterday. So that's going to be a pretty big line in the sand, in my opinion. I think if you're holding below that number, there could be some sell pressure as it gets beneath it. But as long as it's above that number, then the only levels I want to look at are going to be a lot higher for shorts, like 165. I think can come into play here. And just looking at yesterday in the afternoon, late morning and then early afternoon, some resistance levels up there. So if we bounce off 158, I think I'm looking 165. But that 500 billion market cap, big psychological level barrier that it's fallen into, and if that's one of those lows, like if it doesn't break that low, there's a chance for a bit of a relief. And then obviously come 2 o'clock, one thing that I didn't say, which I should have said, is if you're right at a key level on an individual stock when the announcement comes, that level doesn't matter. Now, if you have a very sharp move, and I'm just throwing it out there because I have the Tesla chart up here. If you have a stupid sharp move that goes up to like 180 or something, then that bigger level farther away can come into play as resistance or if it's the downside support. But if you're right at a big level on a stock at 2 o'clock, forget about the significance of that when you actually get that release. So, I'd throw out that 158 at 2 o'clock. But this morning, that's where I'll be looking at the open. You're holding beneath that. I like shorts beneath that number. But if it holds the bid, I hate to say it, I think it is a decent shot to be able to go up from there on a bit of a relief rally off that 500 billion. But that's that line in the sand for me.
Look, so yesterday we had a great short in Tesla. We were short 174. We'll look to do the same thing today. Yesterday it just collapsed all day. I mean, we get a nice bump up there in the pre-market, of course, on CPI. Then it just faded the rest of the day down here to 157. I'm already going to go short 158. I like a 161 to start it. We'll see if it goes up to 163 there maybe as a stopping point. But hey, we're here to lose some money and or make some money on Tesla today. We had a big trade yesterday, and then we had the short in the afternoon that wound up being profitable at the end of the day. You guys know I was battling that all afternoon, but unfortunately my things aren't loading up here, my ticks from yesterday. Maybe they will now that I've just did that. Nah, they still won't. But all right, so 158's right there. I'm ready to go short that level if we break it. That's the pre-market right at the bottom. Again, the bump up, 161 is near the 200 period is 160. We'll bump this up to 161 in case the market goes here. But I'm going to be short Tesla today, just like I was yesterday. And let's see if we can hold out for a bigger move. We took $2 or $3 early yesterday on the move. So if it breaks 158, we got to hold this $3 probably up to 161, and then we'll assess it at that point. Looks like we might get into this thing right at the open. I'm only crossing down like 20, 30 cents, so we'll see where it goes from here. But Elon Musk, continuing to get squeezed here on this Tesla position. It sucks, but it is, unfortunately, what it is. I got out of this name a while ago. I still do hold a small piece, but I was raising capital on this name a while ago, and I'm damn sure happy that I have, because this name has really gotten taken out there. Someone said on the chat there, this is what happens when you support free speech. This is part of the back and forth right now. It didn't need to get political. He bought Tesla. He is obviously, or Twitter, he is obviously in the public's eye all the time. Media, this and that. He's gotten more political in the last couple years, I feel like, for sure. So, that's gonna be an effect there. And you're always gonna get both sides of the aisle having opinions on Elon Musk. So, yeah, I'm gonna look to go short. I don't have any short offers, but it's gonna be 161. So I'm gonna put that offer right now. If we get filled, we get filled, and I'll deal with it at that point. But right now, Tesla's only a short for me. I'm not looking long until we get to 150 flats.
All right, let's go on to SoFi here. An interesting look this morning in the pre-market, gapping higher on this note. Anthony Noto, CEO, picking up 1.1 million plus, actually 1.13 million shares between last Friday and Tuesday of this week, according to an SEC filing. Average price 428 through 470. So I guess if the CEO is buying 1 million shares, we should be interested.
Well, look, it's actually not that much, right? Because when you talk about $5 million, it's not a gigantic amount, and he probably obviously got a good price if you just look at where the stock has been the last little bit. What I'm more concerned with for SoFi is that each time I've looked at this thing gapping up on a decent catalyst, then it's like one of the few things that looks like it could be a bit of a long, breaking out of a range. It's just been a trap that typically I've kind of gone into and fallen into. And my normal line of reasoning or line of thinking is, okay, well, previously 445, 450, where we broke out at 430, sorry, at 830 yesterday on the number, that previous resistance level, that's where I'd be trying to do a bit of a dip buy in SoFi. And, that sets up and it looks all well and good. But the other side of it is, I'm always watching this on day one, like the first day, and be a bit of a short trade at some point, and then I'm never able to capture it. So I am looking at this 475 to 480, and I'm calling it the 830, the CPI top. CPI top was also resistance going back to the beginning of the month anyways. So if we get up there, I'm going to be looking to fade this thing at 480. And even if it breaks that, I'm going to be looking for a fade at 5. I just feel like taking a couple of swings at this, if it does go to the upside, is going to be worth it. And it feels like a bit of a theme today that there's a lot of names that if they pop, I'm just looking to be shorting them. Yes, if we catch a base at the open down around that breakout price, it was about 450 where we were at 830 in yesterday's trade. I guess the 3-minute chart will probably give it a little bit more justice there. Yeah, so if you look at it here, we broke that 450 level. There was some consolidation on the way back down, and then you had this nice 445 previous high. That's a nice 5-cent dip area, and I'll probably be there if it comes to the downside. But if it doesn't make a dip, to be able to get that, I want to risk less than 10 cents on it type of a long trade. And then I'm looking to short first into 480, then into $5, 2 separate trades. Wouldn't be holding a 475, say short, all the way up to $5. It's like 5%. I'm not holding that all the way against me. So I am looking for some SoFi here in either direction. A lot of times I see the gap up and I'm only thinking dip buy, go long. Today I am going to short pops on SoFi.
All right, let's talk about these airlines. We touched on them briefly here this morning. Not only airlines, but travel across the board was under pressure yesterday. Wanted to highlight what happened yesterday on Delta here. We had the initial move to the upside, but then just got absolutely crushed as soon as the market got going. Along with the rest of this group, we end the day down here around 33. So they come out this morning and increase their full year 2023 guidance, said they're expecting demand to be higher than it has been over the past couple of years, back to pre-pandemic levels and then some. So nice 4%. It was 4.5 at the highs there for Delta, but interesting look here as we're still within the range from yesterday on Delta.
Yeah, a lot of times you want to start gapping into a new range. It'll be frustrating. And this is what yesterday's trade does for us. It just gives you a wider range of action here today because, quite frankly, when 830 hit, there was nothing standing in the way till 36 on Delta. And when it came to the downside, just like UAL was falling like a rock, there was no bid. Until about 11 o'clock, this caught a bid at $33. So I'm not sitting around waiting around for $33. I just went to the daily chart and said, what do we have on the daily? Obviously, 36 is a resistance level. I don't think it's that hard to pick that out. And the 200 period sits at $35. I think it were great numbers, man. They're looking at doubling. I think it was doubling profits in 2023. Sorry, in the next year. In addition to raising their full year, it's just. Until you break resistance, I'm just looking for that short. I think at some point, look, if the market rallies today and we get everything we sort of want, and maybe even 230, we get a trend to the upside after that podium break. If Delta's above this 36 level, I'll be looking for longs above it. But as long as it's below, it's just been telling you there's sellers abound at these levels on Delta. So it needs to clear through that. And if this is the day that it happens, fair enough. I'll probably have gone short twice and lost twice at 35, then at 36. I'm not in it right now because the volume isn't tremendous. I want to see it open up before I actually take a short off the 35 level. But I'll be sitting at 36 waiting for it.
All right, so pretty interesting here. I just saw this come through. The U.S. SEC has charged 8 social media influencers over stock manipulation promoted on Discord and Twitter. So if you're wondering who Mr. Zach Morris is, Edward Constantin right here. Perry Matlock is in the building. All these guys right now. Look, man, it is what it is, but I just wanted to bring that up because we do hear about some of these names on our chat as well. I wish everyone the best of luck, but there it is right there. I don't know, interesting story I just saw come through right there. That's why, and again, I don't know what the legitimacy of those stories are, but that's why, I keep saying over and over again that there's real and there's not real. Everything's gonna get exposed. We'll see what happens. But every single trade that I ever put on, you guys see right here that we talk about. There's no like, oh, we need to get SoFi to go up or down. You know, we need this stock to go up or down, or we should do this or we should do that. I wish for the best of everybody in there, as I don't want the SEC to. I mean, I want the SEC to win when it deserves to win. But again, that's why I feel like we've been able to build up the relationship with you guys, the traders out there, and that's just an interesting story that I just saw one more time back in. I'm still waiting for Tesla to come through right now. We saw that Goldman Sachs price target cut down to 235 from 305. That's a ways away right now, but nice little downside move there. I'm not looking at Delta. I've already got the names on, man. SoFi, Microsoft, Mullen, Meta, Tesla, they're all being looked at. What about Carvana today? We only have 15 minutes to go, so CVNA right now, CVNA, there it is, $5. We're going to see what happens right now to the upside for Carvana. I've really been liking this level, $556. Maybe this level too, $520 if we bump. I think it's worth watching Carvana. They do have that, what is it, 68% short float, something like that. Let me just call this up right now, CVNA. Right here, short float, there it is. So on Trade Ideas, they have 46.2% short float. So this is a big name here if you're going to watch shortable stocks or stocks that have high short floats. And also Beyond Meat, another one of those names today. Both not really moving here off the open. I mean, Carvana's down 1%, but Beyond Meat's flat, another 46%er. So I'm always trying to keep these names on the watch, but I do like Carvana. I just think it has a better level here near 550. So if this starts to go for a run, I want to watch out for these levels. Always have it up so that you're prepared if there is a move in one direction today for Carvana. I only really want the long. If we come down to the short up there. If it comes down to 4 is where I think we can look long with the 350 bottom off that disaster day that it got downgraded to $1. So Carvana on radar here with only 13 minutes before open.
All right, let's go on to Big Tech. Going to be an important day if you're just joining. Sharif is hanging out this morning. As we head towards the Fed this afternoon, let's talk about the group that could be among the most exciting once we get this decision at 2 o'clock. Few minor headlines within this group to be aware of today. This was yesterday, if you remember, Bloomberg suggesting Apple will let rival app stores go back onto theirs and sell things within their app. So that had Match Group higher, that had Spotify higher, that had a whole bunch of app-type companies back to the upside. That was in accordance to make the EU regulators happy. That was yesterday. Microsoft then this morning putting some money into this Silicon Valley battery material startup called Group 14. That's according to the Wall Street Journal there, guys.
Well, I'm not really looking at Apple as much today, but certainly Microsoft is going to be in play. Trade's not really showing up, but there's some pretty good levels. Microsoft was a great breakout at 256. It was an 830 break, but if you look at the 15-minute, that was also resistance anyways. And you're right there pretty much right now. Holding above and bouncing this pre-market off of 256. Did have the long in the afternoon when it broke that level for a decent scalp trade. And just going to go right back to that well. If we hold 56 at the open, I like that softy long, and it's just essentially above that price. And as long as we're, if we break through 256 at the open, I'm willing to give it a few shekels beneath there. And then otherwise, I'll probably back off until it gets down to like a 252 or something, or just maybe even back off until the afternoon. So I kind of know where I like it here in Microsoft. It's just going to be the same level I was looking at in yesterday's trade, that 256 right there in the afternoon. If we get up to 65 again. Just going over to the daily chart, if we get up to 65, just a reminder, that's the 200 period. So we got all the way to the 200 period at the top on that CPI number. I think on any kind of a crazy move this afternoon, that is a level to be respected. So 56, 65, that's what I like here in Softy.
All right, guys, so you love the sticky note. It's on here. It's Microsoft. It's a strong name. I'm taking 258 long. We wrote it down here. Follow me at Trader TV, Sean. You'll be able to see right here. Strong name. It's been in the news lately. It rallied at 258 late, stopped on that number. So here it is right here. Here's a couple ideas that I have publicly posted for you again. Here's 258, right? I mean, it's going to hopefully it comes into play right there. I just think we can break higher. There's 256. I mean, that's an easy long. Again, if we can get that, I put 254 down as maybe the ultimate bottom, but 256 would be pretty sweet if that came in as well. So I think we're going to break above 258. I already have the order in there to go long. If you see yesterday, look, I mean, again, yesterday was a good trade for Microsoft. My trades aren't showing up. I don't know why, but right there, we gathered at 258 on the dump, then let it go, and then we stopped there right at the close. So we got up to 258 and stopped. To me, that's a punch long. So we're going to wait for that. If 256 comes in, great. But yeah, so far so good here for Microsoft. I like it. I'm going to be punching long off the open. I've already put it in. It's not going to be a huge amount of shares because if it does dip down, then we want to put on a real position when we get to some support. I mean, what a difference a day makes, obviously. But the NASDAQ, I don't remember the last time it was actually like this in the pre-market, just kind of barcoding and not really moving at all. It has a 20-point range right now as we wait for 2 p.m. So I feel like there's going to be a little bit of fireworks off the open. But again, I'm cautious of the 258 long, but I want it. So, we've made these mistakes in the past when I was like, I don't want to take Netflix long at 320, and then at 9:35 it's 325, right? So, I mean, I think it's worth the risk here. Microsoft could definitely bump off the open. So let's just see if that goes. I have pending orders on Carnival, Coin, Meta, Microsoft, and Tesla. So I already have 5 orders out there with 3 other stop orders ready to go. So I have 8 pending orders right now on all these stocks. So I think it's going to be a decent opportunity here in the open. Let's hope I'm not too wrong.
All right, Sharif and I just talking about this Moderna story a little bit, coming off of what happened yesterday. Absolutely monstrous move for mRNA. Back above 200, ended the day just below it. We end up rejecting 200 at the end of the day here. It was positive to start. We have faded off a little bit here, but they came out today and said that they're going to approach regulators in the new year to discuss these results that were announced yesterday further and also plan for a phase 3 trial of this cancer vaccine coming up in 2023. So is there a trade here today, guys, after that move yesterday for Moderna?
Well, I mean, given how much moved yesterday, I'd like to hope so. I did wait a couple of times until it had gone, ridiculously high before looking for the shorts and was able to capture the top, but I did take a shot at it at this area. When it got to that 197.200, I was shorting it the first time through before it got to that high. And I'm going to go back to that first level here today. I look at how far it went. I look at it already starting to pull back in here. It's a great story. Obviously, for them, one of the best things you could have is another pipeline for their technology. And as far as the cancer treatment goes, no one in their right mind is going to be, upset if they succeed in the long term, and this ends up being a boon for them. I probably long term would prefer something a little more stable like a Merck to a Moderna, but there's probably some upside here. And if you look at the daily, this is at 197.5. From back over in August, that was previous resistance, to now you're sort of trending back beneath it on a bit of a pullback. So if we're going to be beneath that number, then I'm looking for a bit of a short pop in there. And maybe you want to give that to like a 200. Not really thinking the long. I think if you were to see 180 today, like somewhere around where this was at 830, again on that CPI, like this started going at the CPI number as well, but most of the move did come at 930 at the open. But if you saw that CPI 830 area, that 180, I'd probably be thinking about catching a bit of a dip there. Ultimately, it's great news. I don't question that. I just see it go it felt like it got too far, and now it's back beneath that resistance on the daily chart, and I want to respect that here at the open. Always have a hard stop for myself there. Like if I'm shorting 197.5, a lot of times I'll stop 198, I'll take a shot in front of 200, I'll stop just above that. Never holding Moderna against me $4 or $5, even though it can move. You can get a $10, $15, $20 winner on it. I just find if I'm holding it too far against me, it's an easy way to get burned.
All right, I didn't look at Moderna yesterday, and believe me, I will not be looking at it today, but it's a huge runner, and it's a good name to look at. Like I said, I already have 8 pending orders on other names, and what's really been working for me this month has been focusing on individual names that I'm used to trading. Moderna is just not one of those, but hey, if it's in your wheelhouse, it's treated the same as like a Tesla and all these names. It can have huge moves. We saw that yesterday. I definitely think it's worth trading if you are are looking at Moderna, but I just am not. So we only have 5 minutes to go. When we get back from Brendan, we'll look at some more imbalances as the NASDAQ is coming out.
A few people mentioning this one. RNA up 40% on some positive data as well. 16 corresponds with this level on the daily chart over here for RNA. I'll have a look at that. This was a note this morning. Another mRNA type company, it looks like, doing good work. So we'll see what happens with this one. RNA on positive data as well, guys.
Yeah, this one has, for a $15 stock, this one has a bit of a spread. I was looking at this, I'm like, oh, that 16 looks pretty interesting if it can take off the top there. And then I went to the daily chart. Oh, yeah, there you go, overhead resistance right above it. So, you know, I'm kind of going to be cautious with this and maybe stay a little bit away from it. There were a couple of other ones out there. I know we talked, I mentioned that Mullen was on the move a little bit. I do have a bid on Mullen in case it does dip. If it comes all the way back to the breakout price, I do like it. But 23 itself is a pretty big level for Mullen, yesterday's high. It could have room to 25. I just need to see that actually hold at the open, because otherwise it's just one of those gap up, sort of fail at previous resistance levels and then trend back in. That's why I'm waiting for a bit of a dip buy in that one. And then there's this Velon stock, which is, I mean, okay, I'm probably not going to get it. I was gonna tell you I'm fading this one if it gets back into the mid 80s, and I'm just shorting it into about 87, but it's already down at 70 cents, so I can probably back off of this. It went right to $1, 25-cent stock. News in the afternoon, then gaps up a second time, gets run up to $1, and now falling like an absolute rock. I just think this one's an obvious fade on any pop, but it's a little far. It's now more than 10% away from my orders. I don't leave orders out there more than 10% away on the stock. I just don't like doing it. So it'll probably have to start coming up there into the mid 80s before I would short that one. So look, we're looking at a lot of big tech names. We talked about Tesla already, that 158, but we didn't mention any of the chip names, which is like the first time in a while we haven't mentioned chips in the morning. Although I feel like we didn't talk about them much yesterday either. But I'm going to go back to the well, and the well for me is always Intel. The afternoon, well, I guess late morning is what I should be saying, not the afternoon. Late morning, there was this nice curl at 29.25. I want to short pops into 29.25 on Intel. If it ends up not breaking the 29 level, I'll try to have to get involved a little bit earlier on this. But I've been playing this for shorting the pops, and every single time I get away from it too early, I end up regretting it, as I did in yesterday's trade. So I want to make sure that I'm on this one if it does make any move up.
All right. All right. So just wanted to look here quickly at Beyond Meat. No. Okay.
Beyond Meat.
No, not. I was looking at the Trade Ideas scanner again for some reason. Oh, that's what I want to do. I wanted to take a look at imbalance locator. So, all right. So we just got updated there. Mullen did come there as a sell. That's what we were talking about right there, Mullen. So I like Mullen above 25 cents. Try to play the even. You know, again, 25, 50, stuff like that. But, 24 million shares, on Mullen. It's good. It's great. It's going to do probably 150 million shares today. So that could be looked at. I just noticed AMD started to go to the downside there. Did I just see AMD on here? There it is. Yeah, it's a little one, though. But AMD just made a decent move down, as you could see. Oh, we have some bad wicks, but there it is, 71.50 down to 70.80 right now. We'll have to edit those out if we're going to look at that. And Tesla went bid side right now. So I don't know, man. We'll see what this market's doing, but there's Tesla. I just saw it on a bid. Now I don't see it anymore, but it was a bid. So the imbalances aren't too huge today as I try to data mine a few names there, but Tesla was on there for a bid. I am offering 161, near 161, 160 half. So it's a nice little bump up for Tesla right back to VWAP. So let's see if it does fade back the rest here, or if that bid continues into the open and we do get near 161, which I like to fade in the first place. So far so good here today. Only 2 minutes to go before open. We have no positions on board right now, but believe me, we will have them on very soon, I would imagine.
Hey,
I don't mind waiting. The market has come down again. I don't have any bid. I have a meta bid at 119. Yeah, that's too close.
Something just happened on...
I'm going to cancel the meta bid. And then I have a Microsoft bid down near 254. That's not going to come in yet, I don't think anyways. No, 250. So look at the spread here, 50 cents. So, that's part of why it's a little difficult there. What did you say just happened?
No, like Intel, I was just talking about Intel, okay, possibly being a short of 29.20 if it pops the upside, and then it just made a move to the downside. It was just flat on the day. Now it's down almost a full %. So some early selling in Intel, quickly adjusting my plans because this will set it up for a fade off of the pre-market highs. So 28.80. So scratch 29.25 at least for now. 28.80 is going to be a level for me. And just very quickly, I forgot about Pinterest. Pins, daily chart, 26.50 has been a monster level on the daily. It tried breaking yesterday. It ends up closing just beneath that price after fading a double top. I'll be shorting the 26.50 and then taking a shot shorting off of that high of the day. It needs to clear these highs, but big resistance on the daily chart. Just feels like I'm shorting a lot of pops today. If the market goes up before we get the Fed, it's going to be an interesting morning, that's for sure.
Yeah, in the same way. Oh, God, you're on the clock. Okay, good. We're almost on the clock here with only 10 seconds to go. I don't know. I guess we'll watch Tesla off the open. Here we go, man. Less than 10 to go before we get this Wednesday, December 14th, ready to go. It's Justin. It's 3, it's 2, and it's 1. All righty then. The market is open, and thank you once again for joining us here at Trader TV Live. You can see the market.
Instantly. We got to ring the register. We got 256. That moved to the downside in Intel. Apparently, Microsoft tanked as well and gave me that 256 entry. So pretty good fill there. Able to get some out already at 157.5 as we try to trend toward that upside. So interesting move to the downside on a couple of tech names there, but already starting to come back in here. Don't want to look that gift horse in the mouth. Make sure we took some out there. It's all on my 15-minute chart, believe it or not. Oh, Tesla making a bounce.
Here we go. We're long now. Nice little bounce. Nice little upside move here in Softy. We just take that 258 clean bounce right now off that level. I still have the TQQs up. Let's see if Microsoft can go right now. Nice move to the upside. I think it's worth taking something out for 30 cents and then hold the rest and see if we can't moon here again today. New position alert as well. Coinbase is now in, so we do have that one on the short side right now. 39.80 short side for Coinbase, long side for Softy. So this day has started off. Let's see if we can't get this going even more.
Yeah, exactly. That's starting to come in. I did get Pinterest as well. That was the other short. So when I said this, I mean Coinbase as well. I'm going to check on Silvergate in a second, but Pins comes right up to that 26.50, fills me at 45, and then starting to hold. So I want to make sure I'm getting some bids out there as this tries to come back in. I talked about Mullen. I didn't mention this IMMX. It was another small cap. That's making a bit of a rally. It broke $2. I had a short while we had that. We had our sponsor on there, but I was like, yeah, that $2 is a big level, and I was short 95s in front of it. Now $2 holding to the upside. Looks like that's going to be a good one. But the shorts that just came in, starting to come in, I should say. Ooh, that was a bad pun.
Yeah, that wasn't great, but it was okay. Yeah, nice little win there for Softy. We're 2 for 2 already today, and like I said, man, just keep it as simple as you possibly can. We picked out on 2 names, both names we talked about, and both names we liked them. Nice move. There's Coinbase again, guys. Chicken dinner winner right there. Microsoft also starting to go. So these are 2 nice names for us. Coinbase, we like that 40 level, man. So there it is. It came into play again there for us on Coinbase, and we just hit that pretty good. Now it's making a move down. We'll get another piece out at like 39. I mean, maybe 39 flat. Why not? This is what happens when you take shares. You know, you have the ability to get in and out. It is a risky trade, but down goes Coinbase right there. We're almost at our daily goal here off of 1-2 trades. Microsoft also, that's only 70 cents in the money right now as well. Let's take that out there. And there it is. Let's go, man. We're 2 for 2. Oh, man, I might not even want to take vacation, but we got to. Tomorrow's a vacation day for me, but I still may be here. Let's see what happens. Nice move there for Microsoft and for Coinbase. Man, trading is easy.
Yeah, I was just able. I just rang registers again. Like the market's actually coming back to the upside. So taking some shares out of pins, as it went right to 26.10 there. 45 short, took some out 25, took some out at 10s. If it doesn't break 26 at all, this still has a chance to rally. There was an upgrade on the stock yesterday. Is one of the things I should say. I took some out of Coinbase in front of that 39 even as well. Now we're 2.5 in Softy. Just gonna let it ride, man. Like there's some upside resistance, I think potentially on Microsoft, but. You know, that's more in that 261 half range at this point. Brendo?
Big mover out of the gate here. Plug Power, guys. Up on this note, it would appear UBS initiating coverage with a buy rating and a $26 price target for this. Plug up 8.8%, just for the record. It's at $15.50 right now for Plug.
Yeah, I like that Plug. Plug's been getting, has been hit pretty good though recently, that's for sure. Look, if you guys are looking for trade ideas, I mean, Microsoft long at 258. We literally, I mean, it's right here, right now, and that's $1.30 now in the money. There's not going to be many people that are going to put out these kind of numbers every day for you. So please check it out on the sticky note. I really, putting that work in, and hopefully it's working out for you as well there on the upside. That's going to be a big trade there. Coinbase, good thing. I mean, good thing you ring the register at some point. You got to take these names out. So we got a 39 bid on Coinbase. So yeah, it's not good that it's going back upside, but it's also not horrible either. So let's see what Coinbase wants to do right now. It seems like it's tracking to that 41. We do have another offer up there. So if we do get that, I mean, look at this market rip. It's been a huge morning here today. Microsoft has just been, I mean, that 258 was like, boom. Let's see what happens now at 260, guys. Big trade there. Pretty happy with it, needless to say. So yeah, that's that. What else is coming in? What's Tesla doing? That's a
160.
160.
Right now, Tesla's just kind of chilling at 160.
Yeah.
Look, it held 158 at the open. I just got out of Coinbase. Coinbase broke that 40 quarter, so I'm gonzo out of Coinbase. Like I said, if it gets above that 40 and holds above, there's no way I'm going to fight it. But Delta is coming. Delta got real close. I tried to get that 35, the short in front of 35. It went to 34. It looks like 34.75, and I'm sitting there at 78 and didn't get a fill. So I want to try to get this, and I might have to pay into the 60s to be able to get the short on Delta. So a bit unfortunate there because I did miss out on that one. Tesla, it was at 158 level. That's that line in the sand. You had to be sitting in it at the open if you wanted to long off of that price. As it comes back to the downside, I'll give it a chance to bounce in front. If it bounces off 58, that's $500 billion in market cap, give or take a little bit there. And if Coinbase is going up, the other name that I was looking for the fade in hasn't gotten to $20, but has gotten very close to that, and that's Silvergate up here. So Silvergate making a churn up into that 20 range. It's a wide range, 50s to 20s on a $20 stock. So I want to make sure I give it some room to run and give me that fill in front of $20 on Silvergate. I'm out of Coinbase, but still looking for Silvergate short.
So we should be, I mean, we must be one of the only real orders around here on Coinbase. I'm waiting at 40.70. The high of that move, 40.69 for Coinbase. So hopefully it comes back up there and we'll be able to get that one more time. Thank you so much, Chill Vibes, for your nice comments there about the trades and the sticky note and whatnot. Means a lot for sure. Microsoft, we're just going to wait out for that one. What is going to the downside, man? That's really more important right here. AMD has started a downside move early. We thought, shoot, I got to clean that up. But a downside move early for AMD, and now it's back. That's going to be hard for me to look at until we see that. So it just bounced off yesterday's support. So, we sort of thought that might happen there for Softy. It didn't. It went to 256, which Neil had, which was great. We punched the top of Microsoft, which is just an absolute monster there right now on AMD, on Microsoft. So that's going to be a good trade for me, man, today. Tesla's still doing nothing at 160. All the other names that I'm looking at aren't doing anything. Microsoft, CCL, we can have a quick look again. But, I mean, I'm in the... it's not doing anything right now. For what stock?
So I was just getting 26.20s on Pinterest, short 26.45, and then it immediately stopped, and then it just stopped me out. So gonna take the tight stop on pins off that high. I do want to re-engage this one if we can see it. Why am I long Moderna? Give me a break, Moderna. Of course, when I thought I was on the offer up there and wanted to have a stop to cover myself above 198, I didn't have my offer out of Moderna. So Moderna does go to 198, which I should be short up here and not trying long. So I'm gonna get on the offer now. A lot of times I'll have my stop in place. I'm like, okay, I wanna go short if it gets to that price. And then if I don't actually put the order out there, I end up in a long position that I'm just gonna get out of instantly. So Moderna popping along with the market. I want two swings at this. As I said, the first one off this 97 half day, 98 area, and then I'll take another shot at 20. Moderna's been churning yesterday, but a little bit of a pullback. I'm looking at Microsoft here, and it's running into some chop at 259.20. I'm not at the point that I want to put a trailing stop on it, but that could come pretty quickly as well.
All right, we're short here on Tesla, but I mean, the market is absolutely ripping, so we got to watch out for that. We weren't obviously expecting the market to do this, but we're short now. Tesla, I'm going to be short this name, guys, until tomorrow, until this breaks from yesterday, this 163. I'm going to watch out for that. We're now short Tesla into this move, so we're short 160.70, so we're basically flat on this for now as it's starting to rip to the upside, though, so maybe not flat for a bit here as Microsoft, obviously $1.30 in the money, and we're going to watch out for Tesla. I still think it can come back to that 160 area for sure. We're holding this right now 50 cents against us here for TSLA. Watching out for that 163. We will average in around 162, but man, for right now, this name is getting going for sure. Average taken on Coinbase. I didn't wait for that 70, so I took a 58, and now you're seeing this name come back in. We're now flat on Coinbase on the reload, so let's take a piece out if we can. Well, we can if it comes down to us at 40 flat, and then we'll see about that moving down in now for Coinbase, as the only long that we have is Microsoft, short Coinbase, short Tesla, and that's what I'm dealing with right now.
Yeah, and I did get into Delta there. It couldn't breach 34.50, I should say, so I did jump into it southbound of that. But the other name I was looking to short to pop was SoFi, of course. I'll put this in the middle so you guys can see it. SoFi got up to 475, close enough to 480. So now that it's coming back in, I'm going to look to start getting a position in between 70 and 75, giving it to that 480 price. Again, just looking to fade this. There was no dip for me to be able to get the short that I wanted, but I was able to catch, like I said, Delta just now. So Delta kind of curling. It's not 35. I wish I could have had 35, but you know, at the open, if you're looking to short a pop and there's no pop, well, then you kind of know how that's going to work out for you. Going to get some out in front of 34 here as that comes to the downside. After what I saw with UAL yesterday, it was just so weak. I didn't really think that we'd be able to hold positivity on Delta. So if Delta gets back down to 33, I'll be all out of it. Looking for some reload chances there. Still haven't gotten any Silvergate. I'm now on the offer, $19.60. I want some more if it gets up to $20. Just letting this one sort of come to me. And Microsoft still running into some resistance up at that 260 level. You know, the market just rejected 2,000, 12,000 on the NASDAQ. That's exactly the kind of level you could see a little bit of a turn, and I'm going to put my trail on now for Softy. There's always breaks to be had or even dips back into 57, maybe even 58.
Yeah, well, it could go down to 58 for sure. That's where we're at right now. We're still watching Tesla. Tesla just tried. We just went back to flat on that name before it going back to the downside one more time. So, back to the upside right here as we wait on Tesla, hoping that this can fall back down. We do have a higher take right now for that. So if it does come higher into 162.50, we're going to watch out for that. But here it comes, trying to make that move back down. This is where we're short right now at 160.70. We do have some levels here. You know, that's 160 flat, 159, down into there, 158.60 has been the bottom today. We are actually, I guess I could cancel my push lower through 158 because we got that higher offer right there. Too bad we waited a little bit more for that, but that's okay. Let's see if it can come down. I am going to take a piece out at 159 if we're lucky enough to get that. So that's a level that I'm looking at right now for that name. Coinbase not doing anything, and we can start to look. I know, dangerous. Yeah, Tesla is dangerous to short. I realize that. But you know, I like the trade. I like where it's at right now. The NASDAQ is bouncing, though, to the upside and not really pulling back. So I don't, you know, I'm here in case it's a short for Tesla. But, you know, we have our 163 in target. And I'm with everybody that's talking about this being a dangerous position. I don't think it's the safest one, that's for sure. But I don't know if that was a call for Brendan, was it?
I don't think.
No.
I don't think it was. I just got another. Was it? Brendan?
What's going on over there, boys? Yeah, it's okay.
Hi. I was going to mention Moderna here, guys. Just taking out pre-market highs. Big volume spike there as we got back to 201 for mRNA trying to get going again.
So I was just about to say, I'm getting some more. I just got into Silvergate and I got into SoFi. So just adding to my SoFi position. I didn't realize we had a call for Brendan there. Apologies. Silvergate gets to $20. I'll probably kaputs on this thing. I just wanted to give it a shot. I now have a trailing stop over there on Softy at about 258.5. And as we start to come in here, and when come in, I mean reject 12,000 on the NASDAQ, I'm looking right over at you, Intel. Like that initial move to the downside kind of shocked me, so I wasn't really prepared to get it. Now I'm looking for the return short beneath that pre-market high, which I'll have to start. I think it looks like I'm going to have to start in the 60s. That's maybe the best price we're going to be able to get up here. And that IMMX is still, like, it's still going. Like, since that $2 move, yeah, it actually got up to 230 here. So this one looking to trend a little bit to the upside. I think as long as it's above $2, it's got a shot to get back to 250. So watch out for that small cap name. It is on my radar as well.
So this is why, guys, we're doing damage on individual names. Coinbase, big time winner today for me now, as we just took out a 40 right there on Coinbase. Tesla now finally in the money as we come back into 160 and bounce off 160. Let's see if that is the bouncing spot for that one. And then, of course, Microsoft. We're 3 for 3, all pretty nice trades right now. So, I mean, we're just kind of chilling, as you can see, waiting for something to happen and letting the market come to us. I mean, that's really the difference here. Let the market come to you and trade it appropriately, right? So here we go. Here it comes down for Tesla. I'm actually going to put a 159.70 or so bid right there, see if we can take $1. This is what we did yesterday, but now we'll see if we can hold it. There goes Tesla. Hopefully, tried to break 160. Let's go. Danger is my middle name, I guess, with Tesla. But you know what? It's trading pretty fine. It's only a $160 name, so it's not like out of line for craziness. I mean, I think that Tesla gets a little bit of a bad rap sometimes because where it came from. People thinking $1,000 name, $900, things like that. When it comes back in, it's a little bit better. I don't really like this break here of 160 though. I thought it would have broke with a little more vigor there. So I don't know. It bounced at 159.80 right there. I'm at 159.70 to make that clean dollars. So let's see if Tesla can come back in. I mean, this could be a losing position, man. It's in the money, $1 there. Didn't fill, so whatever. We're going to wait to see if the market does fade. We just need to see, now the market's bumping, so there goes Tesla bouncing off that 160 right now. So there it is. Come on. Yes, sir. Let's go. There's $1 on Tesla right now. So daily goal reached, and we still have more to come, man. $1 in the money on Microsoft, $1 on Tesla, 40 cents on Coinbase.
Yeah, and here comes pins off that high. It cannot seem to get through 26.80 for now, but this is a monster breakout price. I'm going to have it on that break. Like I said, it needs to clear out that top on the daily before we get this. It'll be the second long position. The market's going to the upside, and I'm looking for names that I do like into that long, and there's just not a heck of a lot. As a matter of fact, I was just looking at the chip names, and if you're looking at AMD or NVIDIA, both of those have been relatively weak, specifically looking at NVIDIA down 1%, rejecting the 200 period as we speak. 200 period on the daily at $180, and NVIDIA has just blown through that and holding below. So I'm in Intel. I just added to Intel, as a matter of fact, after seeing that weakness, but I got to look over at NVIDIA beneath that 180 as well, as both head to the downside.
Guys, right now, Tesla just $3 in the money. I don't know, Neil, something just like that market, you got shorts, good. This just cracked right down to 158. This is a $3 winner now for Tesla. This is $1 plus now for Coinbase right now. Like, I mean, some of these trades that have just come in recently, man, like I said, can't believe I have to take a day off tomorrow, but it's a nice move to the downside. I've committed something with my kids, but nice little move to the downside right now here. Coinbase just crank lower. This has just been such a great day, man. Thanks so much. Thank you, TH, for the calls. You're nice. Thanks, John, as well in the chat there. Thanks everybody, man. Thanks so much, Deadly Body Man. Should have said that maybe. Thank you so much for Lone Sophos. Thank you for everything right now, guys. But the damage is not done. I mean, I think we can go lower on a lot of these spots. So, I mean, there goes Tesla right back in to yesterday's level. See, this is where I take $3 and then I look back like I did yesterday and say, why did we get out? Because it dropped $10 more. But right now, Tesla is, yes, sir, let's go. Like, you guys want to talk about trade ideas. I mean, this is exactly what we have on here. We have written on here 161 short for Tesla, right? So that's the trade. 158 long for Microsoft. That's the trade. And then Coinbase, 40 short. I mean, these are all the trades that we have on board right now, guys. It's 3 for 3 to start the day. And yeah, man, we told you, stay specific with the stocks. And this is what, possibly can happen. You get El Fuego right now. I feel like Lionel Messi sitting here.
Is it Lionel or Lionel? I don't know. I always say it wrong. That move to the downside, you'll see I'm only in shorts now because I trailed out of Microsoft, ended up taking over $2 on it, but I want to still look back to this stock to be able to get back into the long side. It's up almost 1%. If we break 12,000 on the NASDAQ, I think this is the place that I want to be. I didn't like a lot of longs today, but this was certainly going to be one of them. So either we get a dip back down into that 56, maybe even into that pre-market high, Otherwise, like I said, it's just going to be these short positions. I did jump into NVIDIA. I just mentioned that 180 level on the daily chart being the 200-period moving average. Bit of a frog in my throat. I apologize for that. So I have 179.5 in here. I'm on the bid in front of 79 even. I'll probably take some out in front of 178 as well. SoFi as well has been holding. I haven't taken anything out of that yet, but it's getting close to me on the bid. Delta's checking up here at 34. I think it's poised to make another leg to the downside and then break all the way down to 33. So as the market was just showing signs of strength there, it's emboldening when the shorts hold up into that market move, but now we're just going the other way. And there's the 158 break to the downside on Tesla. So it's finally broken that level, 158, now beneath $500 billion in market cap. I don't like even dollar breaks recently on Tesla. Since the split, I haven't done very well on them, but I want to see us holding beneath there for me to look for the short. That was going to be my litmus test. I didn't get the long because it happened right at the open, but that 158 now being breached.
Yeah, exactly. And we're just tweeting that out right now. You can follow me. And that's why, guys, I went and put up some lemon with honey in there. So that's been working out pretty good for me. But yeah, that's not a bad idea to go get some of that. 39.10 right now coming in for our boy Coinbase right now. Let's see if we can get a lower bid on that one. Tesla, yeah, nice little $2 in the money, $3 in the money for now. I don't know where we're going to go. I mean, the fact that the market's hanging out and Tesla's going to the downside leads me to believe that we probably have a decent looking trade right now. Make sure to follow me at tradertv.live. And I'll promise to stop yelling because it's just better for my throat. What's up, Brendo?
DocuSign again today, guys, having a nice day after 2 or 3 in a row now coming off their report. Nice looking daily chart. This thing's gone amazing. 42 up to almost $60 now. 3% again today for Docu.
Holy shit! Look
so
at
there goes,
Softy.
yeah, there goes Pins. Pins just broke 80s. Looks like 2680. So it's through the high on the daily chart. So I'm back into the long side of the trade. Once they're above that resistance, we'll see how far it goes. We'll take some on the front of 27 because, quite frankly, it's a round number. Pretty much always going to do that when you see overhead resistance. As a scalp trader, you're going to take some out in front of it. Tesla, I'm glad I didn't jump into that sort of blindly at that 158 because you've got a bit of a wick bottom through that 158. It's trying to make a bounce. So if it survives this bounce, I'd at least be looking for some longs. If it cannot consolidate here, break down below, then I'll look for the short here. Microsoft still showing signs of strength. Could be taking out that top at 260. We might not get another chance at a dip buy here, but as long as we're beneath 12,000, I'm holding out for the fact that we should be able to see a bit of a dip.
Yeah, and I forgot too, we had Microsoft on the sticky note as well, that long at 258. So again, we've hit our day goal here, just off these 3 trades, and they're pretty good. And I don't feel any ways about getting out of really any of these. I mean, we could get out at 260 on Softy if we wanted to, but again, like I feel like it's a strong name today. Needless to say, it's up 1% against a market only up 0.27. So I like this trade. Let's see if it can continue to work out for us here. Microsoft, there it is, man. $2 now in the money. Couple chicken dinner winners here for you guys today. I mean, forget about chicken. Try something else today. Try lobster. There it is, a nice move to the upside here, if you like it. Scallops, obviously very nice as well. But there we go, Fahad. This is for you, guy. Nice little win there. $2 in the money for this one. $3 in the money. I'm going to call all the big wins are called Fahad trades. So here's another one for you, Fahad. $3 in the money on Tesla, $2 in the money on Microsoft, and a Fahad dollar right here on Coinbase. So we're going 3 for 3 here today. And honestly, they just keep on getting better. I mean, Microsoft just keeps on going to the upside. Like the net is growing. Tesla, it keeps going down. So $3, $2, $1. We got the trifecta on board here, Neil. So far, so good here today.
IMMX just took out the high of the day, but it's got a wick top on it. That's that small cap. That 250 was the top. It went to 52. You kind of know the drill, what I usually look for here, which is a failed break of the high and then short the first consolidation beneath it. I'm pretty sure I paid for locate, so I should not get rejected if I try to grab this short. The longer it holds beneath 250, the better chance you have it at that move. Give me a break. I know I paid for locates. Don't tell me that I didn't. So I'm going to try to get some here in the mid-40s to that short side. And again, this is one of these trades where I know exactly where I'm wrong, and it's going to be a break of the high of the day. I missed the $2 move because it happened pretty much right at the open. You were able to get that $2. You had to be really quick to the punch, and I was looking at some of the big cat names at that moment. But I am now in the IMMX. If you're still long this, look, it's a great trending stock to the upside. I just always look for that risk about 5 to 10, see if it pulls back into 220, 230 or so into the downside. High of the day at 252.
All right, guys, what do you guys want? What do you want me to look at here? Meta short. Yeah, we can look at Meta short, but I don't really want to go short Meta right now. So we'll look at it right now. Again, Tesla is breaking back below 158 and trying to hold lower. So far so good on that name. Let's look at Meta short. Again, Microsoft is going to take 260, so I don't really, for me, I don't really feel like I need to get out of this trade. Like I said, we're 3-2-1 right now in the money, so I feel like it's fine to hold out to some of these. Meta is weak, so good call on that one. Whoever was talking about shorts there for sure. Meta looks like it could be the one. They're bouncing off this 120.50, which of course is VWAP 121, 121.50 to the upside. Yeah, I mean, I'm not in love with this as much as I am the other ones. So yeah, maybe some more work to do on that. Did Tesla just bounce off of yesterday's bottom again? Yes, it did. So it just bounced off of 157.50. I think I'm going to put an order there and just get out of this one. We're in the money now, $3. That's probably worth taking. The market is a funny thing, as you guys know. And with Powell, I mean, we could hold this for Powell. I mean, that could be fine. But I feel like the market's going to move a little bit more after that. There's 260. We talked about holding out for Microsoft to get to this 260 level. It just did. So maybe there is a trade there for Microsoft as well. Just getting out at 260 and then trying to buy the dips. But I don't think there's really too much dip buying action here on Softy. So this is probably worth holding. Tesla's come right back in. I don't really want to overthink this stuff here. So yeah, Amazon long maybe. Yeah, I don't really know.
Amazon at 93 still.
Yeah, 93 is a good trade there. But yeah, so far so good, man. Like I said, we're almost up more today than we were yesterday. It's 9:55, so try to stay conservative here. We do have some big trades coming, hopefully at 2 p.m. So the last Fed day was one of my best days of the year, so I'm excited to see when that one comes through.
Yeah, I was just sort of saying Amazon 93 because I know yesterday 93 was a level I liked on Amazon. So if I'm looking for something new, I don't mind revisiting prices. This has only gone sideways. So the market goes up here, tries to take 12,000, and Amazon can't get through 93. That just tells me if we don't crack 12,000, Amazon should be shorted in front of the 93 level. I'm going to get some offers out. I know exactly where I'll be wrong in that case, and I always like taking trades, starting with where am I going to be wrong. I got one fill on IMMX there. And I got it's about it was 238 that I got a fill to the downside. And I'm going to get some more out as it gets down toward VWAP, and hopefully it can get all the way toward VWAP on a bit of a retracement. So that one looks like it's going to come in for me. Delta's not doing a heck of a lot here, unfortunately. So it's right at that 34, kind of looking for that next leg to the downside. I'm hesitant to add to the position while the market's still with the potential for a breakout. Like I look at the ES trying to take out afternoon or late afternoon highs and the NASDAQ trying to take 12,000. That's a bad place to be shorting at the bottom. So I'm not going to be adding to any Delta here. I'm backing off, adding on Intel unless we get a little bit higher. And then Tesla just seems like it wants to.
It's going higher.
Yeah, it just wants to hold that 158. So, you're not really getting that breakdown of that $500 billion level, I suppose, for lack of a better term. So every time it bounces off that, it gives me more reasons to just be jamming into that long in front of it. But I keep waiting for it to hold below and break the channel so I can short it at the bottom, and Tesla doesn't want to go.
Yeah, Tesla. Yeah, we talked about that bouncing off yesterday's bottom. So, I mean, that was probably a mistake not taking that out. But, I mean, Microsoft is really, for me, the trade, man. I mean, we talked about that a little bit and where it's going today. That's why it's on the stick. That's why it's the number one name on there for today in coming in. Well, I mean, the number one name on here, we have Tesla as the short, but Microsoft is right there with SoFi as well. We'll have to look at SoFi again. But look, I mean, this is a 258 break off the open. We don't normally take it, but there it is right there. It's an absolute destruction move to the upside there. $3 now. It's funny because we were just $3 in the money on Tesla and didn't take it, and now we're $3 in the money on Softy. Will we take it is the question. So yeah, I mean, you're coming into a decent spot right here, 261. 261 looks like it could could be an area. So, it's a huge move up. We do have Fed coming today. The market's still rallying. So, why bother to even get out of any of this? Looks like we're going to get a chance again. Tesla on this market rally. Wow. We did get some Coinbase out back upside there because, again, we're not going to. I've actually made the most money on Coinbase because I have the most outs on Coinbase. Microsoft will be my #1 stock, but for now, it still is Coinbase. Let's see if this wants to come back up and take down 41. I'm still here for that. But I don't know, man. You guys tell me what I should do about Microsoft. Take the 61s? It's a huge move here to the upside that I think it can withstand this. I think it can go. The NASDAQ is above 12,000 now. So, we're breaking out. Ever since, again, I've been doing this for a while, obviously, but, holding some of these trades, getting a lot better. We still have a third of this on, but there's a little bit of a wick top at 260. So 261, I think that's going to be a good out for us as Tesla coming back in a little bit.
Yeah, Tesla, it feels like if we're above 12,000, that one should be a little bit stronger than it is. And I'm not seeing a heck of a lot of strength when I look over at it. I'm glad I wasn't adding to Delta there. But Intel's still churning as the market holds kind of above 12,000. It's 3 points above 12,000. That's not a heck of a lot. But Intel now getting back toward that pre-market high. It has yet to break it. Afternoon resistance was also at 2880, 2882 to be technical. That's where my stop is going to be. It's off that high. I'm resisting adding to it because we're at that 12,000 level. So at this point, I want to see us get back beneath 12,000, and then I would be adding to the Intel short. Otherwise, I just want to be very cautious with that. I didn't get too much more of Silvergate up there in front of that 20 level. It got up to 1975, and I was able to add to this just a little bit there at about 1970, but it's still holding VWAP and still kind of upward trending, up 4% Silvergate. So I have to respect the fact it's trying to bounce. Maybe get some out in front of VWAP this time and just take a little bit. So SoFi, it's at that 75 level, but I hate to tell you, it bounced down to 46. 465. I was at 66, didn't catch the bid, and it's right back up testing toward those highs. So I might have got greedy with SoFi here, trying to take a little bit more than I should have. And then here comes Amazon 93s. That was the one level I did like on Amazon, and we're right back here at that 93 level. So if 93 breaks, I know I'm going to be out of Amazon.
All right, we're getting close, man. I keep canceling orders, putting them back, doing all this stuff on Microsoft because I really don't know what I want to do. But I'm looking at that 260, 60 area or so. I think that's good enough for me if we can get that back up there. I was literally just there, and I could have got the fill, and I pulled it thinking we could top out a little bit higher. But it didn't happen. So right now, Microsoft still $2. Tesla did retrace back in now, so that's still $2 in the money as well for Tesla. So I don't know, man. I'm torn here on what to do with some of these positions, guys. I feel like Tesla bouncing off that whatever level we're talking about here, 158, might be something as we battled around there. So this could be a take for me, but I like that 157.50 as a possible out as well. But all right, that time I know I heard Brendo. So let's go over to Brendan at the big desk.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. They're having their biggest sale of the year. 40% off. Check them out. Link on screen there for Chart Prime. Here we go. A green board to show you so far today. 0.46 for the S&P, 0.43 there for the Dow. Small cap struggling a little bit. We are seeing most of the strength coming from the 100, the NASDAQ 100 versus the composite, a little bit of relative strength coming through. If you joined us pre-market, we talked about a whole bunch of things, including Tesla on that Goldman note, the latest to come out with a bit of a negative note, suggesting that not only is demand slowing, but inventories are rising. They cut their price target this morning for Tesla, SoFi, Microsoft as well, up on a minor note this morning, investing in some battery technology coming out of Silicon Valley. There's Moderna back to 1.5%. We're struggling, though, at pre-market highs, guys, for mRNA.
Oh, I was just about to go over because Moderna put a wick high off that pre-market high. So I was in at the 198. Again, I always try to have a tight stop on Moderna. I know it can move big, and I want to make sure at that open you're not getting too far out of pocket. So yeah, will wick top and a bit of a lower high here in Moderna. I'm still sort of favoring looking for the fade in it, but the longer we hold above 12,000, I'm glad I didn't add to Intel because it looks like it wants to take out the top with the overall market. Amazon's still holding that 93 at least for now, but I still want to favor Moderna for that short. Now that you have a wick top through pre-market highs, I would engage this one. I mean, I'd like to get closer to 201. I don't know if I actually get the 201 level. If we can catch it, fantastic. I don't want to mean to ignore IMMX here. It's gliding back down toward VWAP. It hasn't gotten there yet. I got some fills there at 33 and then over there at 37. I'm looking for the 20s. I want to be all out if this thing gets back to $2, but $2 is a bit of a long way away from here. SoFi has now attempted to break the channel. It just got to 480. So it looks like we'll have to get out of SoFi. 480 was my line in the sand there. And again, I like 480, and then I'll go gauge it again at $5. I didn't get the dip buy on SoFi, like the one day I don't catch it. But here comes Tesla. This time I am taking the long off that pre-market low. Just looking for that scalp trade. It's given it a couple of times. It's also that random $500 billion valuation level as well.
$500 billion there. Yeah, no, SoFi's funny name there. We talked about that with Anthony Noto. I was like, so what? He's buying more shares. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, so what?
So far down. Like, I mean, of course he's buying more shares.
You got a great
wants
price.
to support, yeah, exactly. He wants to support the company. And that's good for him. And I shout out to that whenever CEO buys more shares in their company. It should be a good thing. Okay, Microsoft, look, I'm pretty happy with Microsoft today, needless to say, but we are getting near a level that, you know, maybe we get some out here and buy out all of it at 260.60. If we bounce back up, that's where I'm sitting. So if we can get a 20-cent bump here on Softy, let's get that out and then just be done with that name, to be honest with you. So that's what I'm going to be trying to do with Softy. Right now, it's a nice move up. I mean, if it continues to go, then we can trade it again, right? I mean, we're not bound to not get back in, but it's a nice move up for for Microsoft, and then the opposite right now for Tesla is that's right back down near not pre-market, but days low at 158 and bouncing around there as well. Our Coinbase has retraced nicely to the backside as well. It just went to 39.70, still waiting for lower move on that one. Maybe our Microsoft is had its day now, and maybe that is the run there in Microsoft. Check out quickly on AMD. I haven't looked at that because I've just been focused on the other ones, and I have to clean these up. But it looks like you are topping out here. Maybe I'll call up AMD on another chart quickly here for us so I can see this 1-minute chart a little bit better. We are topping out at 71.70 here. This is an E-signal chart. We don't have those wicks, but 72 high. I don't know. I'm very cautious of trading this name here. Okay, it looks like, we did get so that's it right there. We'll close out our Microsoft trade for the trade of the day for me. 258 long there on Softy just comes out right now at 57, like we said. So good out for me on Softy, and we probably should have taken that 58 again there on Tesla. So back and forth, back down to 58. Let's just put our bid there, hang up our hat here on Tesla, finish the day with a great trade on that, and then we'll be back, hopefully be back on this name as the day goes along. But yeah, let's just make sure that we get out of everything. It's a nice win for Microsoft as it comes back up to the upside, and then Tesla, we got to take advantage of that 58, and then that'll be it, man. And then we'll just channel our inner Arun, sit on our hands a bit, and make sure that we can find the right levels on the right stocks.
Yeah, so we'll do this one. I'll ring the register on Tesla, but I gotta show you Amazon. I like that 93, but once you're above it, it's like forget about it. Just take the hit, right? Like it's worth risking. I felt it was worth risking 25 to 30 cents, depending on what slippage would end up being there. You can't always know. Oddly enough, a bit of a spread sometimes in Amazon, more than like 2 or 3 cents at times when I look at it, which for a $100 stock is a bit abnormal. But I rang the register on Tesla there. How many times we're going to bounce off 158 before I just want to take the scalp trade? And so I think it's still a weak stock, don't get me wrong, but it's holding that random level. And until it starts churning beneath it, I don't think I want to be digging into the shorts. I keep meaning to get that T. So at some point I'm going to get up and get some honey and tea for myself. But 160 I want to get out of Tesla if it can get there. Pins is right back up toward that top, but it's more Intel that's, oh, wait a minute. Never mind. Intel just got there. So Intel just took out the top. It was away from the level I liked when I sat down. So I was saying 29.25 to you guys when I sat down, and then it broke channel to the downside, so I looked for the short beneath it. You're going to take the hit on that sometime. But if the market does carry us further, I am still looking to short the original level on Intel, which would be around that 29.20 level. I'm just going to give it some time to get there. So I still have 2 longs right now. Maybe not the 2 that I anticipated having gone out of Microsoft there. But I'll get back to that IMMX, which is cruising to the downside when we come from Brendan at the desk.
Seeing some of the streaming names popping up here. Warner Brothers, WBD, one of them, Comcast as well, CMCSA, up on a little bit of a volume spike back to 11.15 here. Nothing significant that I can see anyways on these, but a little bit of relative strength for streaming stocks today.
Okay. You know what? Scrap that noise. Let's go. Let's try to make some real money here, man. Let's not, let's not just scalp out Tesla here. Let's see if it does want to take down 158 again. The market is. Let's see if it's made a high. I mean, we've held the short in Tesla through all of this and been banking it. So I mean, to get out now would seem a little bit foolish to me, anyways, because the market is starting to pull down here. But at the same time, I do respect the fact that it's bounced off 58 a bunch of times. Down here, it's, came back, came up, came back again, back one more time, and now trying to make it. I just wonder if the market really does kind of go collapsey here a little bit. Where does this name go? I mean, Tesla yesterday was back down there at 157, yesterday's bottom. If you could see, that's yesterday's bottom, 157 flat. So I feel like we can get to that again. And then that's really the move that I'm holding out for, is if we do get a 157 flush there, where is this going to go from there? Then do we get to that 150 marker? I don't think it happens today unless Fed surprises us a little bit. I'm not expecting a huge move, but here we go, man. Right back in now, back to that 158 and looking like there it is. It looks like it wants to take it, but it may not. It may not. Like, this is another level here. We're $3 in the money. Look, we're the $3 gang, man. We took that on Microsoft, and it looks like we're going to have an opportunity. We do have an opportunity right now to take it again on Tesla, but there it goes, man. Like, my scalping mentality tells me that, like, it keeps bouncing here off of these levels. So it just keeps bouncing off 158. It seems like a dangerous level to be waiting around for. But at the same time, if this market does pull back, like I said, I want to be here to make a little bit of money on this. So it's been a good trade. We dumped it yesterday. Let's just hold out for Microsoft. We're already at our goal for today. On Tesla. We could be infinitely higher if it collapses, and if it goes back up and we wind up getting out here. Like, I might just get out at this 160, 160. Like, if it goes all the way back to the top, I know that we want to look at 163 for a top on Tesla because of yesterday right there, 163. But I mean, the way this name is moving feels a little bit foolish, to not get it out if it does retrace all the way back up. Like, that means the market's either blasting or all of a sudden this caught a big pocket of strength. So I'm gonna wait for the latter kind of here on this and just see where we go for Tesla.
Tesla, yeah. And you know what? At that level, I was just about. I just got my tea, obviously, but I was just about to get some out. Reload on that Tesla at 158 and then thought better of it. If the market is screaming to the upside, like that went $1, that's all it went, I don't need to reload. I'll just hang on to what I have. I did jump into this consolidation short on mRNA and I just realized it's like, no, the high's at 202.5. And that's more risk than I want. So I'm not adding to Moderna here. I'm going to give it a pretty tight stop because I think I don't have a fantastic price to be shorting it at that price. So if it comes down, I'll take 200s and I'll take VWAP, but I don't like the entry point that I have, and I don't need to be stubborn about it. So I'm not going to be stubborn at all with that Moderna trade. It's still, when I look at the daily, it's still above that 197, so still in the midst of a breakout on the daily. So any shorts, I think I want to be cautious, as I was saying. Going back to Pinterest, I wanted to show you the daily chart here as well. Still in the midst of this breakout. So I tried the short 2650 on pins beneath that pre-market level. It then since broke out, reversed into the long. Once we're breaking this, we're right back up at that high of the day where I'm trimming some. Again, if it doesn't break 27, that's that obvious even dollar area that you're not making a move very far away from this 25.5, 26, or 26.5 area if you can't break 27. So I need this to crack 27 for it to be a much bigger winner than what we have on right now. So far, so good on the reversal long, but pins needs to follow through. It's been such a big level, I would have expected to run a little bit better than it has so far. So no adding on pins for me. IMMX is in cruise mode here. So when that got through 250, it was just a typical wick high. It came all the way into VWAP. I still have a little bit on here in case it gets all the way back down into $2, but it's cracked VWAP at 220. So as far as I'm concerned, like, this one cannot turn into a loser. We'll give it the gates of hell for now, but remember, still upward trending to a certain extent. And if it takes out the high in the afternoon, you might see me later on getting long this stock on a high day, on a high of the day break. But for now, the short has worked.
All right, Carvana, we talked about getting into that one as well. Carvana right now up pretty nicely. So we're shorting it. This is the area that we wanted it short, man, into 550 right here, 550, 560. So now we're short Carvana at 43s right now. Microsoft still at the same level that we were at before. But as you can see, Carvana is making a pretty sweet move to that upside. It just went to 30. Let's put a bid down there. If we can, we'll take 10 cents on the first piece, and then we'll see if we can get a 31 or so right here on Carvana. But there it is. We short the pop right there. Like I said, man, I'll trade micro cap stocks, large cap, whatever is moving, and we pick on Carvana right now as it's been a huge runner lately, or not, maybe not a runner, but a mover, I would say, lately. And I'm going to look at, honestly, 580, 570, 560 as our next couple levels. Hopefully we don't get up there because we already have the short, but hey, if we do, we'll do well, right? We'll make lemonade out of lemons, and we'll go short again up here at 570. So we're now in the money, 7 pennies on it. Not huge. I am bidding though, just in case you wanted to know, at there, right there. I mean, again, there it is, man. Carvana, nice little out there. We only got out of 10% at 36 for 8 cents. Again, 8 cents on a $5 stock. I'll take that right now as we just keep on topping up sort of the day that we've been having here today. So thank you everybody for watching. And this is my new position here that I'm worried about. Not worried. It's Carvana right now to the short side.
This RNA, I'm not saying it's going to halt, but I mean, obviously the way it's moving now, 55% of the upside, it's broken 16, it's broken the 200 period. It's at the next level on the daily, which is 17 even. It's starting to get pretty parabolic. I'm actually surprised that it hasn't moved into a halt. I think it's going to halt if it gets to $18, at least in the next couple of minutes here. So I'm not going to be breaking or taking this break $1 away. If you have it here and don't want to get caught in a potential halt trade, just be cautious because it is in that sort of ballpark where it could. If it pulls back in, I'm looking at that $16 level, which was big on the daily, to be some resistance that we can make it take a shot at. Delta, this is the one I didn't go over. It's now trying to come back to the upside. So the market's strong, or at least trying to be a little bit strong here. And Delta putting in a little bit of a lower high. I've resisted adding to this position. Now at VWAP here, it's going to start making some sense. I haven't done anything but shorted at 34, just beneath 34.40. Now I'm looking at that 34.30 here. The second it consolidates and tries to curl off here, that's where I'd be looking to add to that Delta position to the short side.
All right, we took another piece out at 38 there on Carvana because it did go back upside a little bit. Our Tesla's come back in, which is nice for that. But here's Carvana and here's Coinbase. So I've got 3 shorts on Carvana, Coinbase, and Tesla. Normally it's the A's. It's like Amazon, Apple, AMD that we have on. Today we're picking on some C names right here with Coinbase. As it's not doing much. I want to try one more short up here, then get out if it breaks 41. So that's kind of my plan of action there for Coinbase. I'm waiting at 40.75. So if that does come back up, we will get that short in on Coinbase. So that's going to be a level of concern for me, is 40.80 or so. And it's just because that's how high we went up. So we'll see if we can short the top and then get out at 41 again there for Coinbase. Not again, but if it rips up, this again is, well, Microsoft's my #1 stock because we cleared out of that one. We'll see if Tesla can. I mean, Tesla's bouncing again back up to that 160 level. So that could be some sort of an area of concern for me, but not really for that. And then that's that's about that, man. AMD, people still talking about AMD. Peloton short versus 12, I just saw. What's up, Trader Gorno talking about Peloton is at $12 again right now. So that's a good one. Oh, Carvana. Oh, I did have a 45. Okay. I didn't realize I had a 45 fill there. So we did just take some more shares there in CVNA. So there's a new fill for me. Carvana right now, nice fill at 45. Let's put some more bids at 40. I actually forgot that we had that there. So if it comes back down to 40, we'll take some more out.
So just, you're going to see me out of that Tesla scalp off the bottom at 158. This is not, I know it's going to be purple, but I had to take profit a little bit higher than I saw it reject VWAP there, so I manually punched out. So it kind of codes it as a short because I had a sell order up here at 159.50. So I'm now out of Tesla. If we get another shot at that low of the day, I think it's probably worth another scalp trade off the bottom. But until it happens, I'll walk away from Tesla. Just, I was probably too cautious going along. I only took it the second time off 58. The first time it wicked bottom through that low, it did give you a much better rebound trade. But if you take it the second or the third time on a level, I always say you shouldn't like it as much because everybody's looking at the exact same thing and they're seeing that level hold. More longs in front, more stops to potentially get run, more people on the offer as it goes to the way to the upside, and it can have just a few more people trapped in it. So I always want to take either less shares or hold for less of a move each time you see it. And the next time will be the third time it tests that bottom, which is not always a charm, by the way. So now out of that long, no longs except for, well, I still have Pinterest in there. And Softy, at least, it's still, I'm actually still bidding the 59s. I'm going to go ahead and back away from those ones. Only got to 56 off the open and did get that trail out, which I usually throw that trail, and it's like 12,000 ended up holding, as a matter of fact, like right after. That was my chance to jump back in at 59. Not going to be anchored to that price anymore. At this point, I'm looking at that previous opening range high, 259.50, which is right around VWAP on my 3-minute. I think that's going to be the next chance for any potential dip in Microsoft.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping Microsoft does a dip as well. Microsoft is my #1 stock today and the #1 stock on the sticky note from 258 long. Our first couple outs, though, one was 258.40, the other one was 258.70 or so, and then we got it out right here, and it's barcoding levels. So I kind of like that play, getting out there, watching out for that 261. I don't want the short, though, in this name, so I think we got to be careful with it. I'm not going to be shorting Microsoft by any chance right there. So Carvana's come back in a little bit. It went to touch 50, almost touched 60. I was waiting at 69 there for that fill, so we don't have any high side fills there on Carvana. Like I said, I actually got double filled. I didn't. So part of, there's Coinbase, by the way. What happened to Coinbase? Oh, Coinbase just went up. Oh, okay. So Coinbase right there will fail on that last bit. We're still up on it. We were holding a very, very small amount. We averaged it back in. And then Coinbase, I was like, what just came out of the account? Coinbase just came out of the account right there. So, okay, loser on the last bit. Flush ourselves down. Still positive on Coinbase and still really like that stock. But hey, if it wants to go up to the upside, we're going to be there for that and make sure that we get out. Okay, there goes Carvana. We just got a 40 fill. Sorry, what did I just get there? 42 fill. Oh, I put a bid at 42 because we got that 45. That's what it was. Okay, so I am at 40. Yes, let's go. Big trade alert right now for Carvana. I know it doesn't seem like that, but it's only a $5 name. So, if this can move out, man, and we could take a dime on it, something like that, I'll be pretty happy with Carvana. We're at the day's high despite losing that Coinbase trade, which is what kind of screwed me up right there. So, yeah, so far so good here as we go, man. It's been a good day. We're now on Carvana. I'm off a Coinbase, we're on Carvana, and we're on Tesla right now. So we've got 2 shorts in board. I see another short right now. SoFi coming up to my level of 5. This is another sticky note name that we wrote on there. And I was like, let's see $5 today on SoFi. Looks like it's just been a straight move to the upside right now. 490 coming into play for SoFi. Let's watch that level.
Yeah, great buy and single like. I like 2 levels on SoFi. I was looking at the 5. It didn't get there. It's at 490, by the way, so it's pretty close. I was going to talk about Mullen first, and I want to jump to Mullen because I'm going to cancel my dip buy. I mean, I'm not going to see 21.50, and if I do, you got bigger fish to fry at that point, another 10% down. But that 23, that key 23 price, it's right back in here and looking like it wants to consolidate. So on the 15-minute, I do like this level. It's yesterday's high. If it's going to consolidate somewhere and continue to 25, this would be said level. Tesla, looks like it was a good out on Tesla. because we're right back testing. Well, not there yet, but we're back to testing that 158 level, 2-set downside. So I think scalping it out was going to make some sense. Mullen, it's a penny stock. It's done 100 million shares. And if it can even get back up to 24, 25, that's the move that I'm looking for. Like a retracement back into the high takes them out there. And then if it gets to 25, I think I'd be perfectly happy seeing even that gain.
Yeah, so I just screwed up. I mean, I didn't screw up. Everything's fine. Carvana's been a nice little win for us right there, but it did just dip down there. I'm just getting these out. I want to hold. So we still have half of the trade on. So I still have half of the trade on, despite scalping this out for basically 9 pennies here at 36, 37. Here we go. Okay, so we just got another piece out. It just keeps on dipping here down, and like our last fill was what, 35 there. So we just got a 35 fill. So make sure that you don't have to, I mean, again, this is a scalping trade. I still think it falls at least a VWAP here, so I'm going to try to hold the rest. I am bidding at 30, though, for Carvana. So if Carvana does come down to 30, that's my next bid. And then after that, we'll see if we can hold. And then at that point, we'll have 40% left. We have 50, well, right now we have 45% left. Again, it's going to be a little bit odd because it's only $5 name, so the share size is slightly different. But here it comes right now. Let's see if Carvana wants to hit that 530 spot. So far, so good on that trade. And Tesla, once again, $3 in the money, but it needs to break. Let's see what it's going to do here at 158. So far, so good here, man. We are going to throw it to Brendan as we are at the highest spot we've been at all day. I hope you guys are as well. What's up, Brendo?
Hey guys, Small Cap brought to you by Masterworks. They let you diversify your portfolio with fine art without spending millions. To date, 6 of 7 Masterworks exits have delivered over a 20% return. Check out masterworks.art/tradertv.live to learn more. A bit of a quiet day overall as far as small caps are concerned. There are a few making big moves. This one just sneaking in. RNA a little bit higher price. Crazy range on this, as Neil was discussing. 15 was just that pivot from the pre-market that I was watching, was the bottom end of that last support area, and then 16 the top end of that last support area. So gave you a quick move to the downside. That was $1 to the downside, and then $1 on the high side as well. Got out of the rest of that short to take the long. So, I mean, any kind of pullback worth a visit on this. It's actually not that small a float on RNA, but acting like definitely a small float. Plug Power about a mid cap, but we'll talk about it. 8% here, nice pullback to 15 on that initiation at a buy. A couple of positive analyst notes over the past couple of days on this one. Just starting to work anyways, back to the upside for Plug Power, 8.5% now. And then there was this IMMX, we waited till it failed at the high there, 250 the level on the daily chart. But back below 220 starts to get interesting here, volume dying off as well for IMMX, starting to work back downside, guys.
So I'll be the first to say, like, I know I said that RNA felt like it was going to halt.
There's a huge level on Tesla.
Yeah, if it broke out, I thought it was going to halt. It obviously didn't halt when it broke 18. Sometimes I don't understand the halt bands. I reloaded Delta here in the last consolidation, right in the middle at 34.30. I'll get somewhere around in front of 34. But this Tesla 158, it's an interesting line in the sand. Like every time it comes down here, it's been a pretty solid scalp bounce trade off the bottoms. This time I want to see it. Like I said, it's a third time down here. I wanted to test a little bit lower before I were to take that trade. And I still maintain the notion that beneath that price, I'd be looking for a consolidation 58, then break that channel to the downside, hold beneath that 500 billion market cap, and then look for like a trend short. But until it does, it just keeps bouncing off this over and over. I just want to be very cautious if I'm going to get back into this one, into the long side of the trade. I have one last leg on IMMX here because it got down to 210. If it breaks $2, I don't know where the bottom could be. Pre-market lows at 175, that's as good as any. But at this point, I'm just kind of holding out for that pre-market low or a $2 break and then see where it kind of terminates there. So short out that high, I'm going to adjust my stop. I don't want to accidentally get a reversal long. But yeah, that 250 was basically just a wick high off pre-market levels and an even dollar, kind of a significant even level, that 250 as well. So Delta, IMMX, and SI I'm still in to the short side. That's managed to not stop me out yet. It's up 4% today, so showing some strength on this crypto name, but hasn't given me any more re-entries off the highs and hasn't really broken channel to the bottom. So I'm going to hold out. If it breaks 19, I like 18. That was yesterday's low, but for now, still showing some signs of strength here in this crypto name at least.
All right, I just want to give a big shout out to my guy, Alan from SneakerCon. What's up, Alan, man? Thanks for everything you did when you were here, man. SneakerCon was a blast in Toronto. So congratulations with all the success there. And I'm going to say this for you as well, man. Let's go Tesla. We're right here trying to break back down below 158 right now. I mean, this is like 10 times the charm right here. I mean, do we just get out at these levels? Maybe. I mean, 158 has come in so many times now, and it's just bouncing off. Like, and, you know, it finally gets down to 158, and what does the market do? No, we'll go back up. Like, if the market just went down to this 12,000 level, I mean, I'm short, so obviously this is kind of what I want to happen. But, you know, if the market does just test a little bit, I'd be super nervous about where Tesla would be if we did crack anywhere lower than where we are right now on the market. So, I feel pretty strongly that this is going to break, at least to some of those downsides right now. So I like the trade here for Tesla. So let's see if it can hold it. I don't mind a reload here where VWAP and all that stuff is, but at the same time, because we're bouncing so much off 158, it just makes sense to me that it's going to hold. Like, if the futures stay up here, this is really just a futures game right now for Tesla. We have the short. The short is right. I'm convinced of that. It's just, will we be right on the short? Because, you know, it's bouncing off this 158 over and over and over again. If we don't get the market here, then, you know, at some point, you keep banging your head on something. Eventually, you know, it's going to break. That hasn't happened. It doesn't have the momentum with the market. So if it's not going to go down, Tesla's going to go up. And I don't think it's going to barcode like this. I need this NASDAQ to test that 12,000. You know what's happening instead? It's back to day's damn high right now. So, I mean, like, how could Tesla continue to be so weak and the market's at the day's high, right? So this is something that I'm battling with right now. I have many more inner demons than Tesla, but right now, this is the one. And I'm in the money, $3, and I'm here talking like this. So let's see if it does have a lower move. We are pennies away, and by that, yo, let's just get some more out on Carvana. I mean, I'm waiting for 31s. Let's just take... I was just going to take a 32. Like, we're already in the money, 13 pennies here. It's been a great trade. It's exactly what we waited for. We waited for all of these trades today, and they're all really paying off. So, I mean, patience really has been helping. All right, here we go, Tesla.
How many times are going to bounce off this? It's ridiculous.
It's your time to shine, Playboy. Let's get down below 158 and see if we can make a little bit more cash today. As Carvana is breaking now 30, that's going to be a big trade. Again, shout out to you, Alan. Alan messaged me, said he trailed me on that Carvana as well. So good trade there. I hope you guys did that.
Yeah, speaking of trails, I'm going to probably slap a trail on this IMMX just for the last of it. Like 225 here looks like it's going to be a bit of a level as it tries to pop back up. I'm not going to add to this position. I just want to slap a trail. Mullen's still holding 23 cents. I don't want it breaking that one, or we're going to have to get out of that. And then I just want to, I want to come back over to Moderna. I don't want to forget about mRNA. It's right back up at these. You guys can see it. There we go. So tight stops on the way up, just kind of what I was doing over there in IMMX, and you're looking for the bigger retracement. And I'm waiting for it to get to yesterday's high. That was that big level. It was shy of 210 on Moderna, and it was right up here at 208 that it made the curl. It just ticked up to 207.75. So that's going to be, it's very, very close to yesterday's high. I'm putting in a bit of a curl. So I am going to take on another shot at Moderna off of yesterday's high here. And it's really just more about risk management. Yes, okay, if you're long the stock at any point, fantastic. But the way I was able to make the money on this one yesterday was waiting for those specific levels and then just sort of taking off of those tops. And if you get burned, you get burned. That's going to be par for the course. It's just a matter of controlling those losses and then making sure you hold on to your winners when they do come in. So I am into Moderna, up 5%. What a huge banger this was yesterday if you were long. And I find myself, again, just sort of taking my pot shots and looking for the VWAP retracement.
Yeah, we're taking serious shots, man. Ain't no pot shots right on this trade right now. Fail for Tesla down to 157. It finally is happening. We break down to 157 right now. $4.
Oh Oh my God.
$4 now in the money as we have a level right here for Tesla at 157. Adios. I was just telling you guys about how I like the short at that 158. If it were to break, it broke. Market doing exactly what we thought. How does $5 sound right now? Let's go. How does Carvana sound right now? Let's go. We are now at 1.5 times daily goal off this Carvana trade. So we're going to go one. I mean, look at the trades today. Coinbase, 1 for 1. Carvana, 2 for 2. Microsoft with the trade of the day. Maybe Tesla will be. Tesla, Microsoft, nice one. Tesla, let's go. We're hitting them today. That's only 4 names we've been in, guys. 4 for 4, ringing the register here on Tesla is a possibility down to 157. This is yesterday's bottom, right? So, you know, we're down here right now. This is what we waited for all day, literally all day. We had this trade at 940, and now you're breaking down lower right now on Tesla through 157. So, again, if it bounces, this is the problem now. If we bounce, where do we get out? Because, you know, we've already absorbed that 158. We're going to get out at 157.50. If this breaks back above 157.50, let's get out, put those $3 in our pocket, and really just move on from that. So 157.50, we get what we want here on Tesla today. Congratulations to everybody. Congratulations if you checked out the sticky note. And I just hope you check it. Well, there won't be one tomorrow or Friday, but definitely check it out on Monday when I'm back. Arun and Neil will have something special for you tomorrow as well, I'm sure. But there it is, 157 breaking. We're going to get out at 157.50. The damage is done. We've made our money. Now we're just waiting to see if it gets down a little bit more. 157.50 is my out. I'm going to regret this, mark my words. But hey, I got to take this profit when it's there. It's a big day today.
Yeah, for me, I'm looking for entry points into Tesla beneath that 158 level. So it just put that fresh bottom in. We're now holding beneath it. I just entered into it. I was long in that 158. Now we're looking for that short trade. It's already 12. It's 10:30, which means we're kind of overdue for this. It's going to be our crypto update with Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, positive day so far, as we were mentioning in the pre-market if you joined us, for not only Bitcoin, but crypto across the board. I'll show you in a second here. Interesting headline coming out after what we learned yesterday from Binance. Remember the CEO coming out saying that outflows increasing 24-hour period was $3 billion. And then he came out and said this, warning staff of turbulent times ahead. So he also said, business as usual on Monday when outflows were around that 1 billion mark as well. So yeah, more to come possibly, but nevertheless, here's Bitcoin on an hourly chart taking out 18,000 this morning and then some, trying to hold even higher now for BTC. Nice look over the past couple of days back to the upside. Speaking of Binance, shout out to them for this. Positive so far today, 1.6 there, 18,058 currently, about 1%. For Ethereum, back to 1,340 for ETH. Rest of this board kind of choppy. Polkadot with a nice move, 1.5. Everything else back and forth, guys, for crypto today.
Back and forth, now check it. That was a song back in the day that I remember. So I just got a Tesla and realized, of course, my default was a little bit off. So if I want to be able to hold on to this move, I trimmed some in front of 157. I want to have the ability to add shares at 158. Because that's the key price. And I had 157.5, my initial entry price. So able to trim some just for a scalp trade in there, and then we'll see what can happen next. If it does continue to trend down, there's no key levels. I don't really have any key levels until you start seeing round numbers like 156, 155. And then if you know what were to hit the fan, I guess you could see a 150. I'm not really thinking it's going to be that big of a move because it's a Fed day. Right, so whenever I see a Fed day, I kind of limit myself to how big some of these trend moves can be. But I wanted some room to be able to add to this back at that 158 level. So we'll go ahead and do that if Tesla wants to come back to us. Pinterest just came back to me back at that 26.50 area. So it tried to get to the top. I took some out each time it got to that $27 or shy of 27. Now it's pulling right back into the big level on the daily, which is 26.5. If it cannot hold this now, it's probably got the same fate as the rest of the market, which is stuck in the range. Unfortunately enough, that'll be like that 26 to 27. And then in the middle, it's worthy to add if we're going to trend up there at the high of the day and then look for it to continue to go. But if it can't hold the midway point, you're probably headed all the way back to the bottom, which I do not want to be holding all the way back to the bottom on Pinterest. Just not my style nor my cup of tea. I keep looking for Microsoft to dip. And quite frankly, Microsoft don't want to dip. I keep looking at 259.5. It doesn't want to come back into VWAP here. We're still above 12,000 in the NASDAQ, and above 12,000 on the NASDAQ means I still want to be long in Microsoft. I've just been cautious getting back into it. If we bounce again off 12,000, I might just have to take a break of the high of the day or take it where it lies. So Softy, still looking for opportunities to get back into this one. I was into it a little bit early and then had my trail out. A couple of ways. You could have taken it either way and you get about the same move. But this is easily the strongest stock that I'm seeing in terms of big cap tech. I haven't really looked at Apple a heck of a lot today. But it's going to load up Apple. But Apple just failed a break of the afternoon range. At least yesterday in the afternoon, just failed that. So it is looking like it wants to trend back in. That's why I'm being cautious with Microsoft as this market tries to reclaim that 12,000 level on the NASDAQ. I look at some of the other big tech and they look pretty weak. So I don't want to jump in front of Microsoft. I think we could be pulling back in the market here. Only pins to the long side is all I got.
All right, I'm going to take a one. We got out of Tesla there. So Tesla broke back above 157. We got out, so now we're back in. So I'm taking this short now, breaking back down below 157. Oh. So there it is. We got out. We already take the profit on the out, and now we're back in. I just wanted to, I didn't know we'd come back here. I thought maybe we would rip back up to yesterday's level. We got out at 157.50 as we discussed, but guess what? We're right back in. Maybe we can make 50 cents or more on this trade to begin with right now, and then hold the last piece. So here we go. Nice little downside move. Now breaking through 157. We're reloaded. Where are those graphics? We're reloaded to the downside right now. Here it comes. Let's go. Let's go. Nice reload, man. We're making more on this now again here, but we got to go down. Let's see 156.50 right now coming through, hopefully for us on this name. So there it goes. Nice little downside pressure now for Tesla, breaking through 157, but it just held 157. So let's wait to see now where we go as it breaks back above the long side. I feel like now we'll get out. If this takes 158, I'm going to get out of this because, again, we don't have the same amount of shares. We can afford a little bit of a hit on this if it does go back up to the upside. But there goes 157. We already took that out once there for 350. Let's see where we can go now on Tesla. Like I said, man, a win is a win, and it looks like we might be in another one right now. So there it is. Let's see 157 breaker on that. If it breaks back above 158, then we'll get out. But we are trying to take some profits now. If it gets to 156.50, I'm sort of in scalp mode. We're just kind of like putting that icing on the cake right now here. So Tesla down. We've already taken the damage. Now let's put on our scalping hat as it's 10:40, getting close to the middle of the day here on a Fed day. That's never like a recipe for a huge amount of success. But, you know, Tesla, we like the short. We're in it. We can afford to lose $1 on a small piece here. We're just playing this for momentum. Let's see if it can break down. We'll get out of some at 56.50 if we can. And then we'll hold the rest for maybe that 150, like that hero play to the downside. I don't think we'll get 150, but even if we get 155, I think that'll be a great move from here today. So, yeah, we've been favoring short Tesla. We're banking out on it as well. Tesla and Carvana, the only two trades I have right now.
Yeah, look, I'm still in Silvergate, but that stock's $18 is my target for it. If it goes back up to 20 or close to it, I'll get it. Someone asked, did I get Intel short at 29? It was actually 29.25 that I liked on Intel. So it never quite got there. It got to 29.12, and I just barely missed entering into it. I was actually, if I double check, I was offering 15s. I'm no longer offering 29.15. I'll probably adjust that and try to get a little bit more aggressive. I have a bid in Tesla, and if it can get back, it was 10 cents away from me. I was going to talk Moderna. Now I have to talk about Tesla because I was on the bid at 156.50 just there, and it bounced right off of 60s and then right back to 157, which was pointed out to me just now in the chat. That's your 50 period on the weekly, or I think actually check that. I'm pretty sure someone said the monthly was that level on Tesla. So if it's that key and there's that much buying coming into it at that level, then I want to take another leg out here because that just tells me that you have a chance to maybe bounce back up and re-grab the 158 as we're scalping back and forth in that. But it was Moderna that I was just trying to talk about when Tesla distracted me. It did make that top break. I got out of it, and it got to 210 precisely before pulling back in. It's going to make another run at the high of the day. I'm looking for a failed break of 210 to short this one. I only want to take these shots at it with relatively tight stops. But at this point, I feel like it's going to break that 210 level. You don't come all this way to just kind of sit there and then hold it on a dime. So I'm looking for a break and then a retracement off that 210 before I would short it again. Now let's go to Brendan. I believe it is Sector Watch.
Positive as well. Look at the tech group, though. It's software names that are leading right now. Hardware equipment makers over here, semiconductors down here. Some nice gains once again. SEDG among the leaders here. Enphase down there as well. 1.3, 2.9 for the clean energy related semiconductors. 1.8 for Qualcomm. AVGO earnings earlier this week. Back to 2% as well in positive territory. There's Delta we talked about a little bit. Some of the airlines catching a bit off of that move from Delta. Just noticing this, energy stocks all week today, even with crude up about 1.5%. So APA down 2.3, Halliburton, Oxy 1.8, 2%. But yeah, oil higher, energy downside. Real estate, utilities then, and communication stocks in focus as well a little bit. That's CHTR. They announced they're going to spend $5.5 billion on internet upgrades going into next year. So 11% downside for them. I mentioned these guys. Warner Brothers there, tough to see, but Warner Brothers having a nice day. Almost 3% at the highs for WBD, guys.
All right. Yeah, thanks for that, guys. Yeah, if you ever hear, I was wondering, as I was like listening, I was like, why don't I hear Brendan's voice? I was like, okay, but good call on that one. Thanks, guys, for that. All right. I took another out there on Carvana at 31 there. You know, I mean, we got some great outs, and we got 24s and 25s, or maybe it's only 25. Let me just double check that so you guys know. Yeah, my best fill is 25. So we actually have a 20. One of these is a 26 and one's a 25. So right back into VWAP right there, looking to see if it can break. But now we're getting, you know, I know just because I was talking with Alan there from SneakerCon, and I know that he was telling me that he's trailing some of these trades of mine. So just to give you guys an update out, like I'm out now of, that last fill actually put me in a spot where I only have 25% left right now of this Carvana move, right? So I know sometimes when you guys are trading options and things like that, you know, you need bigger moves than this, and I hope that there is one, but you know, for scalping, that's what I do, obviously, and it's working out quite nicely there for Carvana. Again, you know, to take out, we're short 45. We got 25. That's 20 cents on $5, you know. So it's a good little return there. So that's a nice trade for me on Carvana. The other trade that we're waiting on right now is Tesla. Tesla broke through 157. I was like, yeah, let's take the short. It did go as low as 62. I was waiting at 52. So hopefully 52 will come back in right now for for Tesla, and we'll watch out for that. So here it comes, still in this name. It's 1044. I mean, honestly, the damage that we did on Microsoft, I know it's about to break 261. This is my number one stock today. Well, Tesla is, but that's position pending. So right now, Microsoft, still $3 winner there on Microsoft, $3 winner. Well, this is only $2.50 on Tesla today. We've had some good bangers, and then this little one on Carvana. And then Coin has been really good, but we did get stopped out on that one bump. You can see where Coinbase is now. We did get stopped out on that. But again, this is an 80 out at 41, 25 cents. Just this first take right there is 60 cents. So good wins today on Coinbase, and looks like we're doing it again right now on Tesla, as it just touched again 60s, I believe, or close.
It's a double bottom, really.
Close enough to it. Let's hope for a break.
Yeah, it's a double bottom from yesterday, I should say. It's not a double bottom today. That's a double bottom from yesterday that is trying to hold as well at that level. So like, I think if it takes it out here, you can see 155. I just don't know how much further we'll be able to get. I'm still glued to Moderna because if you're looking for like a wick top break of 210 and then jump in if it fails that level, well, then I have to be on this level too, because it's a pretty quick trade when it happens. Oh, you complain about it. I was just saying I'm staring at this bloody thing, and now it's broken 210. So if it follows through, I'll just get away from it. But if it cannot manage to hold above, then I think it might have trapped it. Well, it definitely stopped out some people at 210. And then if it maybe traps some longs up there, I'd look for it to consolidate beneath that 210 break, which is ongoing right now. Doesn't look like it's going to be a snapback trade. Might have to look for a fail at that 210 and then a consolidation. Tesla off the bottom, so we'll continue to hold on to that. I think it's a last-ditch effort for pinchers, but the other name that just went up is SoFi. So SoFi getting to the upside here. Whoops, did I hit enter? There we go. SoFi getting to the upside. I'm still offering 95s. So the next level was at $5. I shorted off to 75 to 80, and now looking for, sticky key, what the hell is that? So I'm looking for that $5 move. It's up at 490. It's getting very close into this offer. I don't know what the hell. Heads up, narrator, keyboard changes, just whatever that is. I'm just going to hit X that out. I don't want anything crazy happening on my PC now. But $5 is that next level. I'm on the offer here. Going to get some once we clear 95 on SoFi. I might give it like a half cent above $5. We actually have a stop order which triggers on where when the midpoint actually triggers, so it could break, and then if I wait for a midpoint to print, it just means I want an actual print above the price of $5 and not just $5 clearing on the offer.
So we got a little carried away there. Tesla went right down to our level, and we pulled it thinking like, oh yeah, Tesla's going to go lower. And it stopped. So that was my level, 156.50. We didn't take a piece out there. We should have. I don't know if we should have or not. I mean, I'm going to do it this time anyways, because it looks like we should have, because it's retraced back up. Now, whether or not it's the right call or not is a completely different beast. So we're going to sit here and try to make the call long, to get out of our short, put some bids there near 50. Hopefully we can get that. It's completely on me, this one. Well, they all are, but it's just like I said 156.50. It went down to 156.35 there. And I thought it was going to crack. Like once it broke 156.50, I pulled it. Like when it was coming down, I was like, nah, let's go. I actually put it at 155.50, and now it looks like we might lose $1 on the last piece here, because I feel like now, I mean, it flushed. Like the volume wasn't that big there. So maybe it wasn't a flush, but I feel like when it took that, it was a big move down there. Like it was pretty aggressive, kind of like that same move that we saw right there happened again. And then a couple wick bottoms, including that big one down there at 35. So wish we would have had an order at that level, because right now we're not in trouble here, but it is come back to 158. We're going to get it out if it takes this level, man. I mean, we'll lose $1 on this last piece. It'll be fine for us overall. It sucks because we got greedy and we didn't take that out right there. So that's one thing there that, like I said, could eventually haunt, but won't haunt me that bad. This has been a big, huge day. We're green today. We're 4 for 4, so we're green, yeah. And like I said, it's been a good day. We're already up more today than we were up yesterday, so that's always sort of a good one. It's not a good test for me, but lets me know that, hey, I'm in the right spot here. I've traded the right names. We've made some good opportunity. And, as a prop trader, we get paid every month. So it doesn't really matter, day after day what your net is. But it is nice to stack right now. So there it is. We'll stack up some cash right here and watch to see what happens. Remember my out, 158, man. If that breaks, then we're gone. There's no way. Like, we don't want to give back, what we've already made on Tesla. Even though I still like the short, I'm kicking myself for not getting it out where I said I would. And that's going to be a mistake. But here comes 158. We're out when it takes that. That's the 50 period.
So someone was asking, is it a short on Moderna? And I was sort of saying, not yet, not yet. I wanted to see it make a push off of that 210 level, like one last push, and then reclaim 210, say to the downside, which is what happened. It just pushed up, got to 201, 210.82, so essentially 201, and then came right back in. So that was my entry point just there. When it reclaimed it, I was able to get some 85s. Look, VWAP is almost always a bit of a target there for me. I kind of look at 205 to 206 as an obvious area, but I'm going to put some respect on that 207 to 208 and take some out in front if it gets there. And the reality is, when you take it, when you take these shorts on a trending stock, whether it's a small cap or obviously Moderna is not a small cap or it's a bigger cap name. It's the same pattern that I'm looking for. You're going counter trend. So I want to make sure that I'm going to pay myself out if indeed it starts to work. It didn't get Intel, and I didn't get SoFi either. I was sort of talking about SoFi getting really close to 495. It broke 490, went all of a single penny to the upside, 2 cents, and stalled at 492 for now. But I'm still looking for the short in front of $5 on SoFi. Now up 11%. I don't know how many names up there that can show you that kind of strength, but SoFi has definitely been one of those. I'm still in my Tesla. I want to hang on to it just a little bit to give it some more room. It's still beneath that 185 level, 158 level, I should say. 185 would be insane if I was still short it, and it was at 185, I'd be crying right now, but it's still beneath that 158, so I want to give it a chance to continue to channel down. Hasn't really been moving too far after yesterday's low, but I still believe we could see 155 if we continue to trend to said downside. And now we go to Brendan to see what's going on with the world of the US dollar and other currencies too.
Hey guys, yeah, quiet so far on currency land today ahead of what is to come this afternoon. Obviously going to be very, very volatile though once we get this Fed decision coming up at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Here's a look at the US dollar right now. We mentioned over the past couple of days, took out that August low. We're now back towards June levels here now for the DXY. 103.7 today, down about 0.2. So positive for the most part on a lot of these, including the euro up 0.25%. 106.5 there. The Canadian dollar chopping around was positive initially. Back to negative territory now. British pound up 0.5%. Same story for the Swiss franc there. 0.57 in fact. 108.25. In that case, otherwise it's a wait and see. For this afternoon. Expect this to be volatile. We've seen not only the DXY, but Treasury yields make big moves down over the past couple of days. Expect them to be volatile this afternoon as well, guys.
This is 2 days in a row now, and maybe it's been 3 because I wasn't here on Monday, where we haven't really talked about any of the Chinese ADRs. And I feel like it used to be like every single day, and I was just looking over at NEO. I was like, is anything happening in any of these? And I didn't see anything I liked, so maybe these are going to be gonzo for the last little bit. Well, so look, I'm still in pins. It did end up bouncing off that 26.50, so it's still showing some signs of strength here as it tries to get to the upside. This needs to break 27, and I just keep on holding on to this, half of this position, looking for it to break that 27 and continue trending to the upside. With the market holding 12,000 and holding in positive territory, for now, I think that's a good thing, but keep in mind, when the Fed comes at 2 o'clock, it doesn't matter that this holds the low and is taking out the top and is at resistance on the daily, and I like the continuation if it breaks. If it doesn't break $27, by the time the 2 o'clock comes in, I'm just going to slap a trail on it regardless and just say I got to get out of this bad boy if it starts to come back in, wherever the range happens to be at 2 o'clock. But I am trying to hold on to this because it's such a key level on the daily, and it's the only long I still have on at this particular point. That's why I wanted to quickly just go over it. So we'll see what happens in pins. I think it's starting to run out of steam. I was just sort of joshing or joking about NIO. This $12, I just want this. It's not that I want the stock to go down, but $12 is a 50 period, and it's just sort of hanging around, lingering, double bottom. Just like Tesla has a double bottom, this has a double bottom at 12, and it just bounced off this. And I was like, man, if it would just break this level, that's an obvious trade that I'd like to take. But once again, there just isn't that real follow through on this particular name. So I'll be watching $12 on NEO just in case we get a big flush.
Yeah, we did get a little bit of a flush there on Tesla, back a little bit there. Not the flush that we wanted, but it is trying to make a move right now, back down through 157. It went as low as 156.80 there on, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more for you. Yeah, on that flush. So we did get a little bit lower, but not a heck of a lot lower, to be honest with you. We're still waiting at that 156.50. We're not going to step up on that one. We're going to wait to see if that comes through. And it is kind of a lesson. I saw someone say that you're learning lessons here every single day, right? And I mean, thanks for doing that. The one thing that I want people to do is, please hit the like button. 1.7K, man. Over 7,500 watching right now. See if we can get that up to 2.5K if you like some of these trades. If you've been following them, there goes Tesla. Let's go. And we get it, baby. Hit the like button for that one, for the hold there on Tesla as we get a piece out, and down goes Tesla. Down through 156. We still got this one on. Like we said, man, I mean, again, short, out, re-put the short on, take it out again, and now there's the move. Why couldn't that happen the first time? The first time it broke 156, I canceled my order, waiting for this move, but I was at 155.60. I went down another $1, thinking that it was Crash City, but right now, we're still in the name, so it's gonna be a good one. So happy that we're able to end the day at our highest spot here for you, and run 4 for 4 with multiple entries and things like that. So far so good here. I don't have a target for Tesla now. I'm just going to, the funny thing is I re-put an offer here to get short again at that 50 period, just below 158, but we missed it. I didn't think about that until after. So that was a missed opportunity. But right now, Tesla's going to the downside. I'm just going to cancel everything and just focus on this one, man. Carvana and Tesla, the ones I like.
Yeah, this IMMX, by the way, did get back up to the high of the day. This one got away from me. I missed an opportunity here. It got up to 245, the exact price that I was shorted originally, and then faded once again. So this has a chance. I said in the afternoon I might be looking at this for a top break, but until it breaks, I'm going to be still favoring the short side of the trade. Moderna just took out the top again. Moderna was my best stock yesterday. It'll be my worst stock today. Trying to limit the hits. I don't think I'm done with this at this level unless it really breaks away. Like, it would have to see 215 or 220 for me to break away from looking at that 210 level. I haven't looked at the daily chart. Well, I haven't shown you guys the daily chart here. It is off to the races. This is why I like 210, because 210 was a monster area of support previously. So until it breaks away from this and starts getting up into the 15s and 20s, I still believe it's at a significant enough level that you could see a $4 or $5, maybe even $10 retracement, and that's the kind of trade I'm looking for. So I'll continue to try to take hits of less than $1 initially. Sometimes it's a little bit more than that depending on slippage, but I'm still looking for that top over there in Moderna. But I did just, the opportunity cost was missing out on what might have been an easier short, which was IMMX up there at 245. I'll jump back over to this one off the high of the day as well. Tesla, 155 is a round number. That's the only reason I have the target there. There's nothing scientific about it. It's an options level. It's every $5 you catch a bit of a bid. Now that it's through the low of the day, I want to hold out for that. And Silvergate, it's just $18 that I want. So until you see $18 or a break of the high of the day, we're kind of stuck in the middle over there in SI. I'll just hit enter a second time so we can pull that one up. It's right at $19. I only really shorted it twice. This one, Coinbase broke out at 40, and I didn't jump back into that one. But I was really never challenged at the 20 level in Silvergate, fortunately, up 2%. It is worth noting the stock has been strong after breaking in the open, but I'm just looking for yesterday's low of the day here on Silvergate, and we're going to hang on until we get it.
Yeah, Tesla just made a bottom there at 155.80 there. So it did break back down below 156. I feel like this is going to be the right thing to do, is just sit here and hold this and then just see what happens next. I mean, that's the best trade for me today. Right now has just been on Tesla. We've really made a decent amount of money on this the last couple of days, so that's why we just go back to the well. I mean, even though, you know, Neil hasn't had the greatest luck on Moderna, it's made money yesterday. Like, you got to go and trade names that you're comfortable with and you understand some levels. So that's, you know, Tesla's not been something that I've really traded, but now that I'm seeing it, learning more about it, trading it, getting a feel for it, I feel like Tesla's going to be on my radar for quite a bit longer now moving forward. So yeah, still watching it, not watching really too much else. If you want to look, I mean, a name that we always trade is Amazon. That's up to $93. This really hasn't been doing much today. As you can see, pretty bar-coded right there. Check back in on Microsoft. It's still at the same, literally at the same level we got out. So, you know, that's been a good one there where we got out, not wasting our time at all on this.
SoFi still up.
SoFi
is still,
where is it?
It's 490 still.
I kind of want the short, but
like, it's the problem with SoFi is I don't want to get in too far away from $5, but if it never goes to $5, there's no second short to be had. So it's easy to want to jump over this and just say, yeah, I just started at 490. But another stock which is up, I just saw someone put it in the chat, and thank you for putting it in there. I think it was Brandon Walker just mentioned Meta at yesterday's high. So the market is trying to show signs of breaking out. I don't know if we get a breakout before the Fed, quite frankly. And if you don't see the market breaking the highs and you get a bit of a channel, then anything at support or resistance becomes in play. And then Meta up here at 123, I think that comes into play. It was the opening range top on Meta, one of the strongest moves off that CPI number. So if it can't crack yesterday's high, I would be favoring a scalp short at least. off Meta here. So thank you for pointing that one out. I haven't traded Meta today. I did trade Amazon once. I haven't traded any Apple either. It was really just Amazon and Microsoft I was looking at. But Meta deserves our attention here at 123. Oh, crap. It's already 11 o'clock.
It is. Thank you for all the likes, guys. 2K, let's see if we can get that going, especially 3K would be nice. The midday show guys deserve that at least. So let's get them at least 1,000 likes here for the midday. And yeah, I like that SoFi up against 5. That was a level that we put on the sticky note. We'll see if that comes through again here today. That level for SoFi, again, nice level, $5. We'll see if it comes through on Anthony Noto buying some more shares. So, all right, it's been a great show. Thank you so much for everybody watching. Thanks to all the chat. Man, a lot of great ideas there. Thanks for the support on these Tesla trades. Thanks for all the kind words for both Neil, myself, and Brendan. Thanks to Fahad. Thanks to Lucas. Thanks to everybody today, man, as we continue to give you what I think is the best show on the net. And you found it here on YouTube. So
net.
Make sure, anywhere, it doesn't matter, man. YouTube,
Anywhere,
Twitch, whatever you want. This is the best show. You've now found it. And make sure you stay tuned because we're about to go over to the midday show. And before any further ado, we're back at 1:45. Early today, so you guys get a little bit of a break as we're going to be back. We'll talk all about the Fed and our expectations, and we'll look at some levels, and then we'll see if Tesla's at 150 by then. But all right, for Neil, Brendan, I'm Sean, and these are the midday guys. Let's throw it over to Sharif and Luca.
What is going on, people? It is another big day on the market. I'm Sharif. This is Luca. We'll be taking you guys through the afternoon today. Lots in the hopper, Luca. I mean, we got the Fed coming out. We got all these mRNA stocks. Small cap crappers doing a whole bunch of things. Tesla has lost half its value since splitting. Jeez Louise, what's going on?
Man, it's definitely a crazy day. You know, super excited for today. I got my my casino hat on. I want to say my scalp hat on. And yeah, man, things are going well today. Having a great time. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying the show, doing well, staying profitable. And start off, I'll share a couple of my Tesla trades. I'm sure, I mean, a lot of you guys that are trading are looking at this name. It's 2 million shares traded pre-market, and at this point, 50 million shares. You know, lots of fun, lots of excitement. Running up to that 163 right off the morning. I think something to note here, which obviously we're far away, but 163.88 is the simple moving average on the weekly. So kind of using that level as overhead and thinking, you know, maybe we get there, maybe we peg to that level. Not really too sure what we're going to expect, kind of gauging the tape. Are we going to sell off? What's going to happen here? And, you know, thought the long would be good initially. Tried a little bit of a long, and let me just zoom. Tried a little bit of a long, thinking that, you know, maybe we would hold. There was a big order that took place over here on the offer, so somebody sold 1,500 lots, and we had the bounce initially. I thought we were good, and then we kind of failed, so I flipped short. Biggest mistake of the day for myself was putting in a stop order just above VWAP. I thought, yeah, if we flip back here, we could easily like run back up $1. I'm not going to hold that, so try to kind of manage that one. But so I kind of short there, added to the short. It looked good. It ripped up. It stopped me out. I think it went to here. So, I mean, maybe that was a good stop. But really, 161 should have been the stop there. And that was kind of my own mistake. Really didn't want to risk a point on it. And as soon as I was stopped out, kind of printed higher. And then you got that $2 flush to the downside. So at that point, I was super tilted and frustrated. But, you know, just kind of staying level-headed and saying lots of opportunity today, not really a big deal. Hit the short for a little bit of a scalp here. Scaled into this short thinking we were going to go to 156. We flipped around, so I instantly flipped long on this, slammed the long to the upside. Lots of VWAP sellers on Tesla today. I'm sure you guys were watching Sean trade this, right? You guys were watching Sean absolutely killing this. He's like, I think the short is good. I think we should be holding. And I'm kind of in the back there, like headphones in. I'm not really paying attention. And I'm like, is he talking about Tesla? And I just kind of tune in. I'm like, oh, we probably have, you know, maybe not the same trade. I'm sure I have a lot, maybe more scalps on it. But yeah, you know, as we started to fail, we finally went to the downside. And at this point, I'm flat. You know, no trades on board right now, just kind of chilling. Only traded Tesla today. Traded it pretty well. Didn't really have any losers. I think I sized pretty good. Probably could have sized a little bit better, but you know, I'll take the dub. I'll take the dub and you know, move forward, see what we get going today. Another idea that I'm watching, you know, Carvana, I don't think we get there. It's kind of flatline, but if we get, for whatever reason, to high a day, going into that 580 level that I mentioned from the past week or so, I really like that. So I paid for shorts on this one. We'll see if we get up there over 550 again and, you know, maybe get a little bit of a short going. But yeah, for now, just kind of chilling and enjoying myself. waiting for some levels to set up, and yeah, all is well.
There is a minimum of 3 mRNA, disease, life science companies, whatever you want to call them, genetic medicine, moving right now, in addition to mRNA. So mRNA got the group moving yesterday with that big catalyst about their study. But guys, have a look here at the side chart that we always bring in. I've got GRTS, which is a continuation play from yesterday, same thing as mRNA. We've got RNA, the stock RNA, not ribonucleic acid. And then WVE. This one is also the same thing, Wave Sciences, a Singapore-based clinical stage genetic medicines company engaged in delivering life-changing treatments for people battling devastating diseases using RNA technology. So this is the one that I chose to get into. It was showing up on my scanner, so obviously that's how I figured this one out. So I tried to get short here, and I didn't give myself enough room to the high side because, you know, it consolidates a little bit before it breaks down, and so I got stopped out. Then got back in 1 penny lower, and then boom goes the dynamite. There goes the flush. Scalp, 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 and then I'm out. I didn't want to wait for the break of 6, but it did take out 6 just moments ago. Now we're in the 597s, 599s. VWAP is at 587, so we might have a little bit of support around there. In fact, we also have this area of consolidation to the side here. That will be another area of added support. So if you're more long-minded or can't secure shorts on this one, this may be an area to enter for a bounce trade. I'm not going to take it personally. I'm more short inclined on this one, so I'm going to look for short setups. Also, I am interested in taking RNA short. In fact, the fact that it's going down now without me is already bugging me a little bit because I have to actually pay for shorts for this one. Where did I actually buy the shorts? I got them like at the high 20s. Now it's in the high 18s. So I've already missed a $2 move on this one. I'm going to wait for a better setup to get in here because it's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3 red minute candles deep, so I don't want to be shorting into that kind of move, Luca. I think I'm going to wait for something better to set up. But that's what I'm looking at today, guys. These mRNA stocks, these stocks are using mRNA and RNA technology. They're all the hype right now, based on the catalyst yesterday from Moderna.
Yeah, definitely exciting, and I'm not Just to speak quickly about this one, RNA absolutely going insane this morning. And, if the person watching from yesterday who says, why does Luca think every trade is absolutely insane? Because it's exciting, man, because trading's exciting, and never really know what to expect. But, yeah, maybe I overuse that a little bit, and I just noticed myself using that there. But, yeah, 1650, I almost want to say that, where the volume picked up here, hopefully you guys can see it. Let me just drag this to have it. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, the volume here. At these stocks. Prad won't look at them at all.
Well,
he hates them.
You know what it is? There's opportunity everywhere, right? You just have to understand and classify the trade. Obviously, if you're trading Tesla, it's a different trade, compared to an RNA trade. With this, I caught this late. I saw this up at 1750, and I sort of saw this like this, right? So I'm like, this kind of looks very strong, and it broke that 1750. We already kind of moved so much, but for some reason, it just wasn't printing below 1750 for maybe 10 seconds. And I'm like, do I punch long here and kind of forever hold my peace if this thing flushes down 50 cents and who knows where it goes, or are we going to 20? I guess we went to 21, so I should have punched long there, but missed it. But I think the biggest tell was this thing kind of really not doing too much, and then out of nowhere you get the volume kind of move to the upside, holding trend, and I think the real, not to say trend reversal, but hold on to that long until it actually breaks trend, because something like this, who knows where it goes, right? It could stop at 21, it could stop at 25, it could stop at 23, it could stop, maybe it doesn't stop, right? So I think a good gauge for this is looking at the daily. It's obviously come all the way up to 21. You're probably running into resistance. I almost want to say 2050 going into 2150 is now, resistance. So this kind of general area right over here. I don't think these are free shorts, if I'm not mistaken. They're probably not free shorts. Oh, they are free shorts. Okay, so yeah, maybe I'll dabble. If we get back up to that 2050 area, I will have a look there and see. But the volume kind of died down now, so maybe any pops are good to fade. But again, up 70%, I'm cautious. I'm watching the high. If we get there, do we just run the high? So it'll be a reactionary trade if we get there, but that's also on my radar as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at Moderna right now, looking at the daily chart, trying to figure out where we can find a possible top on mRNA, or at least an area from which to retrace a little bit, because look at this move, guys. Look, the low yesterday was 164.50. We are now trading at 213. So that's a big, big move. You know, we've got 2 green candles in a row right here, and especially look at this monster green candle from yesterday. A bit of a top right there, but we've already broken above yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 208.52. We broke through that way long ago there. So now the high of day today is 212.98, so 213 essentially. 225 seems to be the next upside resistance area, and I'm just, you know, actually now that I've zoomed in on the chart, I don't even think that that's accurate. Let me look over here, and I'm going to say 228.50 is going to be the, no, that's not it either. Okay. Yeah, this one here, 222. So 222 even. We have a red candle on, what day was this? This was January 13th. Wow. Going back to January 13th is the last time Moderna was at these levels. So we're going back a year here. So this is almost, it's not exactly 52-week highs, but we're pretty close to 52-week highs here on mRNA. Moderna making a monster move and taking all these stocks with it. I'm looking, this is Moderna right here, up 8%. Guys, this is a very expensive stock to be up 8%. But we know, if you've traded this stock the last 2 years, you know Moderna can be super, super crazy. Luca, I got into the stock at $37 in March 2020.
Oh, really?
It was $37.
Yeah.
And I have a picture on my Instagram from my stories to prove it. I'm not kidding. This stock has been on my radar 2.5 years, man.
And hopefully you sold at like 460, right?
And of course, right? Who doesn't hold to the top,
yeah,
right?
Hold
like,
all the way to the top, sell the exact top. That would have been 500. That would have been a great exit on that one. And then flip short. And then why not flip short?
Right?
Because
the move down was just as good.
Yeah, a little bit overvalued there. But I want to just make a quick note here because I'm remembering this now from yesterday. Somebody was bringing up Tesla, and they're like, oh, you know, I have Tesla puts, blah, blah, blah. Like, what are the thoughts? And more so to speak towards the technicals, it's like, look at this move, right? Obviously, yesterday, CPI, the whole, you know, that was a huge move to the downside. And now, even today, even though it feels like there's a lot of selling, relatively speaking, it's kind of, you know, 161, 157, sort of a tighter range there, right? So it's kind of like this is like the money shorts, and now it's sort of like, you know, as a day trader, I'm cognizant of yesterday, so I'm aware that, you know, there was a big move yesterday. There's probably going to be follow through today. Every time we kind of go into those 52-week lows, you're going to get more selling pressure that comes in. Maybe it's people that have stops at 52-week lows. Maybe it's people that are long that are panicking. Where's the bottom of this thing? I think there's a chance we get to 155, but the thing also to consider is, you know, FOMC coming up at 2 o'clock. You know, maybe it's like this was the move, and now it's like a very good chance that, like, you know, we just kind of slowly go down. You know, any pops are good to be faded, but I'm not expecting this to go to 160, and I'm not really expecting it to go through 155, you know, in the next couple hours. That's, I think, you know, very robotic now. It's going to move up. It's going to go down. I'm thinking short the pops. So, for example, if we get to like 158, I'm going to try to play off VWAP for some pops, but I'm not really expecting, like, this was kind of clean, right? I was like waiting for that VWAP rejection. Okay, it rejected, kind of built into my short, scalp some out, create, you know, better average, free trade, and then sort of adding to that for the final move down. Like, I don't think this move is going to happen again. That's kind of my bias on the rest of the afternoon. So yeah, if we do get kind of pops into VWAP, I'm going to try to short that. So call it, you know, 158.50, 159, and playing off the 159.50. Like, if we get over 159.50, we're probably going to run the 160. There's probably stops there. Who knows? Like, you know, who knows how sharp that up move can be. So for me, I'm going to try to recycle a couple of shares closer to VWAP, and target will be like 157. So, you know, it'll be more so like try to go for 50 cents, risk, you know, 50 cents, and kind of see where we end up over there. Somebody was mentioning Meta before as well. Tesla will rip your face right off. Yeah, man, I've been involved in so many trades with Tesla where it ripped my face right off. And, you know, you can ask any of the traders behind me. They know, because I say, look at this, man, look at this. I just got my face ripped off. That was brutal. So, yeah, the thing with Tesla is you have to understand when to trade it. You have to understand when to take size. You know, you trade names like Apple, maybe you take too much size and it's not really going to hurt you. You just punch out. You take names like Tesla, you know, 30, 40 cent flushes. Not too pretty, not too pretty. Ken saying never bet against Mr. Burry. Yeah, no, yeah. He's doing well. Yeah, I'm sure he's doing well. Somebody saying,
does he have a short on Tesla?
I don't know if he has I feel like he's not short. He tweeted that he's not short. He's like, I am not. He said, he's like, I am not short. Because he was short Apple and he was short a few other names.
Guys, we are going to, I'm going to have to spin this money, man. Like, I mean, we just get in on mRNA. I'm already $1 in the money, man. I already scalped a half. That's a bank. Thank you for that, Sean. mRNA printing. I'm long 213.29. We are now at 214.11. Let's see if we can hold this 214 level. 222, that's a level I've pegged to the high side. Doesn't mean we're going to make it there today, right? I mean, that's the resistance level on the chart. Doesn't mean that there's going to be enough buyers to show up to make it. But yeah, we're going to take a little bit more off here. Oh, just as I want to take more off. Let's just see here quickly. Can we take off? No, I'm going to have to take it off like this. Okay, so here we go. There we go, baby. Wow. No, I just went long. That's not what I want to do. There we go. Okay, so we'll put that one there at 60. Let's see if we can get taken out at 214.60. We're printing 214.50s. That may have gone without me there, but we'll see. Oof, big move down back into the 214 teens. This one super volatile, but already most of the position, I want to say I've got a third left on board. I'm gonna wait for that 214.60-ish area. We're like 20 pennies away, so just exercise a little bit of patience here. But you know, mRNA, I was looking at this one as a possible catalyst in terms of price action, not the news item for some of these other mRNA stocks, but each of them is moving like independently. GRTS, completely different chart, then WVE, which has a completely different chart, then RNA. Look at them; they're all moving up, but with respect to retracements and patterns that are forming, they're not the same. They're not the same at all. So interesting development with those guys. If you were relying on mRNA to trade some of these small cappers, may not be a good idea. We get printed at that 24. Where do we get out there? I'm gonna have to look that. I want to know exactly where I got out. Luca, can you take over for a while?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So I'm starting an Apple
64s.
long here. I'm just kind of glancing over at a few of these names. So again, with the bias that FOMC is coming up, I don't think there's going to be extreme moves up or down right now. So I'm going to play the ranges that are sort of set into place. With that being said, you know, Apple is sort of kind of long below VWAP, kind of cover above VWAP. I don't necessarily, maybe I'll try the short if we get back up here. But yeah, anything over 46 is kind of like my general target for out. I'm not going for 47, not going for 48. Just kind of long here. I don't really think we have the energy to really kind of sell into 145. And if we do, I'll just take even more long there. So this is something that I'm scaled appropriately. So, you know, I'll be discretionary. We'll see what happens. But it kind of feels like it's not really going to sell into 145. It's going to be sort of muted. So, yeah, just understand the market that we're in right now. The morning moves were great. Tesla gave a lot of opportunity. It's probably done the most shares if I'm going to quickly glance at volume. Yeah, Tesla 54 million relative to the kind of Amazon, Apple, and everything else. And so with that being said, I'm going to size appropriately. I'm going to go for, you know, scalps, you know, take the range that it's showing me. So I'm going to look for a lot of these kind of plays. As much as I want to take a short here on CVNA, I'm not really sure if it makes a lot of sense. Like, we're at VWAP. The short is here. It goes to VWAP. Okay, great. Retrace 50% of the move. That's kind of the look that I go for. It's like, you have the leg up. You have the leg up. Last thing I want to do is short right here, and then it kind of, you know, gives another leg up, and then I'm kind of frustrated as opposed to taking the short at 580. So if it gets to 580, guys, call it out in the chat in case I'm not talking about it or in case I miss it there. I also like Microsoft long. Like, this is strong. I want to say Microsoft is one of the more stronger names today. And yeah, I actually think Sean had a banger long at 258. Just kind of straight through 258 all the way to 260. Hopefully somebody had that. Kind of gave the VWAP test for the reload. And now it's like very, very robotic, right? Very robotic. So, you know, on one hand, being very robotic, it's tough. You know, I don't want to take too much size because there's not a lot of volume behind these moves. And so basically what I'm looking at is, yeah, if we dip down and get closer to VWAP, closer to that 260, all things considered, you know, not a lot of volume coming through, I'll take the long. I'm not going to take it at because my target is the top here, so 261. So if we can even, yeah, dip into that 260 level, I'll consider the long there as well. Yeah, I'm going to let Apple work for me, so 11 cents in the money, looking good so far. RNA is kind of flatlined over here, hoping for a pop to get that short still. But yeah, there's a good chance that it might just be, you know, like this is like, look at the volume. Volume is the tell. Did a lot of volume, had the run up. That's the extension. Not even really, I mean, maybe you kind of mean reversion and now you're covering here. I'm just trying to think like, if I was already short, right? Because I'm thinking short, I'm not really thinking long on this name. But yeah, for some reason it's actually holding, so maybe long is better, but I'm going to stay away from the name. Kind of spready, not really doing much. I'm looking, everything's midpoints and dark pools, so not going to dabble for now. We'll see if we get a trade going in the future on that, but yeah, we'll have to see. And AMD is sort of holding this kind of lower level here, so I'll call it like 71. And so I'm going to look for that same type of, dip into 71s, kind of collect along below 71. Not playing off low a day, but playing off volume is the tell. If no volume, the game is basically recycle a lot. Take small wins. Is there going to be the move? Maybe there's no edge, right? Maybe there's no maybe it doesn't make sense right now to put on too much size, just because you're going to have the really good opportunity going into FOMC. So that's kind of my bias here. That's what I'm looking at. We'll see if we find some good levels to play off of, and yeah, I get a couple trades.
Guys, mRNA is flying. I think we just tested 216. Yeah, we came real close. Where did we get to? No, 215 70s. I got out at 215s. There is the last print right there, guys. We know about the issue with my with the quote board with my positions. I just have to take a fill, and it should be fixed at the moment. Luca's is working, but mine will be next time I take an entry. I don't have any exits that I can take. I'm completely out of mRNA, but this one just flying to the high side. I wanted to mention something super quick. I forgot it. But anyway, so I'll just move on until I remember. This is what I want to ask you, Luca. If you were to draw a Fibonacci line, where would you draw it? Would you draw it from here, or would you draw it from here? What's your opinion?
I don't necessarily use them, but I almost want to say that you want to start it from where the volume starts.
Where the volume starts, right?
That's what I would say.
Okay, so I have to agree with that, right? So this is where the volume starts right here. I mean, this is where it picks up.
Like start of the trend, but like yeah, it's basically the same thing.
Yeah, essentially, right?
Yeah.
So then where are we retracing to? So we're at the 2/3 retracement right now. Half is exactly VWAP actually, which is funny in that way. The reason I'm looking at this, I'm in the same boat as Luca. I'm looking to get short RNA. Did you get free shorts on that? I had to pay.
I think you probably had to pay initially, but now it's probably free. I just checked. It seems free, so it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm looking for a pop here, possibly maybe into that 76.4% level. Some people use that fib line, some people don't. It comes up on mine. I don't typically use it as much as the 61.8 and 50, and then the 38.2. Those ones. And I typically only use them on these small crappers, and just for, you don't really rely on them too much, but you want them for confirmation. If it jives with the price action, so much the better. Okay, GRTS, guys, this one making a move up as well. Looks like this is another one in sympathy with mRNA. Let's pull up GRTS. You'll recall this one from yesterday. We had a bunch of trades on it to the long and to the short side. So this one making at high of day 355. Looks at like that's high of day. We're at 352 at the moment. Volume looks like it's a little low on this one. I mean, it's only 1.42 million, but it is up 12.9%. Excellent pattern. There's a catalyst involved. So this one, don't expect it to have the same kind of, movement that an RNA or WVE can have. Those are showing up on today's scanners as some of the leading gappers, so they're going to have a lot more eyes on them. GRTS will be like for individuals like me who had this on their chart from yesterday, traded it, notices it's up 13%, knows that it's an mRNA sympathy play. So I'll be trading it. Those people will likely be less, and the volume reflects that. 1.42 million on this one as compared to 25.4 million on RNA and 3.2 million on WVE. So those are on my list for the trades at the moment, but I'm not going to punch long into these small cappers. I punched a long into mRNA because that's the main one. That's the big kahuna, right? These ones, not so much. I'm looking for shorts, but they got to set up properly.
Okay, guys, so if somebody calling Tesla saying, yeah, Tesla going up, I seen that there, and yeah, Tesla reject, what's going on there? So I was actually trying to get short, like I said, short the pops closer to VWAP, but I'm not, I should have punched, man. I should have punched. I was trying to I thought we were going to really, really test the 158.50. And so I was trying to, get closer and kind of, I'm like, okay, where should I put my orders here? Maybe around here. But yeah, thing is so this this is where tape reading comes into play. And I'll give a quick example here. It's like you're not really reading the tape down here. Like you are, yes, but it's not. It's kind of like a random level. We're at the lows. Yeah, okay, maybe we break. Are they stop orders? Does it continue? Okay, great. But you see that the VWAP sellers are in full effect. You see, now look at this. It's flushing. I'm not in the short. I'm not chasing the short. So great time for a quick explanation. You know, you see the big selling at 161. You see the flush down. You know we're at 52-week lows. It pops back to the upside. And even though I was long here, I was long for the short squeeze just because, you know, basic tape read. I'm like, well, if abort the short, the long can't be wrong. For a little scalp to the upside, that was kind of the logic there. But the reason I'm covering up top for a reason, and it's not like I'm not like magically picking this. I'm kind of waiting. I'm letting it break 160. I'm cognizant of the fact that, you know, 160 could break. There's going to be a lot of stops there. But the fact that we sold off so hard and we're close to 52-week lows, and I'm sort of kind of biased to the short side, I think maybe these could be the banger short levels. Maybe this is like a good short area. So even though I should have flipped short, I kind of said it under my breath to myself, but I didn't. You know, calls don't make you money. You obviously have to take the execution. But there's a reason why I covered the majority of the size here and then kind of, you know, tried to let the rest run for maybe 163. But essentially, we were just kind of, there was a lot of green on the tape. So there's a lot of green. There's a lot of people buying the offer. There's a lot of dark pools and big block orders that were just kind of soaking, and you know, taking, not to say taking shorts, but there's a lot of sellers over here. And then we flushed down. And this is a pretty big, you know, like this is as fast as we went up, we went down at the same speed, right? So knowing that VWAP sellers are here, we reject again. Okay, great. As we come up to VWAP, I'm not just blindly gonna, you know, take the short. Maybe I should have, but I'm basically looking at the tape and I'm saying, okay, wait a second. Are these sellers still here? If they're still here, then I'm gonna take the short. Or at least, you know, if I'm gonna take smaller size, maybe I kind of take the size, then reevaluate, then smash the bigger size afterwards. And essentially what happened is it kind of ran up. Somebody 200 lots, sell, chasing it down. And that order just doesn't want to fill. Like nobody wants to buy that order because we're at VWAP. Tesla's probably going back to 156. You know, bids are the soft side for the day. So like kind of all things considered, you look at this and you say to yourself, okay, where can I risk off? How can I create this trade? So yeah, it's unfortunate that I missed that short there, but yeah, I said short the pops. It's okay though. I'm not upset about it in any way. Great example though, great example. On a day like today, you see the sellers at VWAP. It comes back to VWAP. Look at the tape. Are people still selling there at 1125? The answer right now is yes. Boom, we go back down. So yeah, you could have had short over 158. You could have had kind of some orders scaled there. The flush back down. I would have taken this move. If I was in this, I would take this. I said 157. It went to 157. So yeah, that was a great opportunity. Missed opportunity, but whatever. It is what it is. I'm in the Apple long. It's working for me here. We're now above VWAP, so I'm not gonna get greedy with this one. I initially said that's a part of my plan. So I'm gonna take some off over here. I'm gonna try to hold the rest for, call it 146.20. But I was pretty confident in the fact that we're going to get to 146, and then it's just VWAP. It's middle of the day. There's going to be like some action at VWAP. So it's like this to this is I'm pretty confident in, and now this to continue to the 20s I'm like less confident in. So that's kind of the logic as to why. It'd be great if I could get 30s, but on a day like today, it's just something that I don't think we're actually going to continue to run. If I thought high a day is coming, then I would not be selling here. I would try to be selling at the top of the range. It's showing that that's kind of top of the range, and then I'll try to hold a piece. But here it's like I'm scaling out here. I'm going to be the rest out at 20s. If it goes to 30s, great. If you hold for that, great. You're better than I am. For myself, I'm just going to take the win, 40 cents, great. Market's ripping to the upside. The move can easily be reversed. So yeah, scalp hat on. I'm going to continue to scalp. Kind of stick to my own playbook and go from there. Let's have a look back at some of the other things. Carvana still sideways, so nothing special there. And yeah, guys, let us know what you're trading as well. If anything's moving, anything exciting, if you have any questions. Somebody was mentioning DWAC is moving.
DWAC?
Yeah, it's, oh wow. We had a move from 20 to 21.50. DWAC just never moves, and then it just goes like $2. And then it's like kind of stops. I almost want to say that this is giving me a feel that like a short is good, but it's like 500,000 shares traded, so it's pretty thin. I'm not going to dabble in this one, but I've seen this before. Kind of run up, sell back, go for the high a day, unless there's like some type of news on this. But that's just like a big volume spike, and now it's kind of just dead there, right? So yeah, I would be cautious on this one. I'm not going to trade it. I'm curious as to where some of the levels are on this. Maybe 23. I feel like 23, 22, 23 was the level from before. yeah, maybe if the higher the better. The higher the better for DWAC, because then more opportunities for myself. For now, I'm not going to trade it. I'm just going to chill. Funny Shark. Oh yeah, IMMX. I didn't trade this today. I think a couple people on the floor did, and I want to say they did well on this name. Let me pull back up the 1 minute just to kind of see where we're at over here. This one is, I feel like it's choppy. Oh, it's SSR. That kind of makes sense here. Yeah, SSR, maybe that 250 level is kind of like a level. Not sure how real this move is up, but breaks the 250, rejects, kind of creates the top-ish at 240, then pops to 245 and now back down, sort of in this range. I think good opportunity to the short side if you can get that. If this wants to break 250 and then kind of do one of those over-unders, I would look short. Because it's SSR, I'm not going to dabble just because it's going to be a little bit of more of a challenging trade to hit the shorts. So I'm sure this is pay for shorts. Yeah, pay for shorts. So I'm not gonna take that one. And yeah, we'll see what happens here. With AMD, I'm going to try to get a bid out now closer to 71.20 there.
216.98 is the high of day on mRNA, and we're printing like 54, so we're not that far away. 64 is now. We're not that far away from high of day. Feeling like an absolute tool having taken this one out at 215. That was another $2 to the upside that I could have had. I should have just left like a 5% position, 10% position, let it run, man. Why did I get rid of it? Anyway, this one, uber strong. Someone in the chat by the name of Brian, let's see, I just tagged them. Brian Swisher saying top question mark on mRNA. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a random area. I didn't see 217, 218 on the daily chart unless you see something I don't. If you do, tag me. But yeah, you got to assume that there's going to be some retracements here. I mean, we could retrace to the 7 period, the 20 period, or I don't know, 210. I mean, it's anybody's guess at this point, right? I mean, we don't have any clearly defined resistance levels on a 4-hour, a 30-minute, whatever. You're going to have to go back to the daily because the last time we were at these levels was early January. So 222, that's a level that I see as a possible resistance level on mRNA. Again, I want to reiterate, but we may not find our way there today. I was looking at the big cappers here, and I just couldn't help but notice that Microsoft and Meta look like they're the strongest of the bunch here. Meta, I mean, wow, off that bottom. Let's go to the daily chart on Meta, because, I mean, we were, yeah, Sean hitting the bang. Meta trade?
No, I just like the stock.
I like that stock, yeah. Guys, look at this. This is not that long ago. November 4th. November 4th, guys, we were at $88.09. That's a low day, mind you. I mean, we closed at 90.65. We are now at 123.98. People seeing a lot of value in Meta. I mean, do you think this one was oversold a little bit? I mean, yesterday we had that TikTok news come in about a possible bipartisan ban, and this one all of a sudden found itself from 115 all the way up to 123. So it had a nice move yesterday. Obviously, the market was strong early on and gave back some of the profits there. But Microsoft, Meta, those two I'm looking at in terms of big cappers. I also saw an interesting article today that I read on the subway into work. It was basically that, and this is obviously relevant to the FOMC meeting today, that Powell has to be hawkish but not be strident. So he got to let people know that it's not over yet, but he doesn't want to completely take the wind out of their sails. I mean, a lot of buying. We've seen a lot of buying on the market right now, and it's just about tempering that just a smidge, I think. So I'm interested to see what this one is, what Powell is going to do. Are we going to Brendo? Yeah, we're going to go to Brendo at the big desk for the Euro close.
Hey guys, yeah, it is about that time. We're wrapping up the day for European markets here. A bit of a flat session overall, as expected. Ahead of the Fed coming up this afternoon, we saw these markets pretty much flat to a little bit up or down throughout the pre-market this morning. If you were with us, here we go. A few final prints just coming in here. For most of these, Euro Stoxx 600, exactly flat at the moment. Here's the overall lay of the land, though. 0.14 for England, Germany, downside as well for France. Ever so slightly, about 0.4 there for Italy. Turkey doing its own thing, as it always does. 3% to the downside today for Turkey. Swiss and the Spain market in Spain. The only ones to hold on to positive territory. Fireworks to come for these, though, tomorrow as we get the follow through after what is to come in North America this afternoon, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, still looking at mRNA, retracing back into that 215 level that we got out of. So not feeling too bad. I mean, not going to get top wick every time. I'm noticing here that RNA is breaking down, though. Let's flip to RNA quickly. Do we have chart up? No, we don't. Can we switch it real quick? RNA looks like that whole area of consolidation that it did from, let's say, 11 o'clock to about 11:30. And can you just mute that because I can hear myself talking. Thank you. And then look at that breakdown through 19. So consolidates at 19 for a little bit, then boom, through 19. Now testing VWAP at that 18.25 level or so, making me feel uber silly for not getting into this one. This one was, we talk about these flat bottom breakdowns all the time. I hate keep using the same terms, but look at this. We have a big move down, a sideways consolidation, and then another big move down. We see this pattern develop all the time. I don't know what you want to call it. I call it flat bottom breakdown. I didn't have it. I suck. What can I say?
No, man, you don't suck. Trading is hard, and you just got to keep trading, and you got to take good trades, and that's about it. Keep your head up when you lose, and keep moving forward. I'm the first one to say that I trade and I lose all the time. I take lots of losses, but then I take a lot of wins. And then I'm like, when I take the wins, I'm like, yeah, man, I'm the best. And then I take the losses and I'm like, man, I stink. And then next thing you know, none of that matters, right? So just build a process over profits, and do what you think is the right thing. I know you're talking about mRNA, so I'm not going to go back to that. I'm in an AMD long right now. Oof. It kind of went. I should have tried to bid closer to 71s because I'm trying to scalp this for like 20, 30 cents. Again, just kind of recycling shares. I don't like this one as much as I like Apple. And so like anything over VWAP is I don't know, man. I'm not really super confident. But look at this, man. We sold off, right? This is from yesterday. We sold off. This was like the bottoming area. And we're kind of bouncing at this area. So yeah, maybe AMD's going lower in the future, maybe, I don't know. But at the same time, it's like I'm gonna respect this kind of general bottom area, which is, call it 71.10 to 71.70. So just that general vicinity. And today it's showing you that, this is kind of the bottom. And again, I'm not really one to be like, oh yeah, look, support lines, so like go long, because easily dip and rip back, right? That's kind of the games that I expect. But yeah, so I'm willing to scale into this one, and I think I'm going to try to take it off above, like, closer to VWAP. Like if we can get, like it's showing that 71.50 is the top, and it already was up at 72, and now it can't really get over 71.50. So you know what, maybe the short is better to be had, but I still do think that the scalps are possible over here, right? Kind of dip, relief for a little bit of a rally back to the upside, then kind of sideways action. So that's the logic, kind of buy, sell it all. Buy, sell it all. I'm going to kind of rinse and repeat that strategy. And, it's going back to, if you're a scalper, you just take what the market gives you, right? You take what the market gives you. Somebody's saying Tesla to the north side, so let's pull that up again. We're actually back at this level. I like to short the first time. If that's 100% size, when we come back, I like to short less the second time. So, in terms of percentage basis, I almost want to tell myself second time 30%. So if first time 100, second time 30, because now it's like the people who are short, if they didn't cover, that's the stop order break even that you're going to get the whipsaw that I expected the first time. So I'm kind of aware of that, and yeah, we'll see what happens there. I still do like the short, but it's gonna be less size this time, and it's gonna be hopefully over VWAP. Hopefully we get that 158.50 break to the upside, kind of trigger the stops if any stops are there, and then flush back down, and then same ideology. I wouldn't be going for 157. I'd probably be going for 157.50. As I mentioned, I'm gonna go for 50 cents, 70 cents. Try to recycle over and over again. Looking back, okay, AMD, perfect. Got that out over here, just that VWAP in front of the 30s. It probably goes over VWAP to 40s. But the thing is this, I'm looking at Apple, and it's like, look at this. Long there, okay, perfect. It went a little bit higher. Then it flushes back down, and now it's kind of like lackluster, right? So again, this is in my mind. This is the opportunity. Now I'm trying to hold for the move up, but I'm just more comfortable taking that off. And AMD I like less. That's kind of why I'm taking that off over there. So again, guys, today, just scalp, recycle. That's going to be my plan. Somebody was saying Amazon.
Can I just mention DWAC really quick? Here's the chart on DWAC, guys. Getting to 22.68. I see Neil in the chat talking about fading.
There might be actually news on it.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. So I was going to mention, I'll send it to Brendo, but it looks like Trump is going to make an announcement on Thursday. Brendo, do you want to take that or? No, okay, so we'll keep going.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So somebody's mentioning that there's going to be an announcement tomorrow regarding Trump. So that'll do it to you, man. That'll do it. What's he going to say? What's going to happen next? Who knows? You're guessing.
Yeah, so Trump's SPAC Digital World Acquisition which is taking Trump's social media company Truth Social public, rose 3%. Now it's up like 8-something%. Yeah. As he said, he plans a big announcement on Thursday. I don't know what else big announcement. Trump said he will be making a major announcement. Not big, guys, major announcement. He posted on his Truth Social account earlier Wednesday, okay? Twitter chief Elon Musk allowed Trump to come back. You guys know that, but Trump has not tweeted, despite the fact that his account is now active. On RNA, guys, it looks like we broke that 18 quite decidedly. Now we're printing in the 60s, 17, 64, 5, whatever you're looking at. And we've broken through VWAP. Now we're testing that 50 period. The 50 period often comes in clutch on some of these small cap crappers. So 1775-ish is where the 50 period is at. Can we hold this level and possibly move back up, retrace maybe to that 19 level, which is the breakdown area? And then Luca and I can get an awesome short on RNA.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I'm just kind of looking over. Now it's like fading. So
it's fading completely. I mean, like.
It's probably nothing. But so Apple's still working. Just to quickly highlight, somebody before was saying, oh, Amazon looks relatively stronger, but I actually have a different bias on that. I'm trying to short it closer to 93.50. I don't think Amazon's going anywhere. Like, look at this. It's not going down. It's not going up. It's more muted. So I would not be long. I don't really want to be short, but I kind of want to try one time at 93.50. It's, maybe we run 93.50, that's the top again, and then we go back down to VWAP and just kind of barcode, right? So look at this. It pops, it goes back to VWAP. It pops, it goes back to VWAP. It pops, it goes back to VWAP. So, I mean, 1, 2, 3 times, maybe 4th time a charm, happens again. So I'm going to kind of take that, pop, get me short, go back to VWAP. I'm not going to be greedy with that one. That'll probably be a 20, 30 cent scalp again as well. Okay, so I'm looking back at Tesla quickly now because it is through VWAP. So maybe get a trade going there. I think I just covered Apple closer to 20, so got the nice pop on that one. So waiting for Amazon. Somebody said Google.
Yeah, I see that too.
And but let me just look at Tesla here because I think this is going to be a banger short here. So I'm gonna there's some size on the offer. It's most likely getting filled, 100% getting filled. So let that size fill at 60s, 500 lots. Just like that, filled just like that. And now we kind of watch price action. Let's see how we react over here. My bias on this is that, there's probably stops 159 to 160. If we get over 160, that's kind of like the super squeeze level, I would say. And so I don't think we get there. If the short's going to be good, we're not going to get there. So let me, you know what? I'm going to punch into the short right here and be kind of aware of that 159. If we break 159, I might get out of this trade and kind of reevaluate and watch how 159.50 to the 60 areas kind of trades over there. And again, this is more so like trend, a healthy pull. Even if this is an uptrend, it's obviously, making a higher low, right? We could easily come down to 158 and then bounce. And so with this in mind, I'm short here. I'm gonna cover 158s for some of that. I think we print 158, so that's probably a good idea. I'm gonna try to cover 158s there because we probably break that and then hold and then bounce again. That would be my kind of basis on this. And if we keep going, great. If we run 159s, I'll be stopped out. I'm kind of glancing over. The buying is still there, so yeah, it is something that you definitely have to watch. And then going back to that Google idea, somebody said any thoughts on the 97? How does 97 look? I'm going to zoom out to yesterday. So this is kind of like, the pop. This is pre-market low. You had the up move. You have the down move. It kind of held this level. Then we finally broke down. And so I want to see this. I mean, I don't know if it's going to happen now, but I almost want to see this go through 97. And then I want the short over 97. So I'm going to try to short over 97 if we get there. And then, if we come back through 97, then, okay, maybe we're good for the flush back down. So that's on my radar. I got the order out, over 97, try to short in front of, like the level is 20, I want to say. So maybe 9s, maybe 8s, maybe 15s, maybe 25s, kind of risking off the 97.50. Like to get to 97.50, that'd be a huge up move right now in the next hour. I almost think just not going to get the fill. But it's no big deal. If I don't get fills, no problem. If I get fills, just give me part fills, and I'll show you how to never lose at trading. But yeah, no, it doesn't work like that. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. Now just kind of managing this Tesla trade.
Luca, who's Joey Dosick?
I have no idea.
Do you know who that is?
No.
Okay, we're gonna have to Google that. So let me just put in real quick here, Joey Dosick. Okay, thought you might know. Someone in the chat by the name, oh yeah, Beat Fanatic. He says you look like this guy. I don't see it. I don't see it at all, Beat Fanatic. It doesn't look like this dude at all. No, he doesn't. I gotta disagree. The Beat Fanatic's obviously a good friend of the show's. He's always on there, chatting up every day. No, you definitely don't look like this guy, dude. Come on now. Come on, Beat Fanatic, man. This does not look like Luka. Anyway, okay. mRNA still continuing to test that 217.25 high. We're at, 216.22. We dipped down quite aggressively into that 213.85 on this candle right here. You'll see that. What time was that? 11:36. Ever since then, still higher lows, continuing higher lows. We breached the 7 period, quickly there, and it definitely didn't close short, below it either. We have a wick below it, and then you have a close above the 7 period. So I still like the 7 period. This is the 3-minute chart, by the way, guys. So it's a 7 period on the 3-minute chart. This one, I like it into 222. I'm looking for, though, the possible short here. Now we're gonna get a nice. I'm looking for this. Okay, I'm not gonna say it's gonna happen, but we might get a nice consolidation on RNA here, just like we did here, like a 15, 20-minute period consolidation. You have a 15, 20-minute window to enter into a range. The range so far being that 18 to the high side and that 17 mid-60s to the low side. I'm sure that'll change though. And then get in and then wait for that flop bottom breakdown into possibly 15, 14. The first level of resistance though obviously is at 16, which is shown by this peak here. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a consolidation sideways for a bit on RNA, similar to what we saw here, and then I'm going to punch short on this one. I'm not going to take the long on mRNA here. I feel it might be a little extended. The technicals are holding up on the chart, but you just got to follow your instinct a little bit. 222 is the level I like on this, but we may not see that at this time. It depends on what the Fed does. We get some positive bullish catalyst. He doesn't come out as hawkish as some people think he should be. And then all of a sudden mRNA is at 20%, not 9%. So I don't know. I'm not going to take that long. Let's see what else is going on here on the scanner.
Sure, guys. Just as you look, quick update here, just to kind of, anybody who's looking at these trades here. So covered some of Tesla in front of the 158, holding the rest for 157. If we get back to 159, it's probably going to be a violent up move, right? So my stop is in now above 159. I'm okay to announce that we're pretty far away from that. And now I'm just kind of waiting for what I expect to be a slow fade down.
Prad's in the chat.
Oh, really?
Sorry, yeah, Prad's in the chat. Shout out Praddy Daddy. We miss you over here, brother.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm watching your stories, too. Hopefully you're enjoying the weather. Continue to post, man. Continue to post. And I love seeing that stuff. But yeah, so stop is in now for Tesla. That was the plan. Cover 158. If we hold trend, we probably go back to the upside very violently, which kind of looks like that could be the case right now. If I lose at 159, I'm still positive on the trade, so it's not really a big deal. Somebody mentioned Meta short, and I was like, yes.
He's married.
Absolutely. 124 is the level that I had from before. So I kind of like short, cover into this doesn't make any sense. It's such a tight spread. I'm trying to like recycle to not have too much size, and then it just goes against me. So I'm kind of like short, cover, but I'm going to hold core position for the move down. Meta's strong. It's up 3%, right? So I got to be cautious on the shorts. I just like the 124 level. So yeah, if we go down now, then I have the position for the move. But if we go higher, for me, I'll try to be like short, cover, short, cover, and then yeah, flush back to the downside. So yeah, maybe the short could be good there. I'm targeting, maybe 123.40-ish, which is kind of bottom of this range. I think 123 is possible. I'm going to try to hold for 123. That's going to be my plan. I'm going to get my bid out closer to 123. That'll be great if we can just kind of flush down there. And then I'll, revisit that as we get closer. So yeah, stop is in for Tesla. Hopefully we move that back down on that one. Meta's looking good. I'll add to that if we go higher. And everything else kind of just chilling, waiting for levels. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no. When it's more important, you do what you need to do, baby.
Just to update, quick update for everybody watching, because I know some people watch the same levels, and I see people like, oh, Meta short, this, that. So I was like, yeah, just quick update there.
But with the chat wants to know, Pradley, hit us up in the chat. Will the wedding be live streamed? I mean, we demand a live stream. We're your trading family. And I'm sure the viewers would like that as well. So, Prad, make sure to live stream that wedding and to send out the link via group email. RNA continue to consolidate sideways. I really do like this one going for another flat bottom breakdown here, right? So I'm looking at least for like another 10, 15 minutes or so. Sometimes it doesn't give you that much time, but whatever it is, it's stair-stepping down and I want to be part of it. I'm seeing Rent, R-E-N-T. Guys, remember this one from like a couple of weeks ago? I remember Rent. Let's go into Rent here. Is that a NASDAQ stock? Luke? Yes, it is. Okay, R-E-N-T. And enter. Okay, here we go. Up. What is this one up? It's up 20, 22, 23% on the day. Look at this move, guys. Nice little, just very, looks like a 45-degree angle. Up. And then you have nice short periods of retracement from which you can get in. If you missed the initial entry, obviously most of us did. I'm not sure what the catalyst is on this one. Anyway, Rent the Runway, we know about this one. This was a pandemic darling. It was basically where you can rent like soiree dresses for women. I don't know, some other maybe designer stuff for men. If you got a function, you don't necessarily want to drop all the cash on an expensive designer piece of clothing. This one, you can rent it and save money that way. I remember this one coming on CNBC and explaining her business model. I believe it is a female CEO on this one, on Rent the Runway. Anyway, is there a catalyst on this? Reuters, Bronstein? No, this is a lawsuit that we typically see. I'm not seeing anything really here for Rent the Runway other than just updates for the class action lawsuit. No upgrades, no downgrades, so not sure what to make of this one. It just might be a technical breakout, or otherwise I just don't have the news item on it. But I'll keep my eye on it. Let's have a look at the daily chart for Rent so we can glean any important levels for any retracements or any breakout areas. Here's the 1 minute chart. Looks great. Let's flip to the daily. When's the last time this is a multi-day breakout, guys. I didn't even notice this. So this broke out. Look at that volume, 45 million shares done on the 8th last week. The breakout day, though, was the 7th. That's when it broke out through that range. So I got to go back to the 7th and see what the news catalyst on it. How many days have we had green here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Is that 5? 4. And then 5 was like a bit of just an in-between day. And now we're at near high of days. $3.67 is high of day, and we're like at 64. So what are the levels that we need to look at here? Okay, so this wick, this candle wick going back to September 13th. Shout out to my mom, that's her birthday. High of day there was 405. So let's put a line here. I love when Aaron laughs from the kitchen. You can hear him all the way over here, right? Aaron is a hell of a joker. 405 is the level that I'm going to be looking on this one. We're not that far away from it, to be honest with you, Luca. 405, and then the day prior to that, we had a high of 514. So 2 interesting levels should we make our way up there.
Yeah, just a quick note here on the Tesla shorts. Look at this candle. So we actually dipped down. We dipped down, making the short look good, and we instantly magnet back to VWAP. So these are things that kind of, because of this is why I don't hold the full position, because I already know 158, it's going to break, it's going to be games, it's going to probably pop, it's going to stay there a little bit longer. We're at, 12 o'clock. Things are a little bit, slower. It's going to drop, pop back, spend some time here, but it'll be a slow grind to the downside, right? So, yeah, even though I want 157s, I'll, if I could even get like 157.40 there, I'll be pretty happy on that one. And it's kind of funny. I was just gonna say, I look and people are like, yeah, Luca looks like this person. Luca looks like that person.
They can see. I don't think anybody looks like you. Don't look like this guy.
I'm like, why am I looking like everyone? And no, I never see anybody saying like, yeah, this guy, Sharif looks like this guy.
I've been told like the manager of the Celtics, Neil. Yeah, someone said that one time. I don't remember what the other person was, but I remember that's the one that stuck into my mind a little bit.
Yeah, guys, so Tesla's now actually giving that pop, and it sort of feels like my stop's going to get run here. Yeah, do I have the stop in? Let me just make sure here. Stop is in. Yeah, I'll probably get stopped out of this one, which, yeah, no big deal. I'm not really too worried about it. This is great because I actually want this to go a little bit higher, give a couple more opportunities. I'll just let my stop trigger me out there. Yeah, 159. This is the thing, man. This is why I bring this up. If this was going to be a good short, it should have failed, right? Or maybe it's going to be like a grind down. But this is what I was worried about, that quick, sharp move to the upside. So this is why, like, I kind of short. This is sort of like the confidence trade, you know, take off majority of the position and then kind of hold for the move. But yeah, if we go high, I mean, maybe I should have flipped long here. This is kind of run, stop, central, short squeeze to the upside. You know, shorts that were short down here with a lot of size are now saying, wait a second, where are we headed? Guys, keep in mind, 163.80 area. So all the way up here is the 200 period moving average on the weekly. So that could actually come into play, you know, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. We're going to get FOMC, so things are going to change, you know, intraday. So it's kind of silly to talk about that right now. But this is the real level of, like, you know, if I was a robot, I would just buy here, and then I know I could probably get out there at some point. You know, it's just kind of math, right? Everything moves back to moving averages. These are significant areas. So that's kind of in the back of my head there. I'm not going to flip long right now. Maybe I won't even flip long. But yeah, if we get to 160, I'll think of another trade there, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, I got someone here for you, Luca.
What?
Okay, someone in the chat. I got to give them credit because they're not far off. Someone says, Luca looks like Chris Morsanti. Hold on. So I didn't even know who this individual was, but this is a lot closer than the other guy, no?
I mean, I'm not gonna comment.
I'm sure he's Italian too. He sounds like he has an Italian last name, right?
You think I look like this guy? Yeah, that guy looks more. That's like
not
me,
that's not far off, guys. What do you think? We already have a poll in the chat, so we won't start a new one. But yeah, this is a lot more accurate than the other individual that you said. Sorry to interrupt you, Luca.
Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. Hopefully. Guys, hit the like button. You guys are enjoying the show. I think we only got like 100 likes come through.
Guys, bring it on.
If you haven't already, hit the like button. You know, having a time over here. Things are going well. And the meta short's actually working out a little bit better. We're at that kind of bottom of the range here. You know what? Yeah, I'm done with this trade. I'm going to get out of this one as well. Maybe it's the wrong call, but it just kind of feels that like we could easily get back to 124. And if we do, I'll try that again. I'll recycle this area. I think there's maybe going to be more opportunity. It doesn't really feel like that's a big sell-off, and we have the kind of the little bit of a wick here distorting the relativity of the picture, but it doesn't really feel like this is like a heavy sell-off. Like if this was a heavy sell-off, if Meta wasn't up 3%, I'll consider holding this trade. But for right now, I'm just going to kind of take these small wins as they come because I'm probably going to continue to find more and more trades. So I'll just kind of recycle over and over again. If Meta gets back up there, great. If, you know, it continues to go lower without me, whatever, no big deal. I'll just find another trade and move from there. But I do think that, you know, I'm going to take the small wins. I was talking to the guys in the back. I'm like, you know, I do well scalping. Why don't I just scalp? Why don't I just take the trade, in, out, find another trade? And, you know, 500 executions every single day. I can't say, like, I'm not going to find another trade. Like, I will find another trade and then go from there. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. And, yeah, man, now this is just getting ridiculous. Luca looks like Bob Burnquist. Who is this?
Oh, God. I don't know. Bob, let's see. Burnquist?
That's
okay,
jokes.
Q-U-I-S-T. Anybody?
71s on AMD is pretty good. I'm going to try to get that, too.
Okay, here we go. We're going to put it up here, guys. Can you put up my screen? I'm going to have to say that Morsanti guy looks a lot more like Luca. This guy, yeah, I mean, I see a little bit, not much, though. The other guy, definitely. Guys, I just want to update you. I am now short RNA. Already took out a piece. I got short at 54s. Took out a piece 44s. Waiting for another piece at 34s. I'll take it incrementally every 10 cents till I take about half the position off. So I've only got half my position, and then I might take out every 20 cents or so. But you got to assume that this one's got more downside action. This is my, oh, geez, I have the wrong stop in there, so I gotta fix that. This is supposed to be my stop, but it's actually incorrect. That's to get short again, so I'm gonna fix that one. But I'm looking to get out of this trade completely if it goes against me at that 1830-ish level. So already, I'm holding 90% of the position, only one out so far on that. Not showing much up in the scanners, guys. I see, you know, very Mickey Mouse stuff, very Mickey Mouse volume. To be honest with you, have a look here. These are what's showing up on the scanner, but look at the 5-minute volume on these 5,000 shares, 14,000 shares. That's not going to cut it. That's not the kind of volume we're looking for here. Even with this one, 32,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. I mean, look at the price action on that. I'm not taking any trades. So The scanner a little bit wonky today, not showing us the stuff that we were looking for. We had WVE off it, rent off it as well. What's a CC one? No, that's not enough volume. GOTU, what's this one about? $2 stock. Yeah, incrementally moving up. Again, not my cup of tea as well. So we'll stick with these mRNA stocks that are printing on sympathy to mRNA, to Moderna. And we'll see if we can get any trades off these, but not much going on at the moment. Luca, at 12 o'clock, we're just starting lunch.
Yeah, no, it's kind of slow, but I'm shorting AMD here. It's so I had the long at 71, and even though 71's holding, it's not breaking VWAP, and I almost want to say the soft side is down. So like you're more likely to be challenged on the fill on the offer and really easily get the fill on the bid. That's kind of the feel that I'm getting. Maybe I'm wrong to say that, not really too sure. But this kind of short in front of VWAP using the same, it's like I'm covering here, I'll take the short, I'll cover at 71 if we get there. I think there's, the longer that we stay below VWAP and just kind of go sideways, if the market is, kind of grinding lower and it wants to go for that 40-70 test or even 40-72, I just think that I could probably get 20 cents to the downside as well. I'll consider the long in front of 71, but yeah, let's first consider getting the bid out and covering that. So Tesla kind of, sort of slow just around here, 159.50. It's, you know what? Let me try to short this again. Closer to 159.50 here. I don't know if this is going to be the right call because it's obviously an uptrend, so just keep that in mind. This is an uptrend, right? We're going up, higher low. Easily we could run 159.50. But because the short has been good, because we are down on the day, I want to see a kind of move through 159.50, pop, drop, and then reversal back to VWAP. So that's kind of the play there. So take the short here. Let's see if we break 159.50, kind of pop and drop action. Playing off that 160. It's going to need a lot of buying right now to get through 160. Right? There's going to have to be a lot of shorts who are panicking and kind of punching out. Could be a magnet effect, right? But let's see how 159.50 kind of reacts over here. And then, if we come back down to this sort of 158.80 area, same plan. It's like I'm going to short, maybe add a little bit more to the short. If we break down below 159, cover a little bit, go for the VWAP, and then maybe see if I hold another piece. Because, if this is going to be the top, and then we would kind of finally get back to 157, that's like 2-3 points, so that would be nice if I could actually hold some of that. So yeah, we'll build that position. AMD is working. It's at 06s here, so I'm just gonna take this. I was actually gonna try to get 04s, but I'll just take 06s in case it doesn't actually trigger 04s. Little win there. We'll see how 171 reacts on that one. And Tesla 159.50, it's probably gonna break right now, so we'll see what happens.
All right, let's send it up to Brendo at the big desk with happening now.
Hey guys, as we head into lunchtime, going to be quiet. Let's face it, heading towards 2 p.m. When we get Fed Chair Powell coming out with the latest interest rate decision, we are still holding on to positive territory here, which is good to see into that announcement. 0.5% for the S&P, 0.6 there for the Dow, the Russell, all three nicely into positive territory. Same story for the NASDAQ, the composite, and the 100, about 0.5%. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, we were discussing a few things. Tesla was an interesting one. Still to the downside on this Goldman Sachs negative note today, suggesting demand is slowing and inventory continues to rise. SoFi and Microsoft also among names we were looking at. I just saw this one as well, Asana, ASAN, big flush there, down to $15 on heavy volume as well. Still haven't seen anything on this, but heads up on ASAN moving lower, guys.
An aggressive move on ASAN. SoFi as well. That was interesting today, too.
Oh, yeah, SoFi,
insider buy. $5 million worth of shares on insider buy. A lot of people will have that programmed. Some people follow senators or House speakers. Some other people, they follow big money. Depends on how you want to play this game. Anyway, took out another piece here on RNA. We're having a lot of trouble breaking through that half 30, like that 35, 36, 17, 35, 17, 36 area. Seems to be a lot of support coming in at that area. Again, we move back down to that 37, 38, and then all the buying starts up again. Because I've had an order here sitting at 34 for the last little bit. Now, I know to expect a period of consolidation. I get it. Exercise more patience, but I'm just making an observation. Looks like an iceberg order because I don't see anything on the book here. So we'll see how it acts near there, especially if this area, there is an iceberg there. that I can't see, and it breaks through it, it's going to be quite aggressive. And I think I can anticipate probably a whole dollar retracement there into 17 at least. In fact, what I'll do is I'll look to cover a little bit more in case it does break around there. So we'll go 17 and we'll go 25, and we'll take out some shares in that area. So we got 2 levels where we're scalping. I've taken out 2 pieces. I've got 68% of the position left on this short. I like it. I've adjusted my stop to the break of 18. Prior to that, I had it around here, that 1830 area. That was like much too far from my entry, especially because I didn't get short at VWAP like perhaps I wanted to, or in this consolidation area, I mean. So looking for a shorter and a tighter stop, I have to on this one. Again, short 1754, looking to take out some prints in the 30s. ASAN, I just want to talk about that one real quick. Let's bring that one in from the side. Luca looking at that one as well. So why don't you take over and show?
No, sorry. I'm just talking to myself. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, ASA, and here we go, baby. This is the move down that Brenda was talking about. Let's see how much volume this one did. So this small candle here has 34,000 shares. This one has 100,000. These are 1 minute candle, guys. So that's 100,000 shares in 1 minute candle.
Tesla.
This is 150,000 shares. What are you doing with Tesla? Nice short on Tesla,
guys.
Luca.
No, things are going well. Those are the money fills right up top. 159.50. It's man. No, that was solid. This could be short-lived, right? This could be short-lived. It was last time, so I'm not going to get ahead of myself. We could easily go back up. I'm still in the position, but essentially what I told myself is I'm going to kind of take this trade. I'm going to let 159.50 break. I'm going to let it run the stops. Anybody who's watching the tape on that, what you saw is a break of that. You saw a lot of volume come through. You saw a lot of green on the prints, but essentially everyone who's not in position is taking shorts. There's a lot of sellers there. It's very, very, I don't know if it's right to say like if it's heavy, like if that even makes any sense, but essentially that gave me the conviction to punch into a little bit more over there. And then I was going for the break of trend for the first cover. And the cover was not scientific. The cover was more so like I'm just punching out because I don't want to miss the fill. But yeah, no, it went down to 71s, but that's not really too important. But I almost feel like, okay, now I'm going to watch this. Now I have a little bit left here. And now it's like my next target, like VWAP, I think VWAP, so call it 158.50 area. If we break the 158.70, we probably quickly go to VWAP, and then we're going to, the way that it kind of did this over here, I expect it to do that over here. And then if we actually fail, then I'm going to hold the rest for 157. So at this point, yeah, trade management. So I'm going to try to get somehow closer to VWAP, make sure the order's there. Same thing, right? If we get back above these highs, which is possible, and call the high 159.65 or whatever, like if we go there, then we probably go to 160 because everybody just probably slammed this down. And so the last thing they want to see is a run through of 160. Everyone's probably thinking the same thing. For me, I'm like, okay, 160, my stop is easily going to be 160.01 and then kind of reevaluate. So I'm sure a lot of other people have stops there. So if it does get there, it's going to be sort of panic and run for the exits. We break the, same thing, run the stops, and then it'll be a whole different trade. So if this trade works from now, great, go down, fill me at VWAP, fill me at 157. That'll be a great trade there. I'm going to hold on to this one, and I'm going to go back to AMD as well to check this one out. Where are we? Yeah, this is kind of holding here. I guess the long, yeah, maybe I should have waited for 04. It doesn't really matter. Now we're back at 171. This has not broken 171 yet. So it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this will be 5 tests of 171 without breaking the 171 level. I feel like this is a perfect example of it didn't break 171 because nobody's in this trade and nobody has a stop below that. If I take this trade and then put a stop in below 171, it's going to be like, oh, thank you, take the shares and then go back up. So I'm chilling. If this does that, if we break 171, I'm going to kind of watch, if I'm able to watch it, I'm going to watch how it trades below 170, or sorry, 71, not 171. And then if we, don't really sell off, pop back, I think that'll be a good opportunity to the long side there too as well. So, oh yeah, Tesla is, yeah, no, we're going back up and, you know what? Yeah, I'm just going to punch out of this one. I think this is going to run 160s. Maybe that's the wrong idea, but no, that was not supposed to happen that quickly. We probably run 160s now. This is like, break even on that portion, make money on that portion, so it's not as good as I wanted it, but I'm looking at this in real time. We're getting closer to 160. I told myself if we break the highs, we probably run the 160s. So yeah, different trade altogether. It's Man, you know what? That's not what I wanted to see. I thought for sure, I'm like, oh yeah, VWAP. Like, no, that was a surprise there. But I'm actually glad that I caught that because saved myself a little bit of money. Why lose an extra 30, 40 cents there for no reason? So that's kind of the my thoughts there. Luca thinking like an algo is always the funniest part. Yeah. I'm over here kind of, playing the games. I know the games, the algos. Here we are at 160. We're probably breaking to the upside. Good thing I covered that quickly there. It was just kind of my thoughts, right, Luca? I love all this Tesla talk. Yeah, well, Tesla's the name of the day, right? Sometimes there's a lot of things moving, kind of bouncing back and forth. Right now, it's like Tesla. Like, where are we here? We're at like 69 million shares traded. Nice. Yeah, somebody also was asking before. I'll get to this. ATVI. What do you think of ATVI? To be honest, I think nothing. I think like when I see something like this, where it's just kind of like doing nothing, I just think, I don't know, like it's not my forte. Like I would much rather trade it when it's going crazy and then try to short over here and then it just like rips my face off. Like I'll much rather do that than, be involved in this kind of muted action. It's not really doing much. But I guess one thing to consider is that it did have the strong move up, like, big up move. And how funny is this? Short, wrong, short, wrong, short, wrong. New day, short, wrong. So yeah, I was like, no, I'm not going to short it. And then it finally, goes down a little bit. But yeah, no, I'm going to let it go. Yeah, maybe 77. I don't know if this kind of just not really doing much. I'll just leave it. I'd rather trade Tesla today. It's way more exciting. And okay, so yeah, broke the 160s, and now I'm shorting it. So now I'm taking the short on this, and what's the top here? The top is 160.25. Safe to say that that's the run of the stops, and maybe the short is good. So I'm gonna watch that. Tight stop because it's Tesla. Who knows? Like if it wants to keep going up, it is an uptrend. But yeah, that kind of does look like a little bit of a top in terms of like break the 160, run the stops, go back down. Now at this point, you have to keep in mind that 160 area of interest, there's going to be a lot of like kind of try to push it back over 160. Maybe there's more stops there. So it might hang out here for a little bit. But I feel like this could be, it's kind of the same logic, but I want to try it again. 160 short. We'll see what happens. I'm not going to scale into this one. This is one punch in. And yeah, watch this 160 and then kind of reevaluate. Okay.
This is sorry. I gotta spend the money on this, man. Come on, RNA printing to the south side. I love that trade. Okay, I waited. I patiently waited for this one. I knew it was going to be a consolidation, flat bottom breakdown. Exactly that. Got bottom print there. It looks like in the. Did I break? No, I didn't get below 17. It momentarily broke below 17 there, and I got a little bit out. But anyway, holding 20% of position left, 17.54 short now. It's at 17. Breaking now, well decidedly below 17. This one's going, I want to say this one's going to 16. There's a good area of support at 16. Look at this. We have a pre-market high at that 16, and then 9 o'clock, it tested that 16 level again. And then, after the bell, it consolidated sideways at that 16 level before finally breaking through. So I'm going to say 16, that's the level that I want to aim to. And will I hold all 20% to 16? Knowing myself, probably not. I'm going to see 16.50, 40s, I'm like, hey, what the hell, let's just get out here. If the past is any indicator of the future. Now, we are in the 1680s. This one, very, very aggressively to the downside. I love this one as a top right here. Look at this, 21, 22. I think, yeah, 21, 22 is the top. Then you had that aggressive move downward. I didn't want to take this one because it was up so much. I thought, okay, maybe it'll retrace a little bit here, and then we'll get a continuation to the north side. No, that wasn't to be the case. It was a big move down, sideways consolidation, big move down, sideways consolidation, and guess what? Another big move down. So pumped about this one. Great day, 3 for 3 so far. Yeah, what's the chat up to? Let's see what people are talking about. I see Roku coming in here. Meta, people are talking about Meta. Let's have a look at Meta, see what this one's up to. Yeah, curling back down a little bit. Everything but Tesla seems to be curling back down. That's an interesting development. It was the weakest of the bunch, and now it's the strongest. Well, it's not strongest because it's below VWAP, but no, it's actually above VWAP. What am I saying?
It's something else, man. It's something else.
What am I saying?
Yeah, guys, as you can see, I'm like kind of shorting and then covering the moving average and then trying to hold a piece. but that
CVNA.
holding of the piece is not working. Like short, make money, lose it. Short, make money, short again, lose it. Short, make money. Guess what's gonna happen here? Guess what's gonna happen here? What's gonna happen? I'm gonna probably lose it. But no, that 160 is pretty golden, man. It's pretty golden. That's why I give myself a few shots, right? Like short, cover, hold some wrong. Okay, short here, cover some. Now I'm going for VWAP. I'm going for 158. What's VWAP exactly? 158.44. That's where my order's going. 158.44. If we get there, great. If we make another high, I'm out of this trade. And we'll call it. Yeah, I think we get to VWAP now. We kind of ran the stops, the selling. There was actually an iceberg offer that was taking some size at 159.80, and so it was reserving on the offer over there. So it's kind of like hung out there, and then big offer at 158.80. I tried to punch in a little bit more, but I missed, and I was like, okay, whatever, let it go, let it work for me. So this is kind of like, okay, nice, good. Now we ride it. This is probably going to be good because of that offer over there. If we get back over 159.80, then we should not get back over 159.80 if the short's going to be good. So I'll say that much. Thank you for the $5 super chat there, Jules. My two favorites. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of compliments lately, you and I, as a partnership over here. We got like 4 super chats yesterday for that, and then we get another one today.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody watching. And yeah, all we ask for is likes. Smash
that like.
Yeah, smash the like. If you're enjoying the show, hit the like button. That's kind of all we ask there. And yeah, man, just kind of having a time over here, living life. Oh, CVNA is popping. Let's go.
That's what people are saying. I'm having a look here.
Yeah, beautiful.
It's nice. It broke VWAP to the high side. VWAP being at that 5.25 level. We're currently at 541, guys. High of days 559. Let's have a look at the 4-hour because this one's been running a while. Okay, so we got some levels here. First and foremost, we had a level from December 9th that we're gonna have to be cognizant of, and that is the 594 level. So for all intents and purposes, it's 6-ish. Okay, so we'll put it down into that 595, 594 area because it doesn't quite let me get down there. Oh, actually, we have a higher from yesterday. We have a high yesterday at 559. So I think that will be the more important level. 559. Can I quite make it down there? There we go. So let's flip back now to the 3-minute chart. So 559, yes. So that actually ends up being the high of day today and the high of day yesterday. No, that's not accurate. Why am I making so many mistakes today, Luca? What's going on? All right. What's the high of day? 566.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cover test
so 559 high of day today, 566 high of day from yesterday. You know, not much space in between those two. So yeah, and this was an area that nicely broke out through here. This was an area of consolidation earlier in the morning at around 11, that 538, it broke through it. Looks like the most recent high is 543. We got to close above this range, though. I mean, there's no point just breaking it and wicking above it and then retracing back south. So if we close above this range, I think we'll be able to make our way possibly back up to 559. So CVNA, thank you for sending that in the chat. It's one we've been watching a while, to be honest with you, based on the fact that, you know, they said that they may have liquidity issues. There's bankruptcy issues there. I mean, the stock is down from like the high 300s. It's trading at $5. So you pick your plays in there.
Jesus
What's up?
Christ. So yeah, guys, this is a product of trading in the moment. It's like, you know, now this kind of short over here looks extra, or the cover over here looks really, really dumb. But this cover looks really, really smart, you know? So it's like you never really know. You're kind of reacting. But yeah, I covered just in front of VWAP because I'm like, oh man, the last thing I want is this is kind of the bottom and we whip all the way back up. So it's basically the same thing. I wanted kind of 50s, but I took 60s and it's whatever, the same price. We actually went down to 15s, which is like, you know, whatever. With Tesla, you trade areas, not so much specific prices. Everybody knows that. This is great. That was a great move down. Now we probably get that sideways action. I almost want to say that I'm going to continue to short the pops. It's like, this is the up move. I'm shorting the pops. Now we finally fail. Yes, give me a pop back to 159. Let me see how it reacts. If we can't get above that 159.50, so same level as before, but now we ran the stops. You know, size shorted above 159.50, so same logic. Can we get to 159.50? I'll consider shorting the pops on that. But, you know, just it's a different trade. It's a different trade. It's less volume. This is the selling volume. Now, if we go back there, it's more so like lighter like games and everything else. So yeah, I'm just kind of saying this out loud so that it's kind of speaking my process out in real time. I feel like that's a little bit of a value add. So that's what I try to do. Just sit here, you know, give some value, give some entertainment, come with that hot fire, those quotes, and try not to get smoked like yesterday. Just coming on here, man. Yesterday, for anybody that wasn't watching, if you watch it again, it's like I was just taking L after L, trying bounce plays. I was like, bounce play, no good. Bounce play, no good. Third time's a charm, no. 6, 7, and then I'm like, I'm done trading, guys. I'm done trading for the afternoon. I'm not trading. I just keep losing on the bounce plays. I finished. I had a good day, but I just could not like catch the bounce play. And then when it finally came, it kind of robotic and bounced without me. I took the 160 spike. Somebody saying on Tesla, yeah, nice trade. It was a good trade. I think it was a good trade. You just have to manage it correctly. Make sure you take the correct size so you don't kind of shake yourself out. Let's look back here. Natural gas very high. Yeah, and there's something else that I wanted to quickly bring up as well. Oh yeah, so CVNA, I'm not shorting yet because this is like super robotic and it's super slow. Maybe this is the money shorts. Maybe. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I've convinced myself. I'm going to punch into this. This is going to be, again, because I want 580, I didn't want it here because I didn't really know if it could go down. I thought if this holds, we just go back up. I'm just going to lose this trade. But now that we got that little bit of a pop, this is probably a silly punch, to be honest, but it's small size, so I'm not really too worried about it. I'm going for like 10 cents or 15 cents on this. So it's nothing too exciting, but I just think it's going to work. That's kind of my logic. So I think it might work. And so that's what I'm going to go for on that. So we'll see if we can get that, you know, let that happen. If we go higher, great, because I'm going to continue to scale into this. I just don't think CVNA is going to go above 6 today. I can't see that happening. And if it does, it's probably going to give really, really crazy opportunities. So even if I lose on this short and I scale in and I kind of lose, it's not a big deal because the 6 break is going to be interesting. It's going to go wild. It's going to give a lot of opportunity. So I'll be able to make that money back. So I'm pretty happy to be able to do that one. Meta actually now finally hitting that 123. You know, not to say I don't hate that I covered there, but look how kind of slow it is, right? So it's like at any moment we could have curled up and just like went back to 124. So yeah, it's unfortunate that I didn't get the chance to get a re-short on like a little bit of a pop here, but it's very robotic to the downside. And this is what you get when things are up like 2-3%. It's like, you know, the up moves are fast, and it doesn't really give like nice down moves. Even now, it's like it's going down. You know, the overall market is sort of going down. But if this starts to go back up, it's gonna go up, you know, a little bit faster. That's kind of what I would say there. I don't think I should be going long Meta here, but I'm kind of convincing myself into a long. No, I'm not going long here. If we get closer to VWAP, that's my long target. So call it 122.25 area. If we get there, it's kind of like this was a sort of a little bit of a resistance on the day. And now if we come back there, maybe it turns into a little bit of a support for a bounce. Again, I won't be too greedy with that one. I don't think it's going to be a big flush down or a big flush up. It'll probably be slow down move, a little bit of a pop, and then I'm going to try to scale out of that. So yeah, just kind of talking about my ideas in real time here. And AMD actually broke below 71 and not really giving that dip and then rip. So I'm not in this trade. I'm not even considering the long anymore because of the way that it looks. But I just want to say thanks to whoever called that out in the chat because I was like, oh yeah, AMD, I remember from that one. Yeah, man, trading, somebody saying even, yeah, somebody frustrated. Yeah, like, you know, that's what it is, man. Trading, sometimes it's frustrating, sometimes it's, you know, it's a lot of fun. Just the only thing I'll say is just know what you're getting yourself into because it's definitely a fun ride. I'll say that much, but it gets super stressful at times. So yeah, you know, and somebody, oh yeah, UAL, before I pass it back to Sharif here, UAL, people were talking about this. Somebody was saying, I think somebody was mentioning
He was on Squawk Box this morning, the CEO telling about their new business model. They're like trying to do the majority of the planes as some sort of upgrade. Well, that was, okay. I think that was that was Delta, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know people were talking about this yesterday. Somebody was saying 40 gamma squeeze, if I'm not mistaken on that. And it's kind of like, I mean, obviously everything had this move yesterday. This is sort of giving me a feel that like the short is going to be good. But it's tough to say because it's, you know, 6 million shares traded. It's not going to have the follow through on like a bigger name that has that volume. But it's kind of like the sell off. And it's very, very like every single short has been faded. So this one I'll actually, you know, I might regret this. This is probably not even going to fill. But if we can get closer to VWAP on this thing, then I will take the short there. I'm not holding this against me. If we get over 41, it's going to be, actually, you know what? I'm going to give it until 41.15. So I'm going to try to kind of scale into the short if we get back here. But it's not really, I mean, this one is, I'll take this if this sets up on like an Apple or an AMD. But just because it's UAL, it's very slow, 6 million shares. It's not exciting. It's not going to move. It's going to spend more time over here. So I don't even think I'm going to get that fill. But yeah, if we get back to VWAP, you know, showed it that it doesn't want to stay above it, showed it the second time, third time's a charm, I'll take that fill. And you convinced me into that, whoever brings up AL. I know you're not saying long or short, but you brought up the name. I'm taking the short if we get there, and I'm covering low a day. That'll be the plan. And yeah, we'll see where we go from there.
An epic little fight is brewing here between the longs and the shorts at 17 on RNA. Have a look at this consolidation period. This is about 15 minutes or so of sideways action. But the good news for the shorts, that is that for the majority of the time at this level, it's held below 17. Like in the low 16s, low 1690s, I mean, mid 1690s. So we'll see what this one does. I like the fact that it's consolidating sideways again because, again, it's that whole system of stair-stepping down. You have that move down, then sideways consolidation, then that move down again, and then that sideways consolidation. So that whole stair-step until it doesn't, you know, and then that's when we get out of the trade. My out here is going to be, it is my entry point at 1754. It's already well into the money on this one, so I can leave the remaining 20% to do what it's doing. Diamond Realty of Miami wants me to look at SI. Let's look at the intraday chart on SI breaking down. It's now negative on the day, down 0.2%. Looks like yesterday's close was at 1872 level, so it looks like we just broke down below that. Let's go ahead and put a horizontal trend line here for those to follow along. 1872-ish. There we go. Yeah, it had a nice move off the bell, and so did the entire market, but this one's giving back the goods. The volume is also dropping off a bit, which is good if you're short inclined, because then, you know, you don't need volume to make the stock. You don't need as much, sorry, what I'm trying to say is you need volume to make the stock go up. You don't necessarily need as much volume to make the stock go down. So I'll keep an eye on SI. Let's go back to mRNA, though. That's one we were trading earlier. It looks like the person who said 217-ish top, at least for the moment, is right. And I challenged them on that point. I said, no, I like the 222 level better. Anyway, we're not even close to the end of the day, so this one could continue to trend up on this pullback. So let's see where we're going here. We're at 212 right now, 212-ish. We have the 50 period at 210.75-ish. We also have that 210 level. You got to assume that 210 level may be an area of support. And then we have VWAP down at that 208. So this one could retrace more, and it wouldn't be unusual to retrace more and then actually make a higher high of day later in the day, especially if what Fed Chair Powell says is more dovish leaning than hawkish leaning, or if he's not as strident as some people want him to be. So mRNA pulling back a little bit here. It is a nice little move. If you got that short, all the power to you. Let's have a look at what else is moving, gentlemen and ladies. Let's bring down the, yeah, there we go. Bring this one down. Here are the big tech charts. Meta retracing. So is Amazon. Likewise with Apple. Now I think we're flat on Apple. We're just about to go negative on Apple, guys. I think Apple's close yesterday was at 145.50. We're at 145.52. So any moment now we could go negative on Apple. Not so with Microsoft, as we are still at that 261 level. The close yesterday was 256.90-ish. Google had a nice little move here when the chat alerted to us, and Luca had to look at it. Ever since then, it's retraced, now back into VWAP. Tesla also, you know, flirting with that VWAP level, holding above it, but, you know, we'll see with this one. But my eye is on Apple going red. That may change the dynamics of the market. I mean, we're only up 0.5 percentage point on the ES at least. So keeping my eye plugged on these, I guess that's to be expected, though. I mean, why would the market have an outsized move like it did earlier on? This move I didn't really get. I mean, like, why is there a whole bunch of buying unless his speech has been leaked? I mean, but you know that the majority of the movement doesn't come from the notes, his pre-released statement. It comes afterwards during the question period when he's questioned by the financial reporters and he makes statements in response to their questions, and that's when we see the majority of the move. At least that's been my experience with these FOMC meetings. What else is going on my side cap charts? Oh, GRTS is close to high a day. This is the one we talked about earlier. It's a sympathy play with mRNA with Moderna, but we didn't really like it because it was lower on volume. It had done 1.4 million shares last time we looked at it. Now it's at 1.87 million. So yeah, still not good enough, but it is up 15% on the day. Prior to that, it was like 11 or 8% or something like that. So it wasn't anybody's radar really. It's just the volume is too sparse here. And the way that I can just look at the chart and know that the volume is weak. I don't even need to look at the volume bars on the bottom. You just know immediately from how it's trading and the distance between certain candles that it's weak. So GRTS, I'll continue to admire it, but I won't trade it. Back to the trade that I'm currently in, still sideways action here, but a little bit higher. That's to be expected though. I mean, you can't really expect absolute consolidation sideways. There's going to be peaks and valleys to that consolidation period, and this is, I think, is just one of them. Thankfully, I've given myself a nice buffer room here of about 50 pennies, as this one's starting to trend up anyway. I don't care. 20% left. If it's break even on the final 20, I'm good with that, but I'm going to still look to that 16. I have my out here on this one at 16.37. That will be my final profit taker for the remaining 20%. Otherwise, not much else going on. I'm going to have a look here at the scanner real quick before I send it back to Luca. Make sure nothing's popping up. I see something called TUDP. This one looks okay. Let's flip to that one. Let's take off grits here. TUDP, is this a NASDAQ? Yes, it is. Okay. Up, how much is it up on the day? It's up 31% on the day. Not a bad move. This is a small cap crapper, obviously. It looks like the majority of the move, yeah, it's evenly distributed. There really isn't a majority of the move. The volume started coming in, though, around that 11.50, and it peaked out at 12.10. Unusual for stocks like this. Usually we see volume for these guys either mid-morning or later in the afternoon. Typically, you don't see high of day volume during the lunch period. But hey, up 24%. I don't know anything about this stock. Let me switch to the daily on it. So we can see some levels. I don't even know what the catalyst is. I'll have to look at that in a second. Let's just check the daily level first. Okay, so it looks like this one started moving a few days ago. And it was probably under my radar or out of my radar because it's a dollar stock and I don't like these stocks. But it looks like the meat of the move came in on the 9th and continued on the 12th. Looks like we took yesterday off. It was a bit of an inside day, but today really breaking out through that $2 level. Okay, so the next important resistance level on the daily chart is going to be that 2.25. So we're going to go ahead and put a horizontal line at 2.25. And it looks like a couple of days, more than a couple actually. It looks like that level goes back a ways at 2.25. So we'll have to watch this one. I think this one can make its way up to 2, likely to make its way up, or we're real close. We're at 208 highs. What are we currently trading at? We're currently trading at 206. So this one could find 2.25 easily.
Yeah, guys, somebody asking when is Powell coming on. So it's 2 o'clock that they released the decision for the interest rates, and then he's coming on at 2:30. I want to say Eastern time. Yeah, 2:30 Eastern time. So I'm short again Tesla. So shorting, kind of averaging into this trade, playing off 159.50. We actually broke 159.50 to the upside, and then here we are. You know, size on the offer. Everybody's kind of shorting this area again. Feels really good. So I like the fact that we went up so fast. And then we didn't really kind of break out to the upside. As I say that, it's kind of moving higher. So again, 159.80, we break that to the upside. I'm out of this trade. Not going to continue to average into it. But what I'm basically looking for is this area to hold with a lot of volume. And then as soon as it actually fails back to the downside, if that comes to fruition, it's going to be a very sharp move back. So it's like as fast as it goes up, it goes back down. And then it's kind of back to VWAP with Tesla. So yeah, that short could be good there. You know, I'm not going to wait until again, 159.80 is where that seller was. So I don't want to see it go above 159.80, right? It shouldn't go there. If it's going to be a good short, it should just go down from here. If I lose the trade, I lose the trade. But, I'm kind of, I know what I'm getting myself into. I think, this could be a good one as well. So, yeah, kind of add. This was unfortunate because I was like, let me add. And as soon as I short, it was like, boom, to the upside. I was like, well, I guess I'm just adding again here. So, yeah, adding again, and then we'll see if we can get through that 159 for a little bit of a dip back into VWAP. And then kind of, figure this out and see where we go from here. I said I want to short the pops, so yeah, I'm going to short the pops, and but keeping the stops a little bit tight over there, and yeah, we'll see where that one goes there. There was something else that I wanted to comment on, but now I kind of forgot. Somebody was saying, yeah, AMD 7075. This thing is dead now to me, so I'm not an AMD anymore. I'm not going to trade AMD. Microsoft is coming down here to VWAP, so I hope I don't regret this one, but I'm going to try a little bit of a VWAP kind of long bounce here. But overall, because this is the thing, market's coming into VWAP. We still have maybe an hour or an hour and a half until the interest rate decision. I see people in the chat before were saying, yeah, 50 basis points, maybe 25. Like 25, no. Like I don't think 25. That'd be kind of crazy there. Probably going to be 50. And if it's 75, that'll also be a surprise. I'll think it's a surprise. Somebody's saying losing trader, averaging down. No. Like you have the amount of size that you want to take, right? So a losing trader, like this would be dumb. If this was going up and I just kind of short with no plan to scale in, if I was like, yeah, I'm going to short it here, and then, it's higher, I'm going to fix my average. Like that's not real trading. For myself, I'm like willing to get my average as close to 159.50. So over here, I'm like, okay, like a little bit of size. Oh, it goes higher. Okay, add a little bit more. And now my average is that 31. So it's, it's close. I could have probably got a better average, but now I'm not adding to it. It's not a loser. It's now let's see if the trade plays itself out. If it goes higher, it will be a loser. And then, yeah, I'll be out of that one. So,
no, and I don't agree with that philosophy anyway. John Ellis saying winning trader, adding in, loser trading, averaging down. No, I don't think that the same situation. Sorry?
No, nothing. Continue.
I don't think that's applicable in every situation. I mean, there are certain times where you go full position and you're looking to scalp a certain range. You know that you want to take 20 pennies on this. I don't want to add in. I'm already full size. There's no absolute right way. As long as you're profitable, as long as you're doing what does you, but don't make blanket statements and say that if a trader doesn't do X, Y, and Z, they're automatically not successful. Don't agree with that at all. Let's get back to RNA here. It gave me a bit of a scare, making its way back up into that 1730s, about 20 cents away from my stop. But slowing down in its ascent at the moment. I'm still looking for that 16 and a third area for my last scalp. But we'll see with this one. I don't care either way. 20% remaining. Quantran says don't eat. I just want to address the philosophy. I'm not really trying to, put anybody on blast or just discredit anybody. I'm just that philosophy doesn't jive with me. Let's see what else is on the hook here. mRNA looks like it's pausing a little bit in its descent down, at least for the moment, holding above 212 actually, testing that 213 area. Spread opening up a bit on mRNA. It was tighter at the times that I was in there, but the volume still looks excellent, man. 11 million shares done on the day, at least that's what I see here. Luca, do you see this good-looking gentleman over here? Someone in the chat said this is the new Luca, guys. So we've got two possible Luca candidates. I don't know why Lewis Hamilton's in here, but do you know this guy? Because you're into racing, right?
Not really.
You're not? Okay,
not
you always
really.
argue with Pratt about it. That's why I thought you were into it.
He
Is
argues
that
with the jacket that I wear. It's with Ian.
That's
he doesn't like when I wear my Ferrari jacket.
Okay.
I like the jacket,
I like the jacket. It's Ferrari. I'm Italian. Leave me alone. Yeah, absolutely. Guys, where are we here? Yeah, let's just flip back quickly to that RNA. And as expected, breaking down below 17 again. Be patient on this one. It's a stair step down. It's a consolidation sideways. But that consolidation is going to have a range. And right now, it looks like the top of that is in the 30s.
Yeah, guys. So the more that I look over at Tesla, the more that I think they're going to try to find a way to run these stops here. But they already did. This already did it once, and it's like it kind of tops out at this area. It pops, it quickly drops back. The fact that we're not flushing after that, they want to try to go for it again. Look at me talking about they want to go for it. It sounds silly to say it that way, but I sort of convinced myself into the idea that if I'm here with a stop here, and they want to try to run stops. Maybe other people have stops there as well. So if I was, again, a robot and I could easily do that, I would, right? So I'll try to hold it. There's just no follow through on the selling right now. So it's like I take the position, I look at the tape. There's really no follow through coming in. It's obviously 12:40 in the afternoon. I expect that there's going to be no selling, so it's going to be like a slower move. Maybe it runs kind of 159.80, 160. Then the short is good again. I'm not going to be silly though. I'm not going to hold it against. But I'm just kind of watching this. I'm like interested. I'm like, why is it holding for so long? If it's going to be good, it should have kind of already faded. But I guess speaks volumes to the fact that it already gave you the banger short the first time. So now trying it the second time, you got to be aware that this is now the second time. Anybody that didn't cover is probably trying to cover because it's like getting back to the average. So yeah, all these things that you want to just kind of make. Kind of just be aware of. Luca, you're fighting with algos. Well, that's my job right now in the middle of the day, is to kind of fight with algos when I take positions. But it's more so like when right now, like this, so for example, like this size in the morning, because I know there's going to be like a bigger move, like I'm way sized up on these moves, like relative to these moves right now. Like now it's like I'm like way less size. I'm aware of the fact that it's like, it's easily I could just lose the trade and not be wrong. So you just got to size accordingly, right? So for myself, it doesn't mean stop trading. I still want to trade. I'll still take the little wins that I can get here. But you got to size accordingly. You can't give back what you made in the morning. The morning moves, the afternoon moves are not the same as the midday moves. The midday moves are going to be, more choppy. Everybody knows this, that trades. Maybe you get the flush and then it pops back. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm like shorting. Okay, it shows me a win. Okay, give me the win, and then I'll try to hold some for the move. But I don't even think holding for the move makes any sense if it's not showing you like it. This would have been the move, right? This would have been the move, and we would have been down at 157. But we're not. We're still hanging around over here. So for me, it's scalp, 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 take the wins. And yeah, guys, we don't talk about share size just because we want it to be education, entertainment. It's really all relative. The biggest thing, and I'll say this every time, the biggest thing with share size is you have to understand what kind of market you're in, what structure you're in. So for example, Tesla, even though you can, press 3,000 shares and click enter and you just, boom, you get the fill. Even on Apple, you can press 5,000, click enter, you get the fill. Even though you can get the fill right away, it doesn't necessarily mean that you should go and try to get that fill. You have to understand, is there a setup there? Is there size to play off? It'll definitely give me the entry. That's what I noticed with trading. It'll always give you the shares right away if you want to get into position, but now try to get out of that position without holding it against you, right? So these are little things that I try to tell myself. So again, going back to this kind of ideology, it's like right now in the middle of the day, I'm not taking thousands of shares of Tesla. It doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna get smoked right now. I'm gonna get smoked, and it's just kind of unwarranted. I'm not really paying attention. But, in the morning when I'm kind of locked in, if I see opportunities, I'm not scared to, punch size, take good risk to return. So kind of apply that to your own trading. What's your playbook? What do you do well on? Are you a short sale? Are you a small cap trader? Know when to avoid those kind of small caps that go parabolic, like the AMAMs. That can really destroy your account. Understand, for example, PHVS, the cash value on the book is 6. So even though we're trading and it may seem like we're just playing off technicals, at the same time, you want to understand that these are companies that you're actually getting involved in. You're actually trading the shares of the company. If cash value of this kind of biotech that has positive catalyst is sitting at 6 and people like the name, then maybe shorting it at 4 is not a good idea. Maybe that's why it goes circuit breaker into the upside. Shorts are involved. It's kind of worth 6 maybe, and then there you go, right? Where's PHVS right now? It's obviously not tradable right now, but it's above 6. It's at like 7. It's not doing anything, but why is it not back below 6? Because, yeah, maybe the cash value on the book is 6, so maybe that makes a lot of sense. So these are kind of the things that you need to be aware of, and then understand, where does it make sense to take that size? How do I avoid the big kind of losses that could potentially take place? That's what I'll say on the topic of share size. It doesn't matter. Sometimes I'm in 1,000 shares, sometimes it's 2,000, sometimes 5,000, sometimes 100, sometimes 50. And I don't want to sit here and tell you my share size because the one time that I'm going to be in size, you guys are going to be like, oh yeah, maybe it's a good trade and now I'm fighting for fills and I dummied myself. Like, why am I going to come on and say that, right? So more so, I like to be kind of transparent in the education and the entertainment. But I don't see the value. And a lot of the times trading small caps, it doesn't even matter because, one click of the button, like there's bids here on Tesla with, 5,000 shares that just get filled right away, right? So it doesn't even matter. It just means, be confident in your trades, understand the trades that you're in, trade your own book and kind of like that's how you like expand your own kind of book and get better and better. The Fed decision in 16 minutes? No. So Fed decision is in an hour and 16 minutes. So not sure the time you're on, but it's Eastern time. I think there's an iceberg bid at 55s over there on Tesla. I'm not really too worried. I think I'm good here. So now I'm gonna fix my stop on this just to make sure it's in the correct spot. And hopefully we go down. If not, I'll get stopped out and we go from there. Having a great time and doing well right now. Things are working. Hopefully Tesla fades. My next target on that will be closer to VWAP. And then again, same plan. I'll try to get like 158.50 area, like same as last time. And if we actually fade back to the downside, I'm going to go for 157. That's kind of, I don't see it happening before the Fed. Probably chop around. But yeah, it would be great if I can actually get 157. That'll be a nice little win on that one.
This chat is screaming about tops. Tops making a break through that top. Of 155. That was a little bit of a flat top there. Retraced a little bit to the 50 period before really breaking out. But now we've created a new high of day on tops at 173. Retracing again back into that 7 period moving average on the 1 minute chart. I'm going to trade these ones using the 1 minute because they're just, this is how I do it with these dollar stocks. The 3 is not going to work for it. Breaking down actually now below that 7 period. Moving all the way down into that 164 area. It's up 21%. I mean, you guys know I'm not a big fan of these dollar stocks. I'm looking at it. I recognize it. I've been watching it for a while. The chat's been yelling about it for quite some time now. So tops moving up, and this one was a lot more expensive just like a few weeks ago. Let's have a look here at the daily chart. Where were we at? Yeah, we were up in the 6 range. We were up in the 11 range, and it has its days. Like, look at this. It's in spurts. We'll get like a big move end of September, and we'll take it all the way to early October. Then we'll do nothing. Well, the shorts, there were good shorts here, but we'll essentially decline for a period of 2 months. And then late November, we had that spurt up again, making our way all the way up into that 6 1/4 area, and then descending. So could today be a new pop? I don't know. I'm going to keep my eye on it. If it triggers, it triggers. I'm going to keep a notification there, alert me that it's broken through 2. If it's above 2, then we'll see about that. But not really too inclined to trade it at the moment. Back to my RNA trade that I have 20% in, still consolidating sideways, still showing intentions of breaking through and staying below that $17 level. It got to as low as 1681, but popped right back up. That was this candle here. That's the last time I got any out, was around that 12:15, excuse me. So about half an hour ago was the last time I took out a piece. I can't believe I've been in this trade that long. Good for me. Okay, so I'm looking for that 17 break. I'm just gonna keep reiterating that. Not much else going on in my world anyway. GRTS continuing to make a high of days. We told you about TUDP, that one also near high of days. Tops also near high of days. So some good small cappers, but in terms of anything ideal, nothing too crazy. We also talked about rent. Rent near high of days, 367 is the high of day. 362 is where it's currently at. So bunch. Rent, TUDP, tops. How about the other, let's see, some of these other mRNA stocks that we were trading today. So the RNA one we already talked about. Grits is up a little bit. The one that's kind of dying off is WVE. What was this one called again? WVE, what was the name of it? It is Wave Life Sciences. Okay, so this one holding above VWAP, which is a good sign in case you want to take it long into that power hour area. I call that the VWAP hold high of daybreak. But the volume is really not the right one. I don't think this is going to be the right one. The volume is really dropping off unless it comes back in more aggressively into the later part of the afternoon, but currently not great. GRTS looks to be the one that's setting up a bit better for that VWAP retracement. It's got more legs, even though it's not up as much. Now it's up 17%. It's just slowly creeping up there. It's giving you opportunities to get into. There's periods of retracements here that you can kind of get stuff off, the 7 period or whatever you're going to dip trade off. But this one giving opportunities, but I'm just not a part of it. Too fixated on that RNA short. mRNA now starting to go. Look at this. We may have a flat bottom breakdown here brewing on mRNA, but if history is any guide, yesterday it kind of did the same thing and it actually didn't break down. It ended up not closing at high days, but just below. It consolidated sideways for like a period of 2 hours while the market was trending down. You'll recall we had that big move on the CPI print early on at 8:30, and then the market trended down the majority of the day. Not so with mRNA. This one was basically relatively strong to the market, and it could do that today. Only up 7% today. Yesterday was up like 20%. Flipping back to RNA thing, still trending sideways, still waiting for that out at that 16 1/3.
So I'm short again here on Tesla, and I thought an iceberg offer was going to pop up again, and it did, right at 75. So the same kind of logic on this trade over here. It's like add in, and then we kind of failed, and like whatever. I'm not covering right now. It's last time it showed that it could have the legs to the downside. So this is the thing. I had my stop in at 81s, as I mentioned, and it broke 81s, and the volume really picked up. So I think I had a good idea to have the stop over there. That was a really good idea. And then I just reshorted at 160. So I reshort 160. Now it's kind of coming down to the downside. And I think as long as it doesn't break back above 159.75, then I'm good. So my stop is in again, same plan. That's where the iceberg offer was. I'm just going to keep my stop over there. I assume, people probably chase and whatever, but yeah, it's like, it's failing now. It's going to the downside. I'm going to try to hold. It makes sense for me to try to get VWAP again. So if it can give me a VWAP fill to the downside, that'll just be, I'll hold some. I'll try to hold some because maybe now it actually fails. The thing as a trader, if you guys don't trade and you're just watching, some of the feelings that we get as a trader is I'm like, okay, guys, I'm going to cover VWAP because that's a good trade. And then I'm like, yeah, but you know what? I tried to hold a piece every single time, and I lost every single time on that piece. The one time that I don't hold the piece, it's actually going to go to 157. So, yeah, that's kind of the plan on that. I'll see if I get the VWAP cover. If it goes back above, it's going to stop me out. I'm fine with that. It probably actually could go back above right now. But I'll just make 15 cents on the trade if that's the case. No big deal. But, yeah, if it wants to fail, then it'll be good there. I'm just kind of glancing back at the chat. Is there anything else that's somebody saying mRNA breaking? We can have a look. And before I do, actually, let me just make sure Tesla is in place. Yeah, no, you want to have stops. Trading with stops. Ask FTX about not trading with stops. Yeah, exactly. Life of a trader. You got that right. And I'm going to look over here. Okay, yeah, Meta, because Microsoft. Oh, man. I even said I wanted the long. Why didn't I take that? Yeah, not paying attention. Okay, that was bad. The VWAP bounce is that was actually a good idea. I don't know why I didn't take that. Okay, Meta is kind of bottoming over here, and it is up on the day. Maybe it doesn't want to get to VWAP. I'm going to start. I'm going to take a position on that one as well. Long right here at the bottom. This is if we break 122.50, which we could. If we break that, I'm going to stop myself out and then try to get a closer fill to VWAP, right? If we break, I think we can get to VWAP, and then I'll just go long again over there. So that's the trade on that one. And then, yeah, Tesla's going to be working here. Amazon. I'm going to cancel my Amazon order. I wanted the short up here. We're all the way down here. It doesn't even make sense to have that order out. I feel like it's going to be the same with Google as well. Google is, I wanted the over 97. I guess that was the top, right? We didn't actually break 97. I'm okay with it. It's a good idea, but it just wasn't high enough for my liking, so I'm going to cancel that one as well. And let me just look at UAL to see, is this one even close to VWAP? I'll leave that order in. We're close to VWAP there, so we'll see what happens. Somebody's saying mRNA breaking out, so let's have a look. mRNA breaking out. Breaking down, you mean maybe, because it's going down. Yeah, I stay away from these. I know there was like some trades on it yesterday, trades on it today. Yesterday was strong. It was probably up 20% yesterday. And even that's the thing. I was looking at like the 204 or whatever, like, oh yeah, maybe it's going to break down. But it doesn't even give like, because it's so strong, I would rather not fight the trend when it's like super strong. And so it's kind of the same thing of like going back to like my initial meta short today. It was like, I'm short, but I cover so quickly because I don't want to fight the uptrend. And I just feel like I'm more confident in the long anyway. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Tesla is now flushing. So, yeah, things are good on that side. I'm not going to cover any at 159. I don't know if that's going to be a mistake. But, yeah, I'm going to try to get closer to VWAP. And then next target, 157, just to reiterate that one. And I'm just kind of glancing back at the chat. Is there anything COSM. I know people are talking about COSM before. I tend to stay away. I don't even want to pull up these kind of 30-cent stocks because I know I'm not going to be trading them.
30 cents.
Not
No,
like
thank
nothing
you.
against the stock. It's just it's too.
I'll say it.
Like look at this.
I don't like it.
It's too. There's too many. This is a me thing, but there's too many numbers. And as a day trader who scalps and prioritizes looking at the book, I cannot process like 0.313 with 13, and then it's like, it gets a little kind of convoluted. So yeah, that's just a me thing. Maybe in the future I'll kind of like bring that in, but for now I'm just like, I'm not gonna pay attention. I'll just kind of let that go. But yeah, COSM, nice move to the upside, up 10%. I guess I would use 50 cents and $1, which is probably not even close. But let me just pull up the daily to see where we are because I know we had a run up on this. When you get these kind of 20-cent stocks that run, for me, the banger shorts, the banger opportunities are like the short over 80 cents playing off $1. Because it's like it has already from 20 to 80. If you catch the short here, look at that. Like it gives you like such a nice move back to the downside. And not to say that, you swing this and hold it or whatever, but even like, short 82s, 85s, risking off $1, like it goes all the way back down to through 50, right? So it's like you want to see that kind of 50% retracement. Didn't give it to you on the day trade, but it gave it to you on a swing trade if you're comfortable doing something like that. But yeah, you always want to look, if you're fading moves, you always want to look for 50% retracements to the downside. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. I'm not really trading that today, so I'm just going to stay away from it and chill for the time being. Someone's saying MLGO, some heavy volume to the downside. Yeah, MLGO, for anybody that doesn't know, this was the mover from yesterday on the NASDAQ. This was, okay, guys, I'll give you a second here. Ready? It's at $3 right now. Where do you think this was yesterday? Where
Hold
do you
on,
think
doesn't it have to retrace back to 10 though? How does that?
It doesn't have to do anything, dude.
Okay, no, but hold on. The SPAC has to be at $10.
No, it doesn't have to do anything.
Okay, so
it's SPAC, it's free floating. Why would you say 10?
Because usually SPACs retrace back into 10. They open at 10. Sometimes they go above. Well, they can go above, obviously. But when they get below 10, 9-ish areas, then they usually get bought back up. I can't understand for the life of me how that mechanism works. But have you ever looked at a SPAC?
I don't know. Like, maybe I'm missing something.
Is it an IPO?
No, I'm not
or
100% sure. Yeah, it's something. It's IPO is just kind of like a function of it. But it opened yesterday. It started trading yesterday. I still have no information on it. Anyways, 3, 2, 1, and obviously maybe you guys know what I'm talking about here. This thing was at 72 yesterday, and it's at $2 right now. It's at $3, not $2. So yeah, guys, started at 10, ran to 70. And now it's at $2. These are danger plays. Like, you do not want to be bagged on a long on this all the way up here. You literally will lose 100%. So yeah, just be aware of these kind of names. And I don't want to say it's I don't know what exactly the company does. Maybe you guys Google it, do your own research. But essentially, yeah, the only thing I wanted to bring up here is like, this is crazy, man. Like, from 10 to 70, back to 3, and not even, what is this, 50 hours of trading, not even. So yeah, it's kind of crazy to see that. And I'm bringing it up today, and I'm just like, wow, it's at 3. It definitely, there's a no trade here. I don't see a trade opportunity unless maybe you're like super confident that it's just going to fade for the morning and you kind of ride that down. Like, it already gave you almost a 50% win. If you short 5, cover 250, like I mean, that's kind of crazy, but that's expected on something like this. It's just like it's wild to see that there. So yeah, just kind of interesting thoughts there. I don't know if Sharif, you're looking at anything.
Yeah, TUDP, guys, coming close to that 225 level that we spoke of earlier. Have a look. This is the daily chart. Come to my chart. Come to my screen, please. There we go. So look at this. 225 up here. We get tested back September 28th. Again, we get that same test back October 24th. It doesn't break 225. Hold on. What, does this one? Yeah, it does. This one breaks 225. It goes to 226. Not by much, though. And these subsequent tests never broke 225. So 225, definitely a level. We're a high of day right now, $2.22. We're talking about a $2 stock here, guys, but it's significant because of the levels that it's at. So we're gonna start getting into some TUDP here. I mean, the question is, does it retrace off those levels or does it break them finally? Let's go here, TUDP.NQ. Let's just look quickly. So today, what's the catalyst on TUDP again? I may have looked at this earlier, but I forget. No, nothing showing up for me on TUDP. Let's just go quickly to the daily here. So yeah, this was the one that I said, okay, it started making its move back December 9th. I got to go back to the 9th. The 9th is right here. Again, nothing coming up on my chart, short-term bullish event. Crosses moving average. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here for TUDP on my news blotter. I think I'm going to take the short on TUDP at 224. I'll give this one like 3 pennies, man. I'll give it to 227 or so. So let's go ahead and set up that short. Let's go. Over here, we're going to go like this. We're going to give it to 224, and we're going to take X amount of shares. There we go. So we're going to sit there. We're going to wait for that break to come in, and then once that break comes in, I'll be notified, and then I'll get my stop in order. But this one, you know, it's a risky trade, and that's why I'm only giving it 3 pennies. I know that it broke 225 once. It went to 226 and a half. I'll give it to 227 this time. Maybe I should give it to 228, 4 pennies of risk. I'll deliberate that while it makes its way up. But this is a risky trade. No bones about it. I'm going against the trend. And it's a pretty clear trend. Look at this. I mean, we haven't had much in the way of retracements, save and except for like a few 1-minute candles in and around these areas. But for the most part, it's been quite aggressive to the high side. So this is a risky trade. I just want to make that very clear. TUDP, I'll get short at that level. Moving back to RNA, still consolidating sideways. What I don't like about this one, though, if there is something to mention about it, is I'm seeing higher lows. I don't want to see higher lows. I want to see a mixture of, you know, just like some highs, some lows, and then up and down, up and down. I don't want to see a pattern here because a pattern shows me that the trend can be changing. So what I do like about it is that it's below the 50 period, which I use for these small cappers, and obviously below VWAP. I'm not going to wait till VWAP, though, obviously, because my out will be my break-even price, which is $17.54. We're currently about 25 pennies or so away from that. I'm looking for it to retrace back into 17. That's my thinking on this one. So I've set up a trade for TUDP to go short into that 2.25, and I'm still waiting to remove the final 20% of the RNA, whether it breaks even on the remaining 20% or we actually get that decided move below 16. I don't know if we see that today, Luca.
I was wrong to not cover Tesla. I was wrong, and I accept it, and I make no money because of it. But whatever, you know, all good. I guess the feeling of losing or the feeling of not winning is not as bad as the feeling of if it finally went down without me, I guess. So, yeah, I'll just kind of say that much. So, yeah, that was a 15-cent win instead of what could have been a $1 win. But whatever, no big deal there. And Meta now going, the thing is this, like look at the market. It sort of kind of went to VWAP. Now it's giving a little bit of a pop. So all these names that kind of, you know, trade in tandem with it are going to give a pop. You know what? If Tesla ran my stop and now goes down, I will not tilt trade this. I will not tilt trade this. You heard it here first. I will not tilt trade this. I'll not get back into this trade. If it goes without me, it goes without me. The trade is done, right? It's like this was a banger short. I should have took some off. I didn't. I thought maybe VWAP potential and hold. Yeah, whatever. You know, whatever. It's that's sometimes that's the way that it goes. Yeah, Taylor, I know. You said, well, I told you watch Tesla. I'm watching it. I just didn't. I'm like, well, my stop is in. I'm going to let my stop run me out here. Because the thing is I'm not going to punch out when it's like still over here. Maybe there's the chance. But now it's like, no. Like you got me, Citadel or whoever did that. Good job. Take my shares and do what you want with that.
Joker.
I'm out of, I'm done with this one.
Conversations.
Well, no, it's
we
not
don't
like
know who's behind it, though.
Yeah, well, true. I shouldn't say Citadel. I joke around because obviously they're one of the bigger players.
Yeah.
So it's easy to just be like, yeah, you know, like them. But obviously, I don't know, man. I'm sitting on the other end over here just wondering why, why did it have to get there? Come on.
Would you like a completely transparent market to know who's behind every trade? Do you think that makes any sense, or there should be some anonymity?
I'm not even going to comment on. I don't know.
Why not?
Well, I have no idea. Like that's such a tough question to say. Like I don't know what implications.
I don't know, but like
I feel like it doesn't matter.
If someone big is coming behind it, I'd like to know because like you don't know how much money they've got, right? Obviously, but you have a general idea. If Warren Buffett's going long Oxy, Warren's well stacked there, so you're not going to likely take a short on Oxy if you're another institution. It'd be nice to have that disclosure to know who's behind the money.
But would it just be the broker?
You know what? I
true,
would say,
but you could have a disclosure requirement for
I would
certain
love
people
to know if somebody has pocket
with
aces
certain amount invested.
before
So
it comes
one
to my
second.
turn,
So
that I could make a decision and just fold my 7
So I'm just
deuce.
having a conversation with Neil.
Yeah, no.
He's saying, wouldn't it be the broker who makes the order on their behalf? I absolutely agree, but so does Pelosi's broker, but she's required to file. So if you have X amount of money in the market, deployed in the market, you may have a disclosure requirement at that point. I don't know. I don't know if it makes any sense. I'm spitballing.
I'm getting that 123.
Yeah. It comes quarterly, yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely good points. I mean, like, I think with real-time internet, a lot of this stuff could be made a lot quicker. Anyway, just free ball it, just spitball in here. I mean, to be honest with you, I feel like I'm getting this idea more like from Kevin O'Leary. He's the one that really champions a lot of like disclosure. He likes that laissez-faire system where there isn't as much government regulation, but in exchange for that, you have to have like a ton of disclosure. And so I don't think that I necessarily disagree with that all that much, but okay, it looks like I'm short TUDP and I got top wick. So I'm pumped about that. Let's take off a little bit here. We're short TUDP, we're short RNA, both are printing. So let's just take a little bit more here on TUDP. I don't wanna, ooh, it popped back up. All right, so I've got, how much do I got here? I've got half the position left on TUDP. I took a really, really big position at this top here with a very tight stop. I told you 227, 228, that was going to be my out. Let's see what this one does. I feel like that 225 level was very clearly defined on the daily chart, hence why I was confident getting in. In fact, it did make its way up to 225. I got filled at 224 in case it didn't make its way to 225, but fact of the matter is it did touch that level. Let's go ahead and put some resting orders here to scalp some out. I'm going to take some out at 19s. We'll sit there and wait for that to come in. We still have this epic fight on RNA at 17. We've been seeing this fight go on for the better part of an hour. It retraced back up to the 50 period here. You'll see this retracement making its way back up into the 40s, but we've since rejected the 50 period and started to head back south. My goal, my desire here is for it to come back to 16 1/3. So that's what I'm looking at there. I'm in two shorts, TUDP and RNA both printing.
Yeah, guys, I just got UAL short. I'm looking over. I'm like, oh, what filled over here? Yeah, finally UAL. Okay, so now here we are short, playing that VWAP short, finally coming to fruition. It had the pop and the drop, right? It had the pop and the drop. So hopefully you got the pop. I got the fill. Now give me the drop, give me the money, and we go from there. So yeah, now bids are out closer to low a day. We'll see if that comes to fruition. If this thing now wants to run 41s, like, run 41s, go right ahead, do what you got to do. We'll see what happens. Somebody's saying better cover your Tesla. That's me, and I'm way ahead of you, buddy. I'm way ahead of you. I'm out of Tesla. I got out of that one. It's if it was gonna be good, it would have just went. It's it's kind of whatever, right? It's like I should have taken the win the way that I took the win before. Not really greed. It was more so I think I'm good. I thought I was gonna be good. I was like, oh, this is a time where like now we actually fade. 1 hour to go into FOMC. Maybe now we fade. No, now we're gonna fade. Okay. Impulsive punch here. We'll see where this one goes. This is the last time I'm gonna try this Tesla short, just because it's giving that same pattern. I don't want it. I said I wasn't gonna overtrade until trade it. This is I'm still sized accordingly. It's not a big deal. But yeah, no, sometimes it just like runs the stop again and then it actually finally fades. I'm pretty confident that VWAP's coming again. So gonna try that one. If I lose on this one, silly me, I shouldn't have done that. But yeah, no, maybe this one will be good. So we'll see where that one goes. Short Tesla, short UAL, long Meta. I'm getting out at 23, so I basically took some out at I think 90s or 91s. Trying to get a 97s if that's even possible. I think 23s are going to print. 123 is going to print. And then where we go from there is whatever. The reason that I'm getting out of that trade is because it kind of stalled over here. Then you had the very strong move up. Then you had the kind of move down. And now it's like pop and drop. Like I'm not really going to go, like this is like a lower high, right? So I think this could be another lower high. Then we maybe go back to VWAP. So I'm going to try to, yeah, I'm at 97s. Okay, there we go, perfect. So out of that trade, that was a little bit of a win there, so I'll take that one. UAL is working 10 cents in the money. Oh man, that's perfect, man. This is exactly what I want to see. Short VWAP, instantly flush down. Now at this point, trade management, pick your spots. Do you want 74s? Do you want 66s? Do you want 54s? Not going to be too greedy with this one. I'm going to try to, I mean, let's see last time. Last time it kind of fell and then it stopped at like 60. You know what? 69. Yeah, give me 69s. I'm okay with that one. I'll take 69s every day. And yeah. And then, you know, Tesla is working. Tesla's working. Okay, same plan, VWAP. See, now I'm glad I punched in because I knew it, man. You fooled me once. Shame on me. You can't get fooled again.
Yeah,
so
I love that. That is the best
here we go
quote ever.
And yeah, that's all I got to say here.
All right, I'm going to spin the money on TUDP, baby. We got to spin that money. There we go. We get that fill right at that 218 level. This one bouncing off that 225 level like I was hoping. Let's go out and take some more. So let's go here and put X amount of shares. We'll take some out at 15s. We'll wait for that one to retrace. But I like sideways consolidations and then a breakdown. You guys know that. I love that trade. But it's just you got to wait a long time sometimes. And we've been waiting almost an hour. No, over an hour. When did I get into this short? I got into the short 11:54. It's now 1:10. I'm not cut out for waiting this long. Guys, you know, I want it in and out quick. But, you know, such is the case at the moment. They're all printing. Everything is good. TUDP, sorry to keep flipping between RNA and TUDP, but I'm managing both trades at the same time. We're continuing to make newer lows here on TUDP. I get another fill at 15. We're going to drop the money this time. This is an excellent short going into the afternoon with TUDP off that daily level that we identified for you guys. That's why what Neil says, when in doubt, zoom out. I always start zooming out anyway. I find the fact that it's up on the day, and then first of all, what I want to see, if there are no intraday levels that I can work with, right away I go to the 4 hour, the half an hour, the daily. You guys know the drill. And then we look at those levels, we see what's going on there. But TUDP heading south in a hurry. We're about to get to that 50 period, which means that I need to remove some more because you guys know how the 50 period works here. Let's go ahead and take a little piece out there again. By the way, anybody using P-Pro 8, if you hit the flatten key like I just did right now, you're going to have to re-enter your stops. When you hit the flatten key, it removes your stops, so you're going to have to re-enter them. And mine will be at break even. Again, now we're breaking down through 10. Let's take some more there, baby. We're going to spin the money again on this one. What a trade on TUDP. I'm getting too excited. Maybe I should stop drinking caffeine here, but what a nice stop. You know why I like it? Because I identified the level on the daily. And that's why I was so confident. I'm like, oh, the chat's going to light me up if I'm wrong. Here we go. So we're printing on this. Well, let's flip back to RNA quickly. Still hovering over 17. We'll wait for that one.
Man, I love that, man. I love that. You know, I said this before, I'll say it again, and I think this was Branko's quotes. The losses feel so bad that you got to celebrate the wins, man. You got to celebrate the wins. You know, some trades you win a little bit less, but they're just exciting to, like, you know, be a part of. Got the fill here at 69s on UAL, so I'm done with this trade. You know, this is basically 50% of what I think the move is going to be. And if you give me 20% of the moves that I go for on scalp trades, I'll take that 10 out of 10 times. Just recycle over and over again. I was trying to cover Tesla like 61, 62s, but then it kind of flushed and popped, and I'm like, no, not again, not again. So I'll take here. So it's like I probably gave up 30 cents, but it's no big deal. So cover some. Now I'm holding the rest for 157. If that comes to fruition, if we get back to 159.80 again, same plan, right? I'm gonna put my stop. It's probably gonna hit. It's you know, one of those, but it's just a kind of a function of my trading style, right? I have to trade that way just because the odds make kind of sense the way that I do it. So that's basically what I'm doing. Yeah, man, 48 minutes to go here before FOMC. I think we're running this to 145, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we are.
And then we pass it over. So that's perfect for myself to, you know, run out, get a peanut butter bagel, get a nice espresso.
There we go. That's what I was waiting to hear about, bro. Yeah, where's this pro coming?
Yeah, man, Spros are coming in. Spros are coming in. And yeah, you know, then then we go. Yeah, Sharif murdering the market. Oh, sorry, not peanut butter bagel. I said that too quickly. I meant plain bagel with peanut butter on it. Yeah, no, imagine they had peanut butter bagels. That'd be actually. I enjoy peanut butter.
I love peanut butter. On
That'd
anything.
be legit, yeah.
Yeah, on anything.
Like, I wish I knew the amount of peanut butter that I consumed every year. I love peanut butter, man. It's you know, low in sugar. It's got a little bit of protein. It's not too unhealthy for you as long as you do it in moderation. Yeah, man, you know, peanut butter. Guys, I tell you right now, the key to life, peanut butter.
Oh, my God.
espresso, and banana. That's how you start your day. You're gonna make tons of money. No, I shouldn't say it that way.
Peanut butter
but you know,
with
you start your day
lotion.
like that. You're gonna have a wonderful day. You're gonna have a great time. Yeah, almond butter is a little more healthy, but you know, you gotta live a little sometimes, right? So that's kind of. Imagine pasta with peanut butter. That'd be interesting. Pasta with peanut butter. That'd be like. I'm not gonna knock that because I love peanut butter. So yeah, no, that's kind of dope there. Good idea. Now that we got Lucas God, what he passes, how much peanut butter did I eat? Yeah, man, if I got one question and I'm like, you know, I got a lot of questions, but I'm going to be like, yeah, God, how much peanut butter did I consume in my life? Yeah, that'd be a kind of funny. Anyways, enough with the peanut butter. Yeah, you guys know that I love yeah, you know, I can talk about this all day, but yeah, how's your short looking there?
Oh my goodness, we're gonna test that too. Let's spin the money again. This one is printing, guys. I've got very little left of this one. I took a really large position on that top because I was only gonna give it 3 or 4 pennies of risk anyway. So that's why I took, there we go. We're gonna get to 2, baby. We're gonna take off a little bit here as well. Now we've got even less on, but this one completely printing to the downside. That's an absolute rejection of that $0.25 level on the 2. Now we've broken 2. I'm going to take out some more. Can I take out some more here? No. Okay, just bounce back up. I'll give this one time. But yeah, we may find some support here at 2. Obviously, that whole dollar level, don't have to tell you guys about that if you follow the show. That area is a typical area of support. So I'll wait a little bit here. I've got very little on. It's almost impossible for the trade to go negative at this point, but this is the one that's bugging me the most. RNA. I want this one to break down already. I actually had to pay for shorts on this one. Luca didn't. I don't even know how that works. I think that they were probably 4. You had to pay for them earlier on, and then maybe later on you didn't. I don't get it. That can happen, Neil says. So, okay, so that's good to know because I hadn't experienced that yet. TUDP, definitely finding some support off that too. We're bouncing about 5-6 pennies at the moment. So we'll give this one time. I'm taking out the majority of the position anyway, and I'm like 20 pennies away from my entry. Now, the analysis here is how much I'm going to allow this one to retrace against me before I stop out. Do I put my stop at my entry at that 224, or do I put my stop at that 50 period that we're kind of close to at the moment, that 211-ish area? Decisions to be made here, and these decisions are not easy to come to, at least not for me. And with the amount of experience that I have, I always struggle about where do I give it the most. In this case, because I have such a small amount left, that even if it does go back to my break even, it really won't make much of a difference in the trade. I'm going to keep my trade at break even here, especially because I'm confident that that level is unlikely to break, at least for the moment. Who knows? Papa Powell comes on and starts saying some stuff that the market finds bullish. All of a sudden, this one is at $3. Just don't know. So I'm going to leave my stop at that 2.25. It looks like it's poised to break below 2 anyway right now, guys. I'm seeing a lot of red and a lot of blue coming in on my tape, and if you know the way that I've set it up, blue means under the print, which I like to see. Red means it's, you know, it's printing at the bid, but the blue is under the bid. So that's always interesting, especially if you're short on that one. So yeah, TUDP is doing its thing. I'm gonna give it time to kind of make its way below 2. Let's see what else is going on. Maybe there are new ideas. Let's bring in the scanner here for you guys to follow along with. Here we go. All right, there we are. So I see VX showing up on my scanner as the leading gapper, up 38%. I'm not pleased with the volume of only 500,000 shares. The chart doesn't look great either. It looks like the move just came in quite recently at around, I want to say that 1250 area, 10 to 1. But, you know, not enough volume on this one. Game also showing up, but the volume on that is poopy. SI, I saw some people in the chat shouting out this one earlier. It looks like this is a really ugly chart. Luca, have you? Wow, look at this. This one. Look at this topping tail candle here. Absolute reversal. Imagine just punching in here anywhere on this move up. Yeah, SI. I know that when the chat started shouting this one out, this is the move was up here since retraced. Up here is 275. We're currently at 252. Not enough volume for me. Not really sure what this one is about either. I don't see anything here on my news blotter to justify the move, so I'm going to stay away from that. Let's continue to go down. WVE, we're already acquainted with. We've been trading that. TUDP, you guys know about. Kaba, what's this one? Kaba, not enough volume. Yeah, I'm going to skip that one too. What else we got? Rent, yeah, we spoke about rent earlier. That's been, since it hasn't retraced really. I mean, we are above VWAP, and we are only 14 pennies from the top. It's a $3 stock, so we're trading at 360, and the top is 374. So yeah, this one could be a VWAP hold, high of day break. But the volume, a little suspect on this one. It is a $3 stock with only 5.5 million shares. So yeah, tread with that one carefully. Only A+ setups on these days. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at, guys. And nothing new, but everything 4 for 4, positive on the day, and happy.
Sorry, yeah, I'm just reading something here. Yeah, guys, Tesla short is working, man. It's working. It's $1 in the money now. And looking good for that 157 test. I was just pulling up SISI to check this out. But yeah, man, Tesla looking good. Yeah, I could have gotten the VWAP fill this time around, but whatever, it is what it is. DWAC around a bit. Other target. Well, I'm going for like 157, but I don't know if that's like the right idea. And I might change that. If we get to like 157.50 and then we kind of pop and stay here, I might just cover there. So I would say like 157.50, maybe 157. Maybe 158. Like I'm not covering here. I'm not covering here. I am willing to let this go all the way back and stop me out because I think that Tesla is going to 157. That's my personal opinion. Do what you want with it. Obviously, it's kind of just based on the lows, right? Just based on the low area over there. And yeah, no, we'll see what happens. Going into that area. I just want to say thank you so much for the likes here. I see 2.7K, pretty awesome. I know yesterday we almost hit 5K. Which is pretty cool. Like CPI day, things are like super exciting. The morning was absolutely wild. But 2.7. Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
We're gonna need 300 more, Luca.
Yeah, we could get it probably to 3K. So if you haven't already, hit the like button. Only if you're enjoying the show.
Did you even ask for the like, smash the like today? I know I didn't. So guys, get on that like button. We only have 300 more to 3,000, guys. I mean, that's not. We're putting on banger trades for you here. TUDP, WVE. RNA, mRNA, they're all winners, guys. Smash the like button. We only need 200 more, guys. Come on.
Yeah, it's so yeah, for anybody that doesn't know, there's a 5K hot chip challenge. So if one of the videos gets 5K likes, then Neil said he's gonna eat a super hot fire chip. So yeah, that'd be pretty cool to see.
I want to see it.
No, Tesla, what are you doing popping? Okay, whatever, leave that. Yeah, no, it's yeah. And again, I will reiterate this: hit the like button if you're enjoying the show.
100
if you're
more,
not enjoying the show, then freedom, right? Don't hit the like button. Do you? So that's all I have to say there. Did I have a? Oh man, I covered CVNA, but I don't even. Why did I cover this? Oh, I said I was going to cover it. That's why I put the order out in advance. I was like, why am I not short CVNA here? Like this thing is
fantastic.
No, but that's whatever. It's give me 20% of the move. It probably bottoms out at 5. That's fine. I'll take that win. That's great there. And somebody was asking FDX, please. So sure, let's have a quick look here.
While you load that up, bang, guys, 3,000 likes. Thank you.
Oh, beauty, real quick, eh? See that every time I'm like, I don't want to ask. But why when I ask, you hit the like button after that. It's kind of weird how it works.
Got such great viewers.
That's just life, whatever. But yeah, FDX is up on the day, FedEx, right? Up on the day, 1.7%, holding VWAP. Not really something that it's not really a day trade. I mean, maybe you're long or you VWAP long it for high a day, but there's way better opportunities. Like for example, for myself, it's like I'll just rather try that on Meta because Meta will give you the range. Like I'd rather trade these NASDAQ names as opposed to like a FedEx, which is like going to be more muted. It's not really going to give the opportunity. If you're asking because you want an alternative perspective, I feel like when people say, oh, what about FedEx? I feel like you want that different approach that, maybe a swing trade ideology. That's kind of the name it is. Obviously, it's kind of like if we go into recession, are we going to see that in FedEx first? I would almost say that this is kind of, this sideways pattern that we're in. You had the big sell-off, right? And you're going to have resistance that goes into 200. So 195 to 200 is definitely going to be resistance. I think if we break that 185 top, then it kind of just gives the feel that next target is going to be 195. You're probably going to get resistance at the 200 level. But, there's a good chance that it kind of just stays here and then goes back to bottom of the range, 170. This will all be dependent. Obviously, we already have CPI coming through. We're going to get FOMC coming through in the next half an hour. And I think there's more numbers to come for the rest of the week. Then, you have the end of the year kind of trades that kind of play themselves out. I don't know if we rally up into 200, But I guess because it's like up and now sideways, maybe like up again into 200, I'm not going to have a trade on FedEx, and I'm not holding it in my personal account or anything. Just kind of speaking towards what I see on the daily there. I mean, maybe it comes to fruition, maybe it doesn't. But yeah, again, I'm not gonna have a trade there anyway. So not really committed to that opinion, to be honest. Here we go, man. Tesla going again. What is this, round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Round 7 of getting stopped out on the final P. It's so funny because I'm like, I know we're going down, and then I'm going to hold, and then it's like stopped out every single time. Whatever, man. Somebody's saying long coin.
Did you hear what?
Let me have a look here quick.
I just want to talk about Tesla real quick. Apparently, some reputable institution, I'll get you the facts on this one in a second, but I don't remember the name, rated Tesla the second worst car ever in terms of reliability. I don't believe that at all.
I can see that.
Really? Do you have buddies that complain about their Teslas?
I was watching videos online, and I don't know if you guys in the chat have seen this as well, but it's like somebody was like, look, I spent all this money on the Tesla, and like look at the corner of the door doesn't close up with the
it's like
just
quality
built,
control,
the
but
quality
like it's
is
running.
Not there.
Is it working? You know what I mean? Like, is the windshield washer breaking? Like,
it's just not a car that I would want to own.
Yeah,
personally.
I feel you. Okay.
I would much rather own a Lamborghini or a Ferrari.
Yeah, well, who wouldn't? But yeah, no, I agree with you on that. Tesla, yeah, it's a good one. Anyway, guys, RNA, I'll send it to you quickly just here, but it looks like we broke down below 17 again. Still range bound though, still waiting for that 16 and a third, but the volume picking up a little bit here. I can always tell without even looking at the volume bars, just by the way the book and the taper are moving, you can always tell the volume's picking up there. So hopefully we can stay below 17 this time. Again, my entry is 1754. We've got lots of room. I've got my stop set up there. I've got my resting profit taker, and just give this one space. Move over and let this one break down. That's the way I'm waiting for this one. I'm also looking for a breakdown of TUDP. We had that beautiful move down, and then we're gonna get, this is my hope, that we get that sideways consolidation, and then we get that breakdown again. So now I'm gonna be waiting at that 196 level. Should we break, and should we break below that 198? That seems to be low of day at the moment on TUDP. What's coin up to?
Yeah, I was just looking at coin because someone was mentioning it, and I know I kind of brought this up, I think it was yesterday, just going back to the whole crypto kind of conversation. It's like, is coin, this is more of a long-term perspective. I don't usually trade coin. What is this, bagel with peanut butter?
No way.
Dude, you're the best.
Fahad's clutch.
You're the best. Well, I went to check the lunch, and like, there's nothing left. I'm like, man, I'm going to have to get myself one of these, but what a G. What a legend.
What a nice guy.
Man, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, actually. Thank you so much. I'll leave this in a bit, but let me just quickly talk about coin, what I was going to say. You know, if you think like ahead into the future, I think coin shorts have been bangers, and there's been a lot of opportunities on both sides. It's giving you the range, you know, even right now, it's like short here, cover VWAP, it probably gets back there. What are the odds that it keeps running up into like 42? Keep in mind FOMC coming up, that could change things. But, you know, zooming out and saying, like, where are we on coin? That 40 level, you know, if you think coin is going to eat everybody's lunch, and you're saying, like, where's the value on this name? You know, obviously do your own due diligence in terms of a long-term perspective. But I'm almost telling myself, like, yeah, you know, that 40 area is, like, super interesting as it's kind of setting up this bottom. And I feel like at the first sign that we start to go up, then it's going to just kind of like float back into like the 70s, right? So obviously it depends what institutions want to do, depends like where big money's positioning. Are they buying down here? I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I'm not really too sure. But, you know, the whole kind of crypto situation, you know, now SBF being arrested and charged with, I think charged with those kind of accounts
of
fraud.
He's got plenty of charges.
Yeah, it's kind of
plenty of charges.
Yeah, 100, what, 15? 115. Yeah, so 115 years he's in prison. That's what he's facing. And, I mean, you know, it's
that's Bernie-esque.
That's
Madoff-esque. Madoff got 70.
He got 70? Madoff got 70, yeah.
Okay.
He's also 70 years old.
70 years old. Yeah, I mean, it's, yeah, exactly. Coinbase might be the last one standing, and just because of that reason, maybe, like I'm telling myself this more than anything, maybe the long will be good, right? It was at 450, and Jim Cramer was like, I love this, and it's the inverse Cramer. It went down to 40. Now Jim Cramer is like, don't buy it. So I'm almost like, I should probably just buy this right now. That's kind of what I'm thinking, kind of coinciding with they're going to eat everybody's lunch in the future. They're going to kind of soak everything up. And then if crypto comes back, which crypto has shown that it's not going away, it's just kind of chilling. And so if crypto comes back and gains more popularity in the future as the kind of tough times progress, as things get better, who's going to be left standing? I think it's going to be Coinbase. I think for that reason, there's upside in the name, but it doesn't mean, go long now. I kind of thought like, yeah, maybe 100 will hold, and like here we are at 40, right? So it's just kind of like inverse Kramer. They're going to eat everyone's lunch. Find a level that you like. Try to build a type of risk around that. Tesla's going back to my stop. Damn it. Okay. Whatever, let that one go. That one's going to be a loss.
Is there actually an actual ETF, an actual real ETF called the Inverse Kramer ETF? Or do people just kind of go against
so everyone
what he
obviously
says?
Jokes about it, but I don't know if they actually made one.
That'd be so
I don't think
funny.
there's an ETF, but
Do you
I
think
think
that
you
would
could
get
make an index.
authorized by like, I don't know, who would authorize that? The SEC?
It's going to be the symbol's SJIM.
Oh, they're actually making one?
You're kidding
Or it
me,
is one.
Sean.
SJIM.
SJIM?
No, it's not ready.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
it's
it's
not
been
ready.
filed.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
okay, yeah. I
awesome.
didn't know. I knew they were thinking about this. So, guys, SJIM, it's been filed. The Inverse Kramer ETF. Man, what a time to be alive.
I
Come
know.
on. This is actually hilarious. Like,
Are you
I
flattered in
didn't-
this case, or are you offended?
For what?
Kramer. I mean, Sean says Kramer won't care. If
I
you
don't
were
think
Kramer,
I think Kramer only cares about money.
I would
So
agree with that.
I believe
yeah,
that
yeah.
he's the type of person that as long as he's making money and doing well, he doesn't care what people's opinions. I think a lot of people are like that. Sort of my opinion. It's like, I don't really care what you think of me. Like, as long as I'm just kind of doing well on my own, then
Yeah.
like, some people will like you, some people will hate you, some people will make fun of you, is what it is. And I feel like Kramer's been in the business a long time, and he's kind of like in that sort of field of, people are going to say what they want about me, and I don't really care. But the real question now is, do they kind of, create this inverse Kramer ETF, and now his calls start to actually work, and everyone is like banking on them being opposite, and now everyone's going to get rinsed? Is it like a setup, right? So that's kind of what I would be, right? Luca follows inverse Kramer. Yeah, man, who doesn't? It's so funny how it's so accurate. Like, all of them are so. He literally said long. I think it was him. No, that was Goldman Sachs. Actually, I take that back. I was going to say long crypto or long Bitcoin at like 56,000, but no, that wasn't him. I mean, you guys Google it. I'm sure it's somewhere on the internet there. I'm just trying to kind of remember off the top of my head. But yeah, no, it's what a time, good times.
What a time to be alive, absolutely.
What a time.
I
It's
couldn't agree.
interesting times. I think Tesla is stopping me out. Yeah, there it is. So I'm stopped at a Tesla, so I'm currently flat now. I mean, guys, how many times do I have to lose on the last portion to be like, yeah, don't do it? But it's small. So this is like break even. I actually get paid, and then it's like I break even on the last portion. It's no big deal. But Fed decision is coming in 30 minutes, 29 minutes. So we have 15 minutes left here on the show, and then we're going to pass it over back to Sean, Neil, and Brendo, and they're going to come at you with the update. Maybe share trade of the day just before that, not too sure. There's going to be a lot of exciting opportunities. I didn't think I would have this many trades today, because I knew that today, I'm like, yeah, today might be muted. Maybe there's going to be some opportunities. But yeah, I think for the most part, I did decently well on Tesla. Somebody was asking how many fills do you have today? I'm sitting at 120 fills. Pretty light on the day. Usually at this point, I'm at like maybe 300 or 400. But I think like scale back the trades when on the show. Maybe that's kind of my logic. I'm telling myself that. Someone's saying, is coin safe from the Fed? I don't think anyone's safe from the Fed.
Was I talking to you about this yesterday? Where you like coin's gonna eat everybody up? And
well, that's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was just
you and
saying
I,
now.
right? Okay,
Yeah. We were talking about it yesterday. Just kind of bringing it up today. Not that I don't want to talk about the same things over and over again, but I just kind of reiterate that because it's kind of interesting, that 40 level. Like, it's sort of holding. Like, if we trend back to 50, then maybe it's like the road to 70. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. It's Spain, Morocco. Today, or no, sorry, France versus Morocco is today. Yeah, I saw somebody say Spain. No, it's France versus Morocco. I think you meant France there. And like, you want my opinion on that? Come on, actually I shouldn't say it. But France. My money's on France.
Yeah, well,
And,
anybody most people's brains should be headed towards France winning. They obviously have way more depth and talent. Way more experience, way more first-team players, way more super club players. The list goes on and on and on. You guys get it. But my heart says that these guys are my neighbors. And in fact, here's a little completely not relevant point. That's what we're doing at the moment. But I was looking into my hair. You guys know that I'm Egyptian. So I was looking into, who we share DNA with, the Egyptians. Because we're in that area of the world where, you're beside Europe, you're beside sub-Saharan Africa, you're beside Asia. So it's like any number of people could have, inhabited these areas. And so there's probably like mixed DNA. So in fact, it looks like Egyptians share more of their DNA with North Africans than they do with any of the Asian Arabs, like the Lebanese, the Saudis, the Kuwaitis, the Syrians, et cetera, et cetera. It looks like they didn't really come too much in Egypt. So I got to go with my DNA brothers on this one, man. I got to go with my Moroccan brothers. I'll be cheering for them. But obviously, my mind says France is probably going to blow them out. And it's going to be a nice France-Argentina final. And who wouldn't want that? I mean, even for ratings, France-Argentina, that blows through Argentina-Morocco. Guys, gotta digress. RNA breaking down, now decidedly below that range. It's made new lows. 1681 was the previous low. What is that? What is the low now? It is, we're making new lows, guys. 16, where are we? Hold on, it's not the low of day, obviously, because the low of day is 1388 from earlier on, but the low of this candle is 1676, so we are going in the right direction. We do have our profit taker here at 16 1/3. We've been waiting for the better part of an hour and a half to take out the final 20% of this trade. Yeah, like less than 20%. Yeah, 20% of this trade. 16 1/3. I'm sitting here waiting at 1636. I really want it to make its way down. The reason I put it there, it's not just a random level that I decided to choose. No. Have a look here, guys. There is a clear level of support on the 3-minute, 5-minute, whatever chart you're looking at that 16, I want to say between 1610 and 16 1/4. So I'm like, okay, in case this one doesn't make its way all the way down into that support level, I want to take it out a little bit above that. In fact, I might even move it into the 40s if it doesn't make its way down quick enough. But that one printing the right way. Now, TUDP kind of gave me a bit of a scare here. It retraced. It looks like it created a bit of a double bottom off VWAP, a little bit lower than VWAP actually. Probably that $2 level is probably where the double bottom formed at. It made its way all the way back up into that 211 area. Since retracing, though, into that $2.03 area. So it looks like, the short is still in on this one. Let's see if we can break and stay below that $2 level. I mean, we broke it momentarily, but really haven't hung out there. That one is an excellent trade off that 2 1/4 short. RNA now creating more newer lows. We're continuing to print newer lows. Now we're in the low 70s. On this one, could we see the 60s soon? So this one's excellent, Luca. I'm printing on this one.
Congratulations on that trade. Somebody was like, Luca, stop saying, but yeah, okay, or kind of, what I say there. It's tough to multitask. Like, I don't really watch my vocabulary, and Neil is probably dying over there when he listens to half the stuff that I say. But again, I don't even notice. But so, yeah, I appreciate you correcting me. I'll try to kind of be more, that's something that I can work on just as a person. So I'll try to get better at that. Just for myself, not really for you guys, but more so.
Yeah, what did you say?
No, I say a lot of things. I repeat the same things. I say, a lot. I say, well, this looks good, and I shouldn't be, I think for myself, I gotta, I being aware of it, but when I'm, that's like that. I go, but yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. I know it's fine. I'm just for myself. I gotta work on it because I know that's something that I want to work on. So thank you for the reminder there. And yeah, Playmaker in the chat.
Playmaker.
I want to first say, hopefully the weather's nice over there. It's freezing over here. And man, SEC investigating Zach Morris. I know everybody's seeing that situation come to fruition. It's
is that a real person or is that like a fake person using Zach Morris's name?
I don't think his name is Zach Morris. They named his name in the. His name's on the tweet. You guys can go look for the tweet. Just Google it or whatever. Okay. It'll show you. But for myself, I see the situation as when I see these guys. Yeah, look, I have a Lambo. Look, I have a Ferrari. And look, I short and I make millions of dollars and I never lose. I just think no, false. You're doing something, and I don't know, man. You can't be doing that. And I was thinking
they'll come after you now, man.
I thought these guys never get caught. These guys never get caught.
A lot harder to get away with.
But then here we are, SEC probably building the case. Now they're finally going after. And I think
he might not get bail, till February. Which means he's going to be locked up for like a month and a half.
Supposedly, imagine the group chats that are going down. Imagine, these guys kind of being so arrogant. And even I think he was tweeting yesterday too. After everybody else is deleting Twitter, and this guy's tweeting saying this and that, blah, blah, blah. it's like, buddy, like, you know,
Take it easy.
if you're running your pump and dumps, you know, and kind of dumping on everyone, eventually the chickens come home to roost. And, you know, it's not, you know, how does the jury going to feel when you're arrogant, you know, you're dumping? And I think it said in the paper, you guys can Google it again, but they made like $100 million. Like $100 million on like pump and dump, like that's serious money, man.
Wow.
That's serious money. So
He's claiming that he
they're
only
clowns.
has $100,000 left.
I think they're
don't believe
clowns,
that.
man. I think they're clowns. If you run that, eventually you're gonna get caught, and eventually it's not gonna be a good look, and you ruin your reputation. You have to pay back all the money. You know, you pay for the other person's lawyers, maybe. Or
Yes.
I don't know anything about anything.
No,
but
there's an assessment for cost. It depends on your
and
culpability.
It's like, so not only are they going to lose everything, but they're going to lose even more.
Yeah.
And I was even reading that somebody was saying, if you post, like, for example, if you post like a Lambo or like a McLaren, if you're like, hey, I'm a day trader, buy my course, and then you're like on Instagram posting, I have a Lambo, like you can't do that. Because you're like that alone.
You're hinting that
look,
Okay.
you can have a Lambo too, even if maybe you don't say it specifically. You're kind of giving that like.
Yeah.
And I'm not a lawyer in any way. I didn't
I see
study
what you're
law,
saying, though. I see
but
what you're
it's one of those.
saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's one of those like.
Interesting.
If you're kind of like, oh yeah, look, I have a Lambo. Things are going well. Buy my course. You can make money too. You know, it's not a good look. Like you just can't do that, right? So they're definitely cracking down on that. And I was even
They did, and they went after Warrior Trading. Warrior
Yeah.
Trading got slapped with a $3 million lawsuit. You guys will know Warrior Trading, or not lawsuit, fine from the SEC. It wasn't a lawsuit, so he can challenge it, obviously. And now he's been putting on all his videos. Day trading is risky. Most traders lose money. Like, he has constant caveats coming in there.
I think with Warrior, and you know, it's obviously this stuff is all public information. We're just
Yeah,
kind of chatting
we are,
about it.
yeah.
I think with Warrior Trading, I almost want to say it was because, you know, the clients that kind of buy into it don't make money.
Yeah.
But it wasn't so much that he's like pumping and dumping.
Yeah,
Which is,
yeah.
you know, that's a product, and I kind of want to say that's a product of trading is hard, right? Trading is hard. So, you know, people are going to lose all the time, right? Maybe only 10%, 5% of traders are actually going to make money. So, but you guys can kind of Google that and, you know, make your own kind of assessment of the situation. But I just wanted to quickly comment on the topic of this kind of particular situation, because I know Pratt always brings it up, like,
What?
Don't even bring up that guy's name, Zach Morris, who pump and dumps on his clients. And Pratt was the first one saying this on the show, to my understanding. And I'm like, oh, who is that? Because I'm not really following or paying attention. And then I kind of look at it and I'm like, yeah, man, what do you mean? Obviously, it's a pump and dump, and apparently these guys never get caught. But yeah, the chickens come home to roost eventually. And, you know, here at Trader TV, obviously, you guys saw yesterday, I'm getting smoked live. And I'm making the joke. I'm like, yeah, guys, nothing like being live and getting smoked over here. You know, yeah, not really pumping and dumping, more like trying to buy dips on like Tesla and Apple, and, you know, getting kind of, you know, smoked over there. So, yeah, it's just, you know, just do the right thing. And obviously over here, we preach it again. Education, entertainment, you know, follow the trades if you want, but trade your own book. You guys got to figure out a way to make money for yourselves. And, you know, like, don't idolize any other trader, right? Because you might look at somebody and be like, oh, they're like such a good trader. I want to be like that trader. But you have no idea, man. You have no idea that this guy's losing and then he's starting to win. This
yeah.
guy's doing well, now he's doing poorly. Trading is trading. You know, you kind of trade your own book, try to get better as time progresses. And, yeah, man, don't, you know if you're scamming. You know. So I will say to that,
Yeah,
scammers
you
be
know.
scamming, don't be scamming. You know, do the right thing.
I like that.
Do the right thing.
All right, guys, I'm not going to wait any longer. I'm flattening out my trades on RNA as well as with TUDP because I got to get up. It looks like we're going to send it to the closing show in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So I'm out of those trades. Very profitable day. Let's throw the bang on there. So let's just talk quickly about this market because we just made a new high of day, Luca, on this ES. On 4089 is the high of day. So looking to test that 4100 level, it looks like. Where are we? Yeah, did we touch? Yeah, okay. We were there yesterday. Were we? Yes, we were there yesterday. We got all the way up to that 4180 on the CPI news, man. My memory is not what it used to be, especially when you see it so many different levels and so many different prices. But looks like that is it for us, guys. I don't have anything much to discuss. Are you still in any trades? Are you still holding
No,
anything?
I'm flat now. I'm just kind of
likewise.
because we're approaching FOMC. I'm not taking any trades for the next 15 minutes. I'm gonna eat this wonderful bagel with peanut butter from Fahad. Thank you so much again. And yeah, I'm gonna get myself an espresso. Kind of get ready for the moves. I'm gonna scalp a lot at 2 o'clock. That's my plan. And then wait for that 2:30. Wait for Powell to come on. If we get a nice setup. This is kind of my thoughts. If we kind of go up and then, it looks good, but it can't hold, and then we start to fade back down, I might, try the short there, but I don't know. We're going to have to see what happens. It'll all be reactionary. It's going to be a lot of scalps for myself.
Luca, something's happening with Mullen here. We just broke out quite aggressively. I'm not a big fan of this stock, 25 cents or so, but breaking off that 25-cent level, it looks like we're headed up to 27, all at 2 pennies. But yeah, clearly the chat mentioning this, the volume supporting the move materializing. Let's flip back into the 30-minute chart to see if we can get any levels. No, it looks like this is the highest level for a while. To find a level higher than we're at now, we're going to have to go all the way back to November 21st, where the level there was about 28 cents or so. So be on the lookout for that possible resistance at 28, and then maybe again at 30. So yeah. Just wanted to mention that for anybody interested in Mullen. That is moving, the chat alerting me to that. Thank you for that. Looks like we're continuing to stay near high of day here on the ES, waiting for that decision to come in around 15 minutes. But I think our job is done here, and it's time to send it over to the big kahuna. So
yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. Stay profitable. This move's going to be crazy, hopefully. And yeah, I know I just wanted to kind of finish.
You left me hanging there, man.
And then,
I got you.
Yeah, no, hopefully you guys enjoyed the show, and we'll see you back tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Good luck, and ciao.
Hey guys, welcome in. 15 extra minutes of the close this afternoon as we work our way towards 2 o'clock. We work our way towards the final Fed decision of 2022. Looks like it's going to be this 50 basis point increase that we've been expecting over the past couple of weeks, ever since Powell made that speech. I went back and checked. It was the first day of November when he made that speech suggesting that it was time, the time had come to slow the pace of increases. So that instantly flipped things